Good morning. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration for the inquiry into the value of skilled migration to Australia in Sydney. I welcome all witnesses appearing before the committee today, as well as members of the public and media in the room and listening online. This is the committee's fifth public hearing for this inquiry. The inquiry, of course, is looking into skilled migration into Australia, and we'd ask our witnesses to keep their comments within the terms of reference and relevant to the terms of reference of the inquiry. In accordance with the committee's resolution of the 31st of July 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present are advised that filming and recording by the media is permitted during the hearing. However, we ask that members of the media present or listening report the committee's proceedings fairly and accurately. I'll now welcome our first witness, Mr. Heider-Mota,
yes,
correct?
That's right.
From Pearson to give evidence today. Now, for the Hansard record, would you please just state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So my name is Taha Heider-Mota and I am the country head of Pearson, Australia.
Thank you and welcome. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Thank you for your submission and for presenting to the inquiry. Before I invite you to make a short opening statement, I'll do a quick introduction. We have Kathleen with us from the Secretariat. Myself, Chair, Steve Georgianis, Federal Member for Adelaide. I'll allow my other two colleagues to introduce themselves.
Good morning, I'm Leon Rebella. I'm the Federal Member for Macpherson and the Deputy Chair.
I'm Di Lee, the Federal Member for Fowler, one of the most multicultural electors in the country.
And on the phone, on the speakerphone, we have Miss Cassandra Fernando and Miss Louise Miller-Frost. I'm not sure if they're online yet.
Hi, Chair. Good morning. I'm online.
Turn that.
It's Cassandra.
Was that Cassandra speaking? You need to turn it right up. Yep. Thanks, Cassandra. Is Louise Miller-Frost on the phone? No, not as yet. I'll now ask you to make a short opening statement of a few minutes and then we'll open up for a general discussion. We do have your submission, so there's no need to repeat it and read the submission, but just a few comments that you'd like to make and then we'll open up for a discussion, Q&A, and get to hear more from you. Over to you, Mr. Heider-Mota.
So Chair, Deputy Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to appear today and contribute to this inquiry into the value of skilled migration to Australia. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we meet on today in Sydney and pay my respects to the elders past and present. Pearson is the world's lifelong learning company. We employ over 17,000 people globally. We support more than 160 million learners around the world in over 200 countries. Every day, we see how education and skills enable mobility by helping people contribute to their economies and the communities in which they live and which they join. So, at Pearson, we're strong advocates for skilled migration because we see its value on the ground. It fills critical workforce shortages. It lifts productivity and it strengthens Australia's social fabric. The case for skilled migration isn't abstract. It's visible in sectors like healthcare, construction, and education that rely on skilled talent to deliver services that Australians need every day. Our research showed a 91% employment rate amongst international students and skilled migrants surveyed, out of which 72% are working in skilled professions. often in sectors that face acute shortages like construction, engineering, healthcare, technology. So in addition to that, these are high contributing taxpayers. The median income amongst those we surveyed was $93,000 a year, which is well above the national median income. So I think the data that we found it really challenges the idea that skilled migrants are a burden on the system. In reality, our data points to the fact that they're helping power the economy in the critical workforce gaps. So in Australia, a lot of Pearson's work connects directly to the integrity and the effectiveness of the migration system. Pearson's been an approved provider of English language testing since 2014. This is taken by learners in 121 countries. We have millions of tests delivered globally, including hundreds of thousands within Australia, in 34 test centres across the country, not just in major urban areas, but in regional Australia as well. And under our deed of agreement with the Department of Home Affairs, we support a system, and we're a part of a system that delivers English language testing that's secure, fair, and trusted. But beyond testing, Pearson supports governments and employers to better understand the skills demands that we have within the economy today. So we operate Credly, which has issued more than 100 million digital credentials globally. It helps make skills and proficiencies and achievements more visible to employers. We provide workforce analytics based on a tool that actually was developed in Australia, and we provide these analytics globally using large-scale labour market data. We analyse, and it's refreshed quarterly, we analyse over 20 million job adverts to identify the emerging skill trends, shortages, and help with those forecasts. So Pearson's Lost in Transition research also highlights essentially a clear economic opportunity. Australia's losing, according to our research, $104 billion a year in lost productivity because of poor transitions. That's just shy of under 4% of GDP. That's our entire agricultural sector.
Did you say poor transition?
Yes, so a transition...
Explain that a bit for us.
Sure. A transition is where people are trying to move from, say, education, who are not in work and looking to enter work, or people who are within work and looking to move within roles or different roles. And so are they able to find roles or employment that matches their skills? Are we fully utilizing the skills that they have? Are we supporting them in developing new skills? So that's the gap that we see in transition that would boost productivity if we could bridge. So when skilled migrants can enter the workforce quickly and at that right skill level, they help address that productivity gap. And at the same time, as I said, it's sort of how do people find the right skills and how do they develop the skills that are needed? Our research showed 67% of individuals said, there's rapid change, the pace of change is accelerating, but only 24% actually felt that traditional education providers were keeping pace. So again, there's a gap. How do we bridge that gap and make sure that people feel that they're getting the skills training that they need? And so that's why, in our view, and from what Pearson's research has shown, skilled migration, when it's targeted and well supported, it should be seen as essentially as a productivity strategy. We are bringing talent into this country, assessing their capability with integrity, with security, and accelerating their contribution through better skills recognition, language for work, clear pathways into the critical roles that we have shortages in. And that, we think, is sort of how we would frame our contribution to the
Thank you.
The conversation.
Thank you very much. I might kick off with a couple of questions.
Sure.
And go to my colleagues. I did have a question that I was going to ask, which I'll ask after what came up and what you just said, the gap in transition. and boosting productivity. How would you fill that gap that currently exists to make that transition? What's missing that is making it so difficult and creating this gap in that transition, which then affects our productivity? And with that gap filled, we'd have more productivity. What are the steps, measures that you've researched, looked at?
So one of the things that our researchers looked at is the friction points in that transition. And if we were to focus on say, migrants and how they would address that, or how we can help migrants help us address the productivity gap and that friction, what we really need is essentially, it needs to be done in terms of the migrant journey consists of migration, it consists of accreditation, recognition of their skills, and then accelerated pathways or employment pathways that are clearly understood by migrants and by employers. Now, what we do in Pearson, and part of what we do, to help in this larger debate and this larger conversation, is we offer Credly, we offer qualifications around the world that are globally recognized.
So, sorry to interrupt, it's just that trying to keep my head around it. So let's say you have an electrical engineer that's come from wherever. They land in this country, they have to get accreditation for their degree. They will come to you. I'm using electrical engineer, could be anything. At that point, you will see what can be accredited, what they need to do. But doesn't that take place now with most?
So
I'm trying to think of the gap.
Sure,
that exists.
it does take place now. But the question is, how does it take place? Is it the most efficient method? So if you are requiring electricians to come to this country and then submit their qualifications and their trade for recognition, they essentially have to be in Australia for X months, and they're not working for those months until that accreditation comes through. Is there a way in which we can recognize, or we can allow those qualifications to be credited here? And of course, that comes down to the testing with integrity and having confidence. And it's confidence not just from employers, it needs to be public confidence that the system is operating with integrity. And so that's why I think there is a role for how do we assess qualifications and skills. And the other thing that I would add to that is the migration system at the moment, we test English. And that's a big part of what we do within the migration system. And one of the things that we see is that we test English at the point of entry. It's almost as if it's a border control measure. So you test your English proficiency and then you come in. But actually, English language proficiency needs to continue to be developed. And our research has shown, sort of 81% of those that we surveyed said if they had more developed English proficiency, and that can be specific to their sector or just general proficiency, they feel that they would do better at work. But employers, only 1/3 of employers at the moment that we offer any formal support for language training or proficiency. So if we found a way to support that, and it's not just formal, take a degree, take a course, we have to consider that the world of work is evolving. So there will be in-work assessment. People will be learning as they progress. It's not just a degree or a course you did 15 years ago. How are we capturing the skills that they have developed over work, and are we assessing that so we know exactly how they can help plug the gaps in our skills shortages?
I do have another question, but I'll go to my colleagues and then I'll come back if there's time. Mr. Rebelo, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for appearing before us today. You note in your submission some of the research undertaken for the white paper, Australian Dreams, Stories from International Students and Skilled Migrants Powering Australia's Prosperity in 2024. On notice, are you able to table and provide us with that research in full for our benefit?
Yes.
Fantastic. And the second question I had was, so I know it wasn't really the focus of your submission, but with your expertise in undertaking language assessments, could you describe for the committee how these assessments are typically undertaken, both for onshore and also for offshore applicants, and if there is a difference?
Sure. So if we're talking about the Pearson test of English, which is used by international students and skilled migrants, those are offered in identical conditions onshore and offshore. And we think that's important, right? Public confidence needs to be that the security of the test is as high or as rigorous wherever you take it. You can't just disappear to country X and game the system in that way. So we operate secure test centers which require in-person, identity verification, not just through passports, but we use biometrics, we use palm vein identity, we use AI and other technologies to detect gaming, we proxy testing. So we have a range of methods that we use to detect where there's malpractice. And where there is malpractice, we act very, decisively. Those candidates are blocked, the scores are revoked, they're banned, and the Department of Home Affairs is fully aware of when that happens. So the way in which test security at the moment happens through this online test, through the test center experience, provides that rigor, provides that security, because it's not something that you can cheat easily.
Yeah. And is there a well, actually, could you tell me what the cost is for applicants to complete those assessments?
Sure. So the Pearson test of English in Australia is currently $470. And offshore, it's broadly the same, but it depends on the country in which they take it. And that just reflects the level of investment that we have to put into the security and the way in which test centres are structured to deliver that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here and at our hearing. One of the key issues in your submissions around skill migration is increasingly competitive globally, and the OECD are trying to find ways to attract skill migration. So in what ways are these OECD countries trying to attract skilled migrations? And for me, that's the first question. And the second would be, I don't know whether you're in a position to answer, is that with the current migration debate in Australia, I don't know if you've been following, how can we ensure that conversations around skilled migration and migration is really to address the needs of Australia to be a productive country, and we need those skilled migrations here, because you're in that space.
Okay, so if I answer the first question on competitiveness of Australia in attracting skilled migrants, Australia is in demand, right? There is certainly no shortage of people and skilled migrants that are looking to come to Australia. Our data is fairly robust in proving that. The testing volumes continue to increase. Last year we delivered Pearson test of English in over 120 countries for people that were looking to migrate to Australia. So we know from the volumes. Pearson also operates a similar test of English for migrants to Canada, to New Zealand, and to the UK. So on that aggregate basis, we can say from the data that Australia is a competitive destination. People do want to move here. The challenges that I think we will continue to have to address is, as I said before, what are the friction points when migrants do come? And I think part of this, in our view, is how do we look at outcomes of migration? So in Pearson's view, and what we have been doing, is tracking employment outcomes, skill utilization. I think government may have other priorities, such as the regional distribution, but that helps us understand, are we actually targeting the right people? And when they come, what's their impact? What are they contributing to the Australian economy? And so that's, I think, the first thing in how we deal with that competitiveness. So it's about reducing that friction to get people into that productive level or state. And in terms of the second question, how do we align the skilled migration or migration to Australia's needs? I think if I perhaps slightly reframe that, I mean, Pearson is a learning company, so I'm not really able to comment meaningfully on the political debate. But in terms of, is the skilled migration program targeting the skills that we think we should have? One of the things that we work quite closely with and we offer and we try and help governments and enterprises and companies with is forecasting skill demand. Right, so we have tools that can actually help predict where skills will be required in what areas. So one example is, well, Western Sydney is probably the best example over here, you know, for a huge boom in an area. We've got the airport and so on. So what skills are going to be needed in that demographic with those industries coming up? And those kind of forecasting and data analytics tools will help inform what skills we need. Now, I think, you know, you'll hear from colleagues from other bodies, the industry bodies and so on, who will be able to kind of identify the specific skills that they're looking for. But I think we need to find a way in which that predictive capacity that people are using, employers are using, and students are using, and what we're helping education providers in, how do you provide training and learning for those skills, that has to be harnessed to make sure that we're all aligned.
Could I have just one more question, Chair? Just to follow up on that. So if you were predicting, forecasting the skills demand, do you also, Pearson, does it work with other organisations? Because while you might address the skill, the demand of the skills and the workforce, the part that sometimes is left out is obviously the infrastructure support, not only the support for the migrants, the skilled migration to succeed here and to be productive, but what about the infrastructure to ensure that when they get here, there's somewhere that they can live, that there's somewhere that they can actually, you know, and so, do you know what I mean? Like, do you work with others to make sure that there's a holistic picture rather than just say, our focus is only on training, you know, and therefore that's what we need to deliver, and that's what we deliver to the government or to the.
So, I suppose you know, first off, I think I would say that we don't have any research that links housing or that infrastructure to skills, because we've really been focusing on what skills do we need. But the way in which Pearson would perceive this, and the way that we use terminology, is there needs to be skills infrastructure as well. And that comes down to accreditation, recognition of learning, recognition of skills. What we need to have is, in addition to just saying, right, do we have, what infrastructure do we need and how do we do it? The approach that Pearson is helping governments and enterprise focus on is, what skills do you need most acutely? And it might be that we address the productivity kind of issues and the gaps and the transition gaps that are easiest to remedy by having
gaps that we spoke about.
That's right. So if we can identify that in healthcare, we know that we need, you know, and this would have the greatest impact in closing some of that gap, then those should be the skills that we might want to target in the migration program. And that's really a policy decision for government. From our perspective, it has to work in tandem, right? So as we have more migrants coming, or we have these skilled migrants coming, we need to make sure that we have the skills infrastructure, not just for the skilled migrant we're bringing, who is coming, but we have to recognize that migrants often come as units, as family units, right?
Yep.
And what that means is we need to also be thinking about, how do we help their families be productive? So can we offer, and again, I'm going back to Pearson's area of expertise at the moment, you know, in this debate around language testing. Not everyone needs the Pearson test of English, which is an academic level of English. Are there other types of English that, you know, that we can be testing for?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Fernando, but you need to
Thank you,
speak up.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today. I've got a couple of questions. So my first question is, how can English language training be better integrated into workplaces and education pathways to improve employment outcomes for skilled migrants?
Okay, so Ms. Fernandez, shall I answer that question first?
Sure. Yes, please.
So English language learning or English language proficiency at the moment, as I was saying before, is tested essentially for migrants at the point of entry. But what we really need to be thinking about is how do they improve? So, and the reason why language proficiency is so important is because it's essentially a communication skill. And all of our research about productivity losses and the transition gap points to what we call productive skills, but adaptability, communication, collaboration. Those are the three main buckets of skill areas that we need to be developed. And English language proficiency is a large subset of communication skills. So how can we integrate that into on-the-job learning? So as an example, Pearson has a tool that can be integrated into Microsoft Teams, where people are having meetings. And at the end of it, it can give feedback as to, were you speaking clearly? Were you persuasive? What would you improve to gain greater clarity? That's a tool that everyone benefits from, but especially those who feel that they need help with their English. So we have to do it through a mix of I suppose, approaches. One is using tools and technology, but the second is also encouraging employers to support this learning and to have some form of recognition for as people progress in their proficiency.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Ms. Fernando?
And I have one more question. Your submission says Australia faces growing global competition for skilled migrants, while also needing to better target skill shortages in areas like health, aged care, and construction. In your view, is Australia's current skilled migration system moving quickly enough to identify and respond to emerging skill needs? And what changes would make the system more responsive without lowering our standards or weakening the community's confidence?
So, Ms. Fernandez, I think the last point you made is probably one of the most important ones. It's the maintaining public confidence in the system. So however we want to assess skills, and it is important for us to assess skills, and it is important for us to be able to have recognition of skills and learning, it needs to be done in a way that people can actually trust. And how will people do that? You know, in our view, they will see the benefits in an abstract way as Australia benefits as productivity gets lifted, but also as people see, you know, work that needs to be needs to be done is getting done because we're having people come in to do that. So I think there's a variety of ways in which we can maintain that public confidence. But how do we compete with other developed nations for these skilled migrants? I think it comes down to understanding, as I was saying, right, that our research shows that it's the journey for migrants really comes down to accreditation and recognition of skills, and then a clear employment pathway. So I think to the extent that we can have formalized pathways, we can help, and this is where Pearson perhaps on a more global scale offers qualifications that are recognized in, you know, a vocational qualification that Pearson offers is recognized in, say, over 100 countries. Those sorts of things and recognition would help people have confidence that when I do move to Australia, my skills will be recognized and I will be able to get onto an employment pathway.
Thank you. Now, in the 10 minutes that we have left for this session, I'll see if we can get one more question in from each colleague here, and we'll kick off with Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I think you've already confirmed that you've got a belief that commitment to learning the English language is an important part of ongoing commitment to learning the English language is an ongoing part of our migration program to Australia. It should be an ongoing part. The second part I've got is, You mentioned that Australia is in demand, and you spoke about the importance of public confidence, which I think we would all agree in our migration system. With your interactions with our migration system and with understanding who's wanting to come to Australia, do we have a situation where you think, given obviously the fact that public confidence in the system is now being tested, do we have enough skills shortages, or do we have enough of a pool of English-speaking people to pull from, or is that going to be insufficient? Because I know what we're trying to do is look at that long-term investment and make sure that we're investing in migrants post-arrival as well. But I'm just looking at the flip side. Would I be right to say that there's not enough I guess, sources of drawing our skill shortages from that do already have that pre-existing English?
So I think it's probably fair to say the benefit to Australia is to be able to get the most skilled migrants, or those who have the most skills. So, numerically, it might be that we want to have as wide a pool as possible. English language proficiency, and what Pearson is seeing by helping learners with English throughout the world, so in Asia, in a lot of the countries that are source countries for skilled migrants into Australia, we know English language learning is on the increase. We also know that people are learning it from a younger age. So English language proficiency is on the rise. So it feels like that isn't going to be the limiting factor. What is the limiting factor in our experience and what our research and the type of people from our survey of coming here and then looking at their employment outcomes and so on is skills. It's being able to get onto an employment pathway.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lay?
Fine, thanks, Chair. Yeah.
I've got a couple of questions. One is, in terms of better utilising our international students who come here to either do a degree or to do a course with Pearson or with private providers, etc. How can we use them as a pipeline of skilled workers in our skilled migration program? Are we making use of the opportunities that exist for these students who are coming here as international students, to give them pathways to permanent residency so they can fill some of those positions that we have a real need for in skilled migration? And ideas that have been thrown around is perhaps attracting students to come and study vocations where we have huge need for here in Australia, and trying to get that pipeline. So another mechanism, including our own local students, of course. And
absolutely. And I was about to say that I think the answer to your question really brings together all the strands of our Lost in Transition report, which is skilled migration is an important part of solving the productivity issue or helping address it. And then the other part of that is, how do we develop those skills that we need, and how do we help people in Australia develop those skills that's going to be required? And international students, I suppose, straddle both streams. They're in Australia, and yet they're also to some extent migrants. So I can't really comment on are the policy settings the right ones in terms of do we allow international students to stay, or do we allow them to work, and do they have the right hours and so on. But our education system and our employment systems or all the stakeholders, and this is our role, so this is what we see Pearson's role, and this is what we're trying to do and help people, is facilitate that conversation as to aligning what skills are required, what skills are in the will be in demand in the future, and what is being what skills are students and learners acquiring today, and how does that equip them for the future. So that's what we see our role as, and I think that's probably the critical conversation, whether you're talking about international students or Australian students. The point is, if we have a goal for international students to be a pipeline to helping our productivity issues in the future, then they need to be part of that whatever the solution is, in terms of making sure they're equipped with the right skills.
Thank you. And my last question is, Pearson being a global organisation, and you spoke about Canada, United Kingdom, a few other places. If we were to look at the models overseas in terms of the skilled migration, is there something we could learn from any other place? Especially we're hearing a lot about Canada and a little bit about Germany as well and skilled workers. Would you be able to give us a bit of an insight of how they do things differently compared to us?
So I can certainly speak a little bit about how the English language testing part works. And I think there's absolutely commonality between what we do in Australia and what those other countries do. And it comes back down to, I think, Mr. Rabella's question around the security of the test, right? And that's absolutely the linchpin for, do you have confidence? Does the visa authority have confidence that the person who's presenting and applying for the visa does actually have that proficiency? And the test center network that we operate around the globe means that that candidate can go anywhere in the world and take a test that is trusted by the visa authority, trusted by the university, and trusted by employers. Where the commonality may or may not necessarily be to an advantage for Australia is because the experience is standard, it comes back down to, if I'm taking a standard English test and this is the experience I have, what else attracts me to a country? And then, as we were saying before, it's the employment pathways that are part of the competitive appeal of Australia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this session. Thanks for coming in today. We really appreciate your presentation and the and the evidence that you've provided to the committee. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to change and request corrections if you feel there's been errors in the transcription.
You can't change it.
No.
Sorry?
You can't change it. You can correct it.
You can correct it, yeah. Did I say change it?
You said change it.
Apologies, correct it. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, the Secretariat will be in touch with a due date after the transcript is available. And I believe there was something that you asked for to be presented. On that note, thank you very much for presenting. So much. We appreciate it. We may be in touch with you again. Thank you
so much.
Thank you. Welcome, David. Excellent. Thanks for coming. We'll now call our next witnesses, if they're here. Thank you. Sydney Centre for Health Studies, yep.
University of Sydney.
Yep. Thanks. Here it is. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for appearing before us today. I'll now welcome Dr. Lee Williams-Vesey and Dr. Alexandra Block from the Sydney Centre for Healthy Societies. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Hello, I'm Dr. Leah Williams-Vesey and I'm appearing in a personal capacity as a researcher. I work at the University of Sydney.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Alexandra Block and I'm here at personal capacity and I work at the Sydney Centre for Healthy Societies at the University of Sydney.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Thank you for your submission to the inquiry, and I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement of no more than a few minutes before we proceed to a Q&A and informal discussion. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for inviting us to give evidence today. As I said before, I'm a research fellow in sociology at the University of Sydney, and my specialist areas are qualitative research in migration work and care. And Dr. Block here is a postdoctoral research associate, and her specialist areas are regional migration and settlement, just to give you an idea of where you might want to direct some questions. And we provided a submission to the inquiry based on an ARC-funded research project that we've both been working on, looking at the experiences of skilled qualified healthcare workers, so doctors, nurses, allied health workers like physiotherapists, who have moved to Australia or want to do so. And our draft report from the project is currently out for consultation, and we can provide the inquiry with a copy of the final report if you'd like to receive it. Internationally qualified healthcare professionals make up a significant proportion of Australia's healthcare workforce, providing essential healthcare across diverse professions and in all parts of Australia. For our study, we've spoken so far to over 100 people, about half of whom are internationally qualified health professionals and their families, and the other half are industry experts, so employers, unions, recruitment specialists, settlement practitioners and policy experts. And after talking to people about their experiences, about what motivates them to work in healthcare in the first place, what motivates them to move to Australia and to stay here, the challenges they face and what they want for the future, we have really come to the conclusion that we need to rebalance the conversation. So in all this talk of skills and productivity, as important as they are, we're in danger of losing sight of the human side of migration. Our research demonstrates that skilled migration is not simply an economic process, it's also a relational and settlement process. Healthcare workers do not arrive as isolated units of labour to plug gaps in our healthcare services, although they do that with skill and expertise. They arrive as members of families with connections to communities. They have professional aspirations and career goals and a desire to build a full life for themselves and their family. Internationally qualified healthcare professionals in our study frequently commented on the mismatch between the expressed need for healthcare workers and the numerous barriers placed in their way when they answered our call. We heard so often from people things along the lines of, if Australia needs us so much, why do they make it so hard? If we want people to answer our call to come and staff our essential services and to stay in the healthcare workforce and in the regional communities where they're desperately needed, we have to understand their needs as human beings and not just as workers. And we need to support them right from the beginning. Specifically, the pathways to practice as internationally qualified health professionals need to be streamlined. They're currently lengthy, expensive and unclear, causing delays, distress and a waste of talent. Some people simply give up, many others are working below their skill level. And once they're in a job and living in a community, they need tailored settlement support. There's often an assumption that skilled migrants can just figure it all out. You know, they're intelligent people, shouldn't be too hard. But actually, we heard that they're really struggling. So they're struggling to navigate local rental markets, learning to drive. There's often limited public transport. And if you're working long hours and shift work, it's really difficult just to get to your workplace and back home again. To find schools and childcare for their children, community connections and employment for their partner. We spoke to a lot of people who came with partners. And in an ongoing sense, they need to be included in community and events and volunteering and things to enhance their sense of belonging to a particular place and their long-term career goals. Migration systems succeed when people are able to build lives, not just fill vacancies. And settlement support is a vital part of the social and relational infrastructure that supports productivity, enhances workforce sustainability, regional retention and social cohesion. I know that regional retention has been a major focus of this inquiry, and our research shows that people are looking for sustainable careers for themselves and their partner, opportunities for their children, a sense of safety and belonging, and connection to community. And interestingly, work-life balance specifically came up as a key reason that healthcare workers chose to stay in Australia as opposed to moving elsewhere. People stay where they're able to build lives and futures, and this means that regional sustainability requires relational infrastructure, community investment and settlement support. So to conclude, you'll be pleased to know, migrant healthcare workers contribute not only skills and professional expertise, but also institutional knowledge and intercultural capability. They contribute to communities and support regional livability. The success of skilled migration should not be measured solely by how efficiently people move through labour market systems. It should also be measured by whether people are able to establish stable, meaningful and enduring lives in the communities they enter. Workforce sustainability, productivity and social cohesion emerge from the same underlying conditions of belonging, participation and relational support.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll kick off with a couple of questions, then I'll hand over to my colleagues. Can you explain a bit how workplace cultures and attitudes towards overseas qualified workers overseas qualified staff affect career progression, skills, the work culture, etc. Just
Yeah.
gives a bit of a...
Yeah, we heard from a lot of people who were, they were incredibly skilled and specialist workers in their home country. And then when they came here, the people that they worked with just didn't seem to value the experience that they came with. So we spoke to he was a consultant neonatologist in Germany, and then came here and had to kind of start again at a lower level just because of the way the pathways work, which he accepted. But what he found really galling was that he was at the lower position, but people didn't value the expertise that he brought with him. He'd say, in Germany, we found that this really works. And they just said, well, that's fine, but that's not Australian, so we don't. He said, isn't it even more interesting if you can learn from other people? And so that kind of parochial sense that if the knowledge hasn't been built or grounded in Australia, then it's not worth as much. That came through really clearly.
So I suppose that means that the skills utilisation and the innovation is held back on that particular person as well in terms of the progression.
Yeah. So, there was a sense of, it's a two-way thing. A lot of people recognised that coming to Australia was really great for their careers. They could learn from brilliant colleagues. There was, great technology. It wasn't, all tales of misery. But there was definitely a sense of stalled progress, that it had put their career back a number of years. And that once you get into that sense of being seen as junior and not valued, it is much harder then to assert your kind of expertise to move forward. So yeah, we're definitely not making the most of the skills that people.
And in terms of employers who have perhaps a program for inclusiveness, etc., for their employees, have you found a different attitude there and a different type of progression for the health worker that's coming through from overseas?
Well, yeah, may I reply to that? I think it goes further than just providing this welcoming employment just in the workplace. Some employers go much farther. They provide sometimes housing. They include people who coming from non-European countries. They include them and connect them with cultural communities. They provide them time for learn licenses and provide the transport. So they're working out sometimes welcoming employers. They're working out the whole range of issues that people coming with their skills and expertise have to spend much time on, and this is what constitutes the welcoming employment. And of course they provide sometimes it's very informal sessions on where you come from. We can give you a body to work with you and to teach you the culture. So it's a really question of engagement that employers have a capacity to do. Some of them, but some of them are lacking the knowledge that actually it's required. So therefore, we really need to uplift that these cultural capabilities in employment place is something that we need to address.
I was talking more about the local staff and the culture, in other words, programs for them to better understand and have an understanding that we have more in common than opposites with people that come in. And I'm saying so because at our Adelaide hearing, we had the Multicultural Community Council, I think it was, who gave evidence, who actually provide a program to government agencies, a couple of the big banks, where they actually have a program for the local staff of how to deal with customers who perhaps speak a different language, other staff that are coming in that are from overseas trained, and that has changed completely the culture of that workplace.
Well,
and it helps improve the productivity and the progression of the overseas worker.
We do have anecdotal evidence on that as well. For example, in regional Victoria's program called Connecting the Dogs, this is what they do in terms of growing these cultural capabilities within the workplace. The same, it's outside of this research scope, but I know that Multicultural Australia in Queensland provide the cultural capability training, and they work in Toowoomba and Dalby. However, I just want to underline that it's anecdotal. It's some people do, and they create this, the ecosystem between employment, between settlement services providers and migrants. We do not have it on a systemic level.
I guess it's fragmented.
Yes,
it's kind of fragmented, and I think it's certainly something. Most of the individual healthcare workers that we spoke to had not been in workplaces where that had been in place, so they didn't have experience of that kind of support. When we spoke to to employers and the settlement practitioners, they were aware of programs that were happening, but the people we spoke to who had personal experience, they hadn't been through those kinds of programs.
Thank you. I'll ask the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Your submission in your presentation today speaks about the need for a people-centric approach to migration. One of the key issues that's been identified recently is the need to ensure that there's adequate housing for both migrants and Australians at a time of not only surging net overseas migration, but the domestic housing crisis. Do you think it's rational to connect migration levels with the capacity of Australia to absorb those migrants, but also to make sure that we have the best welcoming environments for them?
I mean, it's rational on a certain level, but you can't really reduce it to that kind of figure, because if you think about, I mean, migrants didn't cause the housing crisis, and reducing migration isn't going to solve the housing crisis, but what it will give us is a care crisis. You know, we already have, you know, incredible shortages of doctors, nurses, physiotherapists and other allied health workers. And though you have to think of those things in conjunction with each other rather than separating out one particular issue, because, you know, we may have a housing infrastructure that's struggling, but we also have a health infrastructure that's struggling, and what's struggling there is the people to provide the care. So, you know, if we want to have registered nurses in our aged care facilities, which we now do, we need to find those nurses from somewhere.
The other question I had is that your first recommendation indicates that many international students already hold qualifications for the fields that they would like to work in. Are these students trying to use, or are they using international student visas as a pathway to permanent migration rather than study? And do you have any data that underpins that recommendation?
So one of the surprising findings from our study was how many of the people we spoke to were either on student visas or had held student visas as part of their journey to Australia. So we were starting from the point of wanting to speak to people who were qualified healthcare workers, regardless of the visa status that they were on or the job that they were in at the time. So that kind of opened up this, a lot of projects start from a visa type or an employment type. And we found that the different areas. So some people were in Australia and they were they were here as postgraduate students. So, for example, they were studying public health, perfectly reasonable. A lot of healthcare workers all over the world, particularly after the pandemic, got interested in public health. Australia has great public health postgraduate courses. And so, you know, some of them were, okay, I'm here, I want to study I want to study public health to improve my career generally. I'll take it back. Really, I want to go back to my community and support them. And then they think, okay, well, maybe while I'm here, I might investigate that pathway. Other people had come to Australia, were investigating whether they could become healthcare workers in Australia, but found the system so hard to navigate that using student visa was one way to kind of buy time. You know, it's very, very difficult to do the whole visa and registration pathway if you're not on shore at the time. And so they were absolutely learning skills and careers and, you know, getting an education, but they were also using that time to navigate a very difficult pathway. And a lot of them said if they hadn't had that time on that student visa, they would have just given up and gone home. They wouldn't have been able to do it.
And what proportion of students are we talking about?
I couldn't give you that. We do qualitative research, so we can find the in-depth. I don't even know whether those statistics would actually exist, like what proportion of people who have an international student visa already have healthcare qualifications. That would be interesting to find out. It was certainly more than we were expecting.
Yeah, thank you. I'll now go to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm having flashback to too many state parliament inquiries in the same room, so nice to see you both. There's been a bunch of discussion in the public in the last few weeks about removing entitlements from people who are permanent residents, removing entitlements to potentially healthcare, income support. How does that sort of messaging match with what you heard when you were talking with healthcare workers who are keeping us safe, saving our lives?
I don't know where to start, but probably from the figures. We have 2.2 temporary migrants, not including the visitors. Currently we have 2.9 temporary migrants and million, yes, and 2.2 the ones who live here, work, study, and they spend quite a lengthy time here. In average, if you employ or sponsors employ migrants, or as I am a student and on postgraduate visa, you spend 7 years of your life waiting for something else. At this time, you paying your taxes, and if you're well qualified, you're paying good taxes. You're not exactly eligible to Medicare. If you have a child, you have to consider to paying school fees in some states. In some you're lucky, like in Victoria, but in some you absolutely not in the luck. You pay childcare subsidies. At the time you are expected to contribute, to give your best and input productivity. Our question was, if you undermine this, well-being, and if you undermine the aspirations of the people and things that they can bring to the society, and you every time you have to pay either in monetary costs or non-monetary costs like your time, your knowledge, how exactly it matches the productivity? Does it have a bearing? Our research states it does have a bearing, and migrants at this moment, temporary migrants, there are migrants we expect to contribute, pay most of the costs. Would it be monetary costs, or would they be, social costs, the cost of their career progression, and so far and so forth? So our research shows that we really need to look at these kind of contributions, not just in economic and fiscal, but social, cultural contributions to us as a society, and understand their cost as well, because currently we do not have the estimation approaches to social and cultural contributions, for example, which speaks to this inquiry. So I think we really need to look at this, the temporary migrants as quite a large cohort, and the number of contributions they make to society before they achieve any sort of eligibility to perks that are just given and taken for granted for other Australian residents.
And
could I just say the proposals that were made were not just for temporary migrants; they were also for
yes. Well, it doesn't make sense even more than because by the time you achieve, if you like, your permanent residency, which is very difficult pathway, it costs you time, it costs you money. By the time you contributed, definitely you're absolutely a qualified professional. You earning money, you contribute with your taxes, you do more than just a job, you contribute to the community, to the society. So and many permanent residents, they've been living their entire life on this status, so it doesn't make any sense.
I think the point that you were making as well is that we already see the detrimental effect it has on those temporary migrants not having that support. So to extend that to a whole new group of migrants doesn't make any sense at all. So it's very difficult to make a life on a nurse's salary already. The cost of the migration pathway, the cost of training, the cost of the registration, the exams, all of those. Then you don't have access to Medicare. You don't have access to childcare subsidies. You're paying fees for your children to go to the local public school.
You don't get income support.
Correct.
I mean, it's an obscene proposal, but
it's no way to treat the people that are caring for us.
Well, you say in your report, we heard frequent accounts of healthcare workers. Internationally qualified healthcare workers in our study frequently commented on the mismatch between the expressed need for healthcare workers and the numerous barriers placed in their way when they answered the call.
Yeah,
like. Healthcare workers are already getting mixed messages about not being supported here when they come. How do you think the kind of messaging we've seen in the last week would play out, in that international market for healthcare workers who are wondering whether or not they'd come and devote some years of their lives to help keeping Australians well? How does that message play out?
It's difficult to say whether it would put people off or not, because as we all know, there's probably no easy place to migrate to in the world at the moment, and Australia is still a wonderful place to come. But it certainly will affect people's workplace productivity. We know people are more productive when they're happy. We know people are more productive when they're valued. And we know that people are more productive when they're able to make the most of the skills that they have. So, for example, we had people who, we often spoke to people who, they're dual career couples, but the migration system forces you to kind of prioritize one person's career. So we also need to take a gender lens to this as well. So we spoke to people, their partner was here, they prioritized their career. They were also a qualified healthcare worker, but without the support to send their child to childcare, to have the time to sit down and do the exams, that a highly qualified nurse, a vocation. I spoke to her, and I will never forget. She was absolutely dedicated to her career, and she was 3-4 years out of work because she had to focus on her partner's career and bringing up the children because we gave her no support.
One of your recommendations is increase temporary migrants' access to education, health and childcare service as an essential human right that leads to better economic and social outcomes and recognises their contribution to Australia. When you were talking with healthcare workers, what were they saying to you that sort of led to that recommendation?
So that was the same kind of thing, essentially, that they were here, they were contributing to, vital healthcare, but they just didn't feel that the value was coming back. I think actually a lot of the people we spoke to, by the time they got to the point where they were able to, qualify and get a job, they were exhausted and quite cynical about the process. They really felt that the process was set up to catch them out at every stage. So, the exams, the tests were they felt they weren't necessarily set up to show them what they could do. They were, very infrequent, very expensive. And there was a sense by the end that they felt that it was kind of an extractive process. And so by the time they got into the workplace, they were already feeling a little bit weary by the process. And then they get into the workplace, generally very supportive. But, if you have an atmosphere, a hostile environment, a hostile atmosphere in the country. And, healthcare workers are on the front line seeing people every day. People bring that in with them to the hospital, into the workplaces. And that just, it becomes a less good place to be.
Thank you.
Can I say one more? Sorry, Chair, one more.
We'll come back. I'm trying to give everyone a go, and we'll come back at the end. Ms. Lay, and then we also have Ms. Fernando, who's online as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here today. And I have been talking about the shortages of nurses, especially in Western Sydney, and doctors as well in Western Sydney constantly. I don't know if you have any kind of data to, because obviously there's the policy around the 24/7 nurses, as well as for nurses for aged care as well. Is there any data to show that is being able to be kept, being met with what you've described about the challenges for healthcare to nurses, and particularly to migrate to Australia, and yet we've got policies that were saying we've got 24/7 nurses for you, we've got nurses to go into aged care. Is that aligning at all from your perspective?
I mean, to a certain extent. Just obviously no, right? Because we still have shortages, and generally working in aged care is generally not seen as the highest status work for nurses, so they're not going to necessarily be the first choice. From a kind of perspective of the interviews that we did, so the nurse that I was speaking about just now, who was at home with her children and had not been able to, re-qualify in the way that she needed to be a nurse here, she was working in aged care as an assistant in nursing, and her senior nurse there just said, please go and get your registration because I have a job for you here. I just can't, and she was very frustrated that, she was probably one of the most skilled nurses in that aged care facility, but obviously because of the scope of practice, she was not allowed to do the things that a fully qualified registered nurse would be. So just on that description, people who work in aged care are desperate for a registered nurse to be able to come and be there all the time.
And just the other thing I've been also advocating for is around the recognition, a prior recognition as well of migrants and refugees who've come here with, as you've said. So what can be done? And how do we actually, to progress that so that nurses in the one that you've just described get their qualification recognised? Because that is a real bottleneck from my perspective, because I've spoken about it for the last 4 years. That is still a bottleneck. And how can we change the system from a government policy perspective to ensure that that situation can be resolved?
Yeah, well, there were a few kind of bottlenecks that people saw. So that one was around, not having access to the childcare, and also not having access to maybe tailored English language support, because she was a very qualified person, but she was on a partner visa, so her English hadn't been assessed before she came into the country. Other people, I think actually the upper age limit on migration for healthcare workers can also be a bottleneck, because if we have an age limit of 40, 45, it means that more experienced nurses are not able to come, which means that we're also missing out on a layer of people who could educate and supervise the junior nurses coming through, because often people say things like, well, we should just train more nurses, but the problem is you have more junior nurses coming through and no one to supervise and educate and do that. So actually making sure that we are able to get that pathway of more senior nurses coming through as well would really help that bottleneck. Are there any other bottlenecks that you can think of?
I think just usual bottlenecks that we all are well aware of. It's the cost. Yes, it's a cost. It's a length period. It's a English language requirement sometimes that we really need to adjust on some more tailored basis, because at this moment in time the language requirement is at the level of PhD for nurses in our universities. So and qualifications doesn't necessarily mean skills recognition skills, because we had an abundance of participants in this research coming from refugee zones, being nurses in the combat zone, and they had excellent experience, but again, as soon as the language wasn't that well, they were just disqualified as professionals. So
I think overall the pathways are just very long and expensive, and I think sometimes one of the things that shocked me was how few opportunities there are for people to take the exams that they need to register. So there might be only one or two a year, and people are flying, have to fly all over the country to get that, and that cost is borne by by the applicant.
Thanks. Ms. Fernando on the line on the telephone. Ms. Fernando.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for being here. Your submission says Australia urgently needs overseas trained healthcare workers, but many face costly and complex and slow registration pathways. What practical changes would make these pathways faster, clearer, more affordable, while we maintain the high clinical and safety standards for our country?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent question, and everybody said the same. It's we understand there has to be standards. We're not asking Australia to drop any standards. But, for example, we could have centres where you could take the exams that are in more than one place in the country, that are more than once a year, and maybe less expensive. So we spoke to a nurse from South America, and she was very lovely, very skilled. She had failed the nursing exam once, and she just said, I don't know that I can afford another $4,000 to take that exam, so I probably am going to leave the country and go. I think she was planning to do some postgraduate study elsewhere. She says, I can't take the risk, because there's no guarantee if I pay another $4,000 that I'm going to pass this time, so I'll do something else. So the availability of exams, the costs, I mean, again, there's very much a sense that obviously people would benefit from being here, but we benefit a lot from people being here, and asking them to pay huge amounts of money for those things. The other thing is just the information straight from the get-go. People came here and they said, I just didn't understand the pathway. And this is something I think is a real danger as well, that the official information is so hard to navigate. The pathways are hard to navigate. So people just actually didn't know what they needed to do, the documents that they needed to provide, and they were really struggling. And so we found a lot of evidence that people were going to unofficial sources of information because they just couldn't understand the official ones. And I just, kind of want to emphasize, these are highly skilled, highly educated, highly intelligent people. They've navigated medical school in, all sorts of situations, and they can't navigate our migration system.
May I add to that? That's apart from thinking how we can simplify the qualification process, we also need to bear in mind that all these barriers, all these hurdles that they have to jump over, they happens at the same time, simultaneously, with the hurdles of settlement, with the hurdles of finding an employment. So, and which are also, again, another cost. So if we can't afford to lower standards and reduce the cost of qualifications, let's work on the other side and reduce other costs, so these qualified professionals can actually channel their time, attention, and all the energy they have into that. So it's looking at this, it's the whole approach in holistic approach that we suggest as a person-centered approach, and that's the way we suggest.
And I have one more question. How do workplace culture and attitudes towards overseas qualified staff affect career progression, skills utilization, and innovation in healthcare settings?
I think we did cover that a little bit earlier. Do you want me to do it again? It was about workplace cultures affecting career progression and innovation in healthcare.
Maybe just repeat briefly what you said earlier.
Sure, okay. So we spoke to people who, were very keen to move to Australia for their career progression. It was very, they saw it as an opportunity, but then once they got here, there was very much a sense of stalled progress in their career. So they were often having to go, down a few levels in order to just meet the rigidity of the migration system, and then their knowledge and experience and expertise was not valued. So I gave the example earlier of a neonatologist, but we also, I think the other thing to think about it is also the extra skills that people bring with them in terms of navigating multicultural communities and language barriers and things like that, and knowledge of how things can be done elsewhere. And the fact was that people experience, so one of the nurses we spoke to said that moving to Australia was like taking your self-esteem and swallowing it, because as soon as someone hears that you have an accent, they think you're a dill. She was very proud of knowing that word, but but she said, people just don't take you seriously. And she found that she had been a very senior nurse in her home country, and had found that particularly that very demeaning and humiliating to have that completely wiped away by moving to Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I go to the Deputy Chair, just a couple of questions. It's about 40% of our nurses are overseas nurses. Disability care is 37.1%, and figures for doctors, etc. And they fill a very large part of our health services. You take that out and it'll collapse. Anyone could see that. So therefore, making incentives harder for them, and for example, trying to attract overseas workers, and it's a bit of a follow-on from Senator Shoebridge's question, by perhaps a change in policy where there is no paid services in terms of everything from Centrelink right through to Medicare, etc. How would that figure then work in terms of filling those gaps where already there's 40% in there? Would that blow out entirely in terms of the needs that we will have?
I mean, you can obviously see that it would have a knock-on effect. I think the other thing to note is that people found the constantly changing policies, constantly changing regulations, constantly changing landscape was itself off-putting. So again, one of the people we spoke to was a very highly qualified dentist. She was here doing a postgraduate degree in public health, and she said, I've thought about. She's working as a dental assistant. She said, I thought about going through the registration process to become a dentist here, but every 5 minutes the rules change, and I just don't even know whether if I put all that investment into that process, at the end of it, I'd be allowed to stay. Because there's been a lot of talk about people not being able to move from student visas onto skilled visas and things like that. And she just said, I don't know whether it's worth, I'm trying to get my master's, that's my focus. I don't know whether it's worth taking that pathway as well. So I think regardless of just, the costs, which, we've covered already, just the constant changing landscape and the insecurity and not knowing whether if you make your investment in Australia, that Australia will kind of reciprocate and make their investment in you, that itself is off-putting to people.
So that question mark, which currently exists, if Medicare and other services are taken away, that would just add to that anxiety and make it harder for people to make the decision to stay here or to come here.
A rational person would tell you yes. I mean, it's, I can't speak for all healthcare workers. There are lots of really great things about being here in Australia. But, it's certainly not going to help. And as I say, we do have a crisis in lots of areas, but a crisis of care is one of the main areas that we actually have a crisis in at the moment. And we really need to be careful not to lose sight of that.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Your research focuses on the drivers of migration into, in particular, healthcare professions. I'm interested, what is driving the reliance on immigration in those sectors, and have you undertaken any research on how to improve interest in those professions from Australians?
So that's not really the scope of our research, because we speak to people who are migrant healthcare workers. In terms, and each career has its different barriers. Like I said, a lot of the time, I think with the nurses, what we hear is that people are training to be nurses, but then there's a bottleneck at the point where they're coming out, and they're not. Then there aren't the positions in the hospitals where they can be supervised and graduated and all that kind of stuff. That's not our area of expertise, though. And with and there's all sorts of problems. Some of it's the pay and conditions in those. In nursing, for example, we know it's a really difficult job. So there are problems with retention generally in the healthcare professions.
Yeah, it wasn't, comparing the local markets and the international market wasn't exactly the purpose of our research. However, the gaps that we experience, particularly in regional and rural places, tell us a lot why we're having these gaps, particularly there. And it brings us again to the wider questions of regional livability, transport. So it's not something that's migrants need and they experience the lack of it. I think it's a broader question of quality of life and the reason for that drives young people or different ages people from this area. So it's a really, again, from the policy perspective, it's a question of how we can connect the labor force policies with the livability and all that constitutes regional well-being, for example.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Perhaps we could get rid of HECS and allow nursing to be a free degree. That would be good, wouldn't it? One of the things that's comes out of your study is we have a bunch of people who are fully qualified but come into Australia on student visas to work in the healthcare sector. There do seem people with full qualifications who are here on student visas working in the healthcare sector but not having migrated through a formal healthcare stream, if you like. What was happening there?
Yeah, so again, some of it was not so much that they were moving here, not so much that they were moving here to work in healthcare. It was they were moving here to study, but because you're allowed to also work alongside study, they could work below their skill level. So they could work as assistants in nursing or dental assistants or such like alongside their study. If we were able to, make the most of those people and actually, get them through their registration, they could potentially work at their skill level alongside their study and potentially transition into skill migration afterwards.
We do doctors where they work at that level, but beside a...
Yeah, so physiotherapists, for example, there's physiotherapy under supervision. There's all sorts of kind of different levels that people can work at. But I think there was lots, and there were also, I think, what is under recognised is the partners of people that have come on student visas. So there were lots of people doing postgraduate degrees whose partner would come with them. Their partner was a healthcare worker, and if we were able to facilitate their entry into the workforce, that's an unrecognised pool of people that could also be providing healthcare.
So we've got is it someone who might be coming here to study a master's in nursing, has long experience and qualifications in nursing, but because those qualifications aren't recognised, working part-time as a nursing aide, for example?
Correct.
Is that what's happening?
That kind of thing, yeah, or studying public health, or studying... Some people were, studying English, and so they weren't ready necessarily to, work frontline in the healthcare workforce.
They may not be recognized, or it takes such a long time to work out which exactly pathway I should pursue. So it's a question of being transparent system which they have to work out on their own, basically.
And it sounds to me when you're talking with people, they're the migration system is mind-bogglingly complex, and then the registration system is mind-bogglingly complex, all in a foreign country.
Yeah. And, there's a lot
And
of
the
duplication,
settlement.
right? Oh,
And the settlement.
Yeah, that's
Settlement on
right.
top of it.
Yeah. In terms of helping navigate through the registration process, for example, what do you have any sort of thoughts about? There was a small amount of funding in the most recent budget to assist doing some of that registration work. What are people saying would help them register and get their qualifications recognised?
So some of it's logistical stuff, as in, like I said, just not having access to actually even knowing what the pathway is. You know, the information is very complicated, depending on, you know, what country you qualified in the first place, you know, how many years you've been working, all those kind of things. You know, you can go through all these different pathways. So just actually simplifying the pathways would probably be quite a straightforward thing, and having that information. So we found that people were finding their most useful information they were finding in Facebook groups, on YouTube, because from people who had recently gone through the process. So perhaps we could do some more official system of kind of mentoring or coaching that people could get access to, that would be, you know, that we would have more confidence in, particularly that information would be correct.
And my final question is, if you look back historically at our migration system, say in the 1980s up to the early 1990s, about 2/3 of our migration flow was family reunion and partner visas, sort of completing families, allowing people to have the sort of social connections once they migrate to Australia. You look now and it's completely switched. 2/3 is skilled visas, and there's only a sort of, 1/3 or so, which is partner and family reunion, which means it's hard for people to complete their families. What are you hearing when you're talking with people about that mix?
Oh, thank you so much for this question, because we were thinking to bring it up. That's correct, and we again, and this is exactly the crisis of the gap is that we inviting individuals with skills, we invited laborers rather than people with families, and what we heard, it really hits hard for people who at the same time they're trying to find employment, to complete their registration, but at the same time they grow in their family, for example, and they happen to have a child, and who is supposed to bring help with this child? Who is supposed to help them if you have to pay the childcare fees and other fees? Usually
No grandparents to
yeah,
help,
but this is exactly my point, that usually your parents would step up and say, I will do that for you. You don't have this opportunity while you're a migrant. The cost of bringing, it's not only a cost, but the length. Sometimes it's really difficult to get the visitor visas because the income that you have in Bangladesh could be different to Australia, and you can deny the entry just on the premise that you might be, you're not exactly eligible. So this thing, and yes, of course, the family reunion is incredibly hard, and it's one of the recommendations that we made in our report to revisit these settings, because we really need to understand that people who disconnected with family, who have to come back to their families, and some employers do this concession to you to come and visit your families abroad, but some don't. So you basically, how does it impact your happiness, your well-being, hence the productivity? So we really need to look at this definitely.
Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you very much. Look, that brings us to an end of this session. Thank you for appearing today and for your submission. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to the transcription errors if you feel that there's any errors there. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, the Secretariat will be in touch with you with a due date for after the transcript's been available. And certainly if there's anything else that you want to feed through to us at some point, feel free to do so, and vice versa, we may reach out to you again. Once again, thanks for your valuable submission and for your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to the committee. Will now take a short break, 7-minute break till 11 a.m. Excellent. I now welcome Mr. Strutt from the Immigration Advice and Rights Centre to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Mr. Joshua Strutt, CEO and Principal Solicitor of the Immigration Advice and Rights Centre.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Thank you very much for your submission to the inquiry. We have your submission. Hopefully everyone on the committee has read it. And we'll ask you to do a quick opening statement of a few minutes, not more than a few minutes, and then we'll open up for questions and Q&A and a short discussion. Over to you, Mr. Strutt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. It's a great privilege and pleasure for me to be here this morning to give evidence in this inquiry. The Immigration Advice and Rights Centre is the only free specialist legal service in Australia that advises on all areas of immigration, refugee and citizenship law. We have extensive experience providing advice and assistance to workers on temporary visas through our Visa Assist program run in partnership with Unions New South Wales. While these workers contribute significantly to Australia, both culturally and economically, they are being subject to extreme and systematic exploitation across the country. We have spoken to workers who have been held captive by their employers, had limbs crushed at work due to poor safety standards, workers who have been dragged into cars by their employers to be deported, workers who have had their family members' lives threatened, and workers in overcrowded and appalling housing, sharing one room with a dozen other colleagues in rundown share accommodation. While there have been some positive changes to the migration system, especially through the workplace justice visa and strengthening reporting protections, there is a lot more that needs to be done to ensure workers on visas are safe and treated fairly in Australia. There continues to be a fundamental power imbalance between workers and their employers in Australia's visa system. That is because employers still have the power to control a worker's eligibility for future visas, including permanent residency. Exploitation will not end until workers have real power to speak up and to say no. We are calling for changes that rebalance the scales and will ensure that all workers in Australia can enforce their workplace rights and be treated with dignity and respect. These changes include ensuring employer-sponsored visa holders can self-nominate for permanent residency, allowing palm workers to change employers more easily, allowing international students to work unlimited hours per week, and removing the regional work requirements for working holiday makers. I'm happy to answer any other questions the committee may have about our inquiry, but that concludes my opening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I might kick off with the Deputy Chair this time, and I'll come back in at the end and then just get everyone else to ask a few questions.
Thank
Over
you.
to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Strutt, for appearing before us. I have a number of questions. Firstly, I refer to your recommendation number 7 to abolish the 48-hour work per fortnight visa condition for students. Do you have any data around how many hours students are working above the 48 hours, and what impact do you assume that this will have on students' working hours?
We don't collect data around how many students are working or how many hours students are working above their working hours. Part of why international student visa holders would approach us is because we're lawyers and that information they provide us is protected by legal professional privilege. The reason we're probably seeing more students come forward and talk to us about their work conditions is there have been recent changes in the Migration Act around the strengthening reporting protections, where student visas where they are facing unfair or unsafe treatment at work and have breached a visa condition, for example, their 48-hour fortnights, they can get a certificate from an accredited third party and rely on that certificate to also bring an action against their employer and also protect their student visa. Our submission really is that there are already conditions that exist on student visas that ensure that international students maintain course enrolment and course progress. Australian students get access to unlimited work hours and can work and are trusted to continue their studies in Australia and do their course as well. We see no real reason why international students should be having a requirement imposed on them if they are completing their studies, progressing through their courses as their student visa allows and is basically requires them to do, then the 48-hour fortnights are just unnecessarily prohibitive in our view.
And so if your recommendation was to be accepted, what impact do you assume that will have on students' working hours?
I assume that students might be able to work more, but it would the allowance that it would allow they would have to balance that with their studies as well, because there's still that requirement that they need to maintain course progression and course enrollment and all those kinds of requirements on the visa. It would be up to each individual student about how much they wanted to work and what they wanted to do while they were in Australia. But I think our point is that visa condition in particular, we have seen it weaponized against international students. We've seen international students paid as little as $5 or $10 an hour and then told that if they tell anyone, they'll have their visas cancelled because they're forced to work over their 48-hour work fortnights because they're being paid so low. And so we think the removal of that may not even increase the hours, but might take that leverage away from employers that would allow people to work, be paid properly and fairly, and remove something that is often being used as a threat against their visa status and the reason they've come here.
Yep, thank you. And I know your submission also outlines Visa Assist as a policy solution to provide both employment and immigration advice. Could you tell me, how is Visa Assist funded? Is it funded by any government or any level of government, or any other peak bodies or unions as well?
No, the Visa Assist service is funded through Unions New South Wales. So it was established over 7 years ago now. It was a pilot program back then, and over the years, more and more unions have contributed to the program, and we've expanded the service.
So it's entirely union funding?
Absolutely.
And do migrants pay for those Visa Assist services?
No, they're entirely free. So the price of admission, I guess, is union membership. So once they become a union member, they then get access to the Visa Assist
Sorry,
service.
the price of admission is?
Oh, sorry, be a union member. So in order to access the Visa Assist service, people need to be a union member in order to access it. But once they're a union member, our service is free. They don't need to access, they don't need to pay for our service.
Right, so there's no recourse if you're not a member of a union?
There might be other ways in which, sorry, are you talking about in terms of access to the Visa Assist service? Yes, if you're not a union member, you can't access Visa Assist.
Okay, and the nature of the advice that's provided, what is that? Is the need for that service because the information that's provided by the government is not sufficient, or it's not sufficiently accessible?
In short, yes, it's a complex system, the immigration system. I mean, the previous evidence that we heard here was about how complicated the system is and how it's forever changing. And so the idea of the service is people need access to a holistic, fulsome service and a professional, credible service as well, in order to access certain information to make decisions about their future. So it's not just a service that delivers on particular subclasses of visas or specializes in one particular kind of visa. It's a service that has the holistic oversight of the entire immigration system, so that when people come to us, a lot of them are in precarious situations because they've had issues at work. They're worried about their visa, and so our service is designed to cure that sort of worry, and to ensure that people get access to that fulsome support. They understand what their visa options may be or what the impact might be on their visa, but they also have access to employment law support through their union.
Thank you.
Ms. Lay.
Thank you very much for appearing here, Mr. Strutt. Just one question, really. Does your cohort, the people that you represent, do they, any of them fall under there's been changes to temporary visas introduced by the government, I think this year, around the cohort that basically that with a stroke of a pen, the minister can basically cancel all the temporary visas. Does it fall, or you mainly deal with international students? It doesn't pertain to that.
We deal with all visa subclasses. Just to clarify, Ms. Lee, is that the arrival control determination possibly?
Yes. Yeah.
My understanding is that impacts Iranian nationals in relation to subclass 600 visa applications and basically prevents people from coming to Australia. So we haven't had, I don't think we've seen much of that, or I personally have not seen the impact of that per se. But our service advises on all of them. So we do deal with the reason international students are a focus is because a lot of the exploitation we see is with international students and that 48-hour work fortnight restriction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lay. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Strutt, for you and all the work the organisation does. Absolutely fill in a critical gap, and we appreciate it. You've got some disturbing figures in your submission, one of which was that migrant workers in Australia are 40% more likely to face workplace exploitation than Australian workers, with more than half of women on temporary visas experience sexual harassment in an Australian workplace. What do you think's driving that degree of harassment, and what are some of the solutions, maybe better pathways to permanency?
Thank you, Senator. To be frank, I think the visa system is complicit in a lot of the issues that people face. I think the precariousness of people's visa status and the lack of options or clear options that are available to people is the reason why people get are targeted and are targeted as part of often like a systemic I guess approach by often bad employers as well. And so employers know and people know that if that temporary visa holders have a precarious status and use that again to their advantage, offer them lower pays, but in particular the high rates of sexual harassment, the fears that people have about their visa. I mean, people have come to Australia looking for an opportunity. They've heard about how great Australia is, how they can earn an income and provide for their families and possibly build a new life. But they get here and they find out how precarious their status is. They're told that if they do one wrong thing, their employer can call up Home Affairs and tell them that they've done the wrong thing and their visa will be cancelled. We've had people told by their employers that their visa has been cancelled and that they're going to be deported tonight, and have been forced into cars and driven to Sydney Airport to be forced onto flights out of Australia. This is a real fear that exists amongst these cohort of people, and the system is not clear, and it also doesn't offer sufficient protections. And one of the things we do see a lot is this promise of permanent residency, this idea that often really quite unscrupulous employers say to people, like, just put up with this terrible treatment and there's permanent residency, there's sponsorship at the end of it, there's nomination at the end of it, and then just before their visa's about to expire, the employer says, no, I'm not sponsoring you for permanent residency, I'm not nominating you for permanent residency. And that really leaves temporary visa holders with very little options. There is the workplace justice visa now, which assists. Yeah, sorry.
That Mr. Strutt mentioned, you said put into vehicles, driven to the city, to the airport. Put into vehicles by whom?
The employer.
Against the will, obviously. If there's, it hasn't been investigated, it hasn't been. Okay, so it's just this example of some of the horror stories.
Or the stories we've seen, yeah, or heard about from workers, and often we'll hear from the worker that refused to get in that car. Will say to us, "This is what happened last night," or "This is what happened this morning." Often it's an early morning 5 a.m. flight or 6 a.m. flight.
Before I came into Parliament, I acted as a barrister, a lawyer for quite a number of people on temporary visas, and some of the exploitation they faced, including effectively imprisonment and torture because they didn't know their rights and the power imbalance. How common is that kind of coercive behaviour in your experience?
It's extremely common. It's hard to put a percentage on it, but we have been doing a lot of work over especially in the last year, travelling around Australia and giving advice to workers on temporary visas and their employers as well. But in particular around the workers on visas, it's across Australia. Every place we visited, we would talk to workers who gave us the same recount of experiences, whether that be underpayments, not being paid the right amount, not being paid superannuation, being told that they can't take their leave, but even worse, people having passports withheld from them, people being told that they have to work for them for a particular period of time, even though it's unlawful, being put into really horrific housing situations where people are sleeping many to a room. Often there's holes in the floor, in the roof, and they don't have access to proper kitchen facilities. They can't cook for themselves because it's so disgusting in that accommodation. So there's all these issues we're constantly seeing in this system, and the common factor that it keeps coming back to is people are worried about their visa. They've come here, they don't want to disappoint not only themselves because they've come here for this opportunity and they contribute so wonderfully to Australia, in terms of not only bringing it culturally, but also economically. They're filling skilled labour gaps, they're doing all those kinds of things, but they're being treated so terribly here, and they don't want to give up this opportunity, so they're worried about what it means for them.
There's a workplace justice visa. I don't think it's a permanent. I think it's still a pilot project, or it's not a permanent part of our migration system. Can you talk about what works on the workplace justice visa, what needs to be fixed, and whether it should be permanent?
Absolutely. So I think the workplace justice visa really works for people in the situation I mentioned earlier, where people have been promised sponsorship or promised something else, and they're coming up to the end of their temporary visa, and the employer pulls the rug out and says, actually, no, we're not sponsoring you anymore. It gives those people a real option to say, well, I've been treated unfairly for years by this person. I've been significantly underpaid. I can now stay in Australia, bring a claim against that employer, and even possibly continue my visa journey as well beyond that. So you might be able to find another sponsor. You might get in a relationship with an Australian citizen, and maybe a partner visa becomes an option. So there are options after that visa, and that's a really positive step that's been had, because previously the advice would always be negative. It would be, there's nothing we can do. Where the pitfalls, I guess, are is the time period in which people are eligible. It can be a bit of an issue. So people have 28 days either side of their visa expiry. And often that can cause a lot of issues. We've talked to a lot of people who, for example, might have applied for another skilled visa, been sponsored on that visa, and be on a bridging visa A, and then been on bridging visa A for a long time, waiting for their visa to be processed or to be granted. And during that time, while they're on a bridging visa A, they experience really terrible treatment at work. So once they've held the bridging visa A for more than 28 days, they wouldn't be able to apply for a workplace justice visa. And so they're sort of caught with that employer. And so there's a lot of, I think, bridging visa holders in particular are quite a vulnerable cohort, because bridging visas are confusing. There's more than 7 different kinds of bridging visas. I mean, there is 7 different kinds of bridging visas with all kinds of visa conditions attached to them. I could sit here for hours and explain them, but I won't. But yeah, those are the kind of cohorts of people we find are quite precarious situations, and we think it would be good to see some changes around that to enable at least bridging visa A holders to apply for a workplace justice visa.
And if you could, on notice, respond with how you think that could be fixed to remove some of those barriers for a workplace justice visa, and what about making it a permanent part of the program and expanding it?
Absolutely, that's definitely one of the things we are calling for, Senator. I think it's been a lifeboat for a lot of people. It's also allowed for a big light to be shone on unscrupulous work practices, and we know that paying workers less, putting them in unsafe conditions, is not good for any workers in Australia, let alone temporary visa holders. There should be a minimum standard, which there is. Employers are not adhering to that, especially in relation to visa holders in Australia. And it's important that these sorts of programs continue, so that people who are often disadvantaged because of their visa status have an option to speak up about that treatment in the workplace.
Thank you. And we'll come back as well. I've got Ms. Fernando on the line who has a question. Ms. Fernando?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today. So your submission says that many temporary migrant workers are afraid to report exploitation because they fear breaching their visa conditions or having their visa cancelled. What information are international students and temporary skilled workers currently given about their workplace rights? And is it made clear to them that they can report exploitation to the Fair Work Ombudsman without automatically putting their visa at risk? One of the cases I remember doing when I was working in the union was the 7-Eleven case, and they were really scared of, talking about what's happening to them and all the exploitation that happened to them in 2017, 2016. Can you just give me some information if they're aware of their rights?
In short, part of the information they get is very much on the visa grant notice. It tells them about, their rights and that they have the same, conditions and entitlements that people ordinarily would have, and there are particular minimum wage, all those kinds of things. that exists. Another thing that we have been doing in partnership with the unions and with Unions New South Wales and with some trade labour councils across the country is actually delivering information and education to temporary visa holders, which includes international students. And part of that information education is talking about what it means to be an international student, what their conditions mean, but also more importantly, what the strengthening reporting protections mean for their visa. So that's the new protections where if you go and talk to an accredited third party, you can get a certificate, which then you can bring a claim against your employer, but also use that certificate to stop your visa from being cancelled. So that's some of the outreach and education activities we've been doing alongside the unions to ensure that people have access to not only the immigration side of the information, but also the credible employment, industrial relations side as well.
Ms. Fernando?
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. I think we could have a completely new inquiry just on the abuse of migrant workers and seasonal workers and palm workers, etc., which this committee, not this current committee, did conduct back in 2016-17. And just from vague memory, there were some recommendations that came out of that. For example, there was to be access to workplaces by an inspector of some sort of the then government. Second was on the notice boards there had to be the 1300 contact number and a whole range of other things. Are you aware if any of those measures are taking place? And the second question I have is in terms of access for people to inspect the working conditions and to ensure that workers are being paid the correct amounts and correct hours for the labour that they put in. Has anything improved since that inquiry back in 2016? You did mention a couple of things there where there was some improvement, but I recall there was measures that were put in place after the inquiry by the government.
Yes. Some of those changes, some of those changes might fall within more inside the employment industrial relations space, which is a little bit outside of my area of knowledge. Yeah. All I know is that there have been positive changes in terms of the immigration system beyond the workplace justice visa and strengthening reporting protections as well. The government has, made it easier for people to obtain permanent residency and shorten some of the requirements, especially moving from things like a skills in demand, a 482 visa to the 186 and those kinds of things, which has opened it up. In terms of what exists out there and what improvements there have been, I mean, one of the big improvements has been delivering the Protecting Migrant Workers Information and Education package, which has allowed us, alongside the unions, to go out and talk to workers directly, get access to people, talk to them around their workplace rights and their immigration rights. But
do you get easy access to places?
It varies, Chair. But yes, generally, my understanding is unions have right to access workplaces, and so that definitely assists in terms of ensuring that we can get access. I think it's still not, that's not the end of the story all the time, Chair. There can be times when, workers might not be working that day, or other things that might occur that might make it harder to access those workers. So often we find also holding events off-site and doing things in places where we can be easily accessible or close to work is also a good way for us to try to access.
In terms of our particular inquiry, which is looking into the skilled migration of Australia, in terms of people getting their visa, on an application for a skilled migrant, they receive their visa. At that point, do you think there should be that information pack given to them, regardless of what vocation and where they're going into, to have that information, just like you get your visa conditions, etc., perhaps with a electronic page to explain what their rights are, that Australia has industrial relation laws. Here they are. This is what you should expect, and this is what you can do in order. Would that be right at that entry point of getting that visa?
I think the earlier the better for that kind of information is really important, Chair. I also think often having things on a piece of paper or accessing things through a link is not the best way to disseminate information. And I guess.
How would you do it?
I mean, I think holding, ensuring that people can access regular education programs and advice and assistance is a really important part of this. Everyone's situation is unique. That's what we tell everyone. We run hundreds of education programs every year to workers across Australia about their rights and their visa. And afterwards, I have a line out the door about what does this mean on my visa? What does that mean on my visa? Or, how do I do this? How do I do that? Or I've had this terrible experience with my boss. And so I think that not only, I think those in-person sessions or those accessible sessions and access to professionals is really important. I think it's also about ensuring services like ours are properly resourced to do that in a longer term. So ensuring that it's not 1 year of funding, it's, multiple years of funding so that we can set up and sustain ourselves and build on that as well. And I think there's also a really big business model out there because of a lack of access to often services like ours or long-term access. There are unscrupulous actors who also take advantage of temporary visa holders and promise them the world. They say, you will get permanent residency if you do this, and they help them apply for a visa they were never entitled to or should never have applied for. They will tell them that they can apply for this and ask for $10,000 and then they'll never hear from them again. We've had people pretend to be the middle person to arrange job interviews. So there's those kinds of things, there's those business models that also need to be broken down. And in my opinion, the best way to do that is to facilitate people to have access to credible information. That's why we exist.
And that would be at the front end.
Yeah, the front end, absolutely. And I think also throughout the process, because people's situations change, people are told things, as I'm sure the committee can appreciate, the immigration system's changing all the time. Things change all the time. A few years ago, there was no workplace justice visa. Now there is. I understand from the budget there might be changes to the points tested system as well. So there's changes that are happening all the time, and it's important that people have access to credible information about that from people that they trust as well.
Just going back to the advocacy that you guys do, in terms, again, coming back to the inquiry, which is looking at skilled migration, if someone is applying, thinking of migrating because of their skills, Australia becomes an attractive place for them. They also have a choice of Europe, UK, Canada. Knowing that we've got good industrial relations laws and good measures in place to protect these people, obviously that would be a factor as well that would attract more people, you'd think, to Australia. Just some views on that, perhaps, in terms of all the promotions that we do, whether it be health workers, nurses, etc., trying to attract agencies that are trying to attract people over.
Yeah,
They have in place that Australia has X, Y, Z laws, etc.
Yeah,
would be an attraction.
I definitely think so. I think there's definitely strong industrial relations laws. I mean, as with any system, there's always rooms for improvements. We always love to see those, but I think that is an attractive factor. Things like minimum wage, which you might not always get in a lot of other countries as well. I think just time and time again, the thing we just see is just the complexity of the immigration system causes the sort of issues that we see in skilled migration in particular. It's our firm belief that someone should arrive in Australia today or apply for a visa today and know that a permanent residency is objectively achievable if they tick certain boxes. And that should be something that just exists so there's a fair system, people know, and then we also keep good workers in Australia doing work and both sides win.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Just to your point, Chair, around the attractiveness of Australia for people to come here and skill migration. So obviously skill migration is temporary visa. So people come here and they know they're here for, say, for the PALM scheme, 2 years or whatever, and then they know they have to go back. Working visa holiday, you're here for a visa again, you're here for a certain period. So people are aware of that their time for them to actually go to exit or to leave Australia. From your dealing with a lot of the cases, when do people reach out to you? Is it after they've overstayed their visa, or is it around the time when they're still working and they've been exposed to some being exploited that they reach out to you? Like, when do you, as an organisation, come in? Is it once they have overstayed their visa and they've been told by somebody, look, you can apply for this visa, you can stay, and then they continue on that path for quite a while until they've realised they're out of the path, out of opportunities to stay, and they come to you? Yes. So when do you guys get in?
It's mixed, to be honest. So we do get inquiries from people who've been unlawful for a period of time and been strung along or been in precarious situations. We also get contacted by people who are very much on a substantive visa and have experienced something at work or horrific at work and want to speak to someone about it. So I think it's a mix. It really just depends on who contacts us and who comes through our door. I think what we've done a really good job of is building trust within those communities and letting people know that we're here and we're here to talk, and ensuring that people, by talking to us, we're a legal practice, the information is privileged, and so they feel safe coming and talking to us about their issues. So I think, in short, Ms. Lee, it is a mix of people who come and speak to us.
Thanks, Chair. One of the concerns you raise is about palm workers and their lack of mobility, and particularly I think it's condition 8611, which says they can't change employer without getting department's approval. I mean, what's that producing on the ground for palm workers?
We see quite horrific treatment of palm workers in Australia, particularly in regional and remote areas. We see people who are put in really unsafe conditions. We've had workers who've been blinded on farms in New South Wales. We've had people who've had their limbs crushed by falling objects. I think one of the common things we see is that the inaccessibility to any help. So any healthcare or their employer not offering any assistance, even though there would be health insurance and other things available to them. And so we often find that people who experience these things are often let go from their employer, or required to turn up to work the next day after receiving a horrific injury, and then when they can't show up because they're injured, are subsequently let go from their employment, and then people are scared and ashamed. So a lot of palm workers we speak to come here because they hear about the fantastic work conditions in Australia, about how they think they will be treated, about the pay and all that, and as Ms. Lee has said, it's a short-term visa. There is the opportunity, at the end, the idea is that you return to your country and you've worked here and you've built money. But what we often see is people feel trapped by their employer. They're told that if they do anything, their visa will be cancelled. Some of the biggest deportation cases we see, or where people are threatened with deportation, are within the PALM scheme, where people are driven to the airport and told they're being deported by their employers, even though they still hold a valid visa, and the employer has no power to do those sorts of things.
And the chair was asking about maybe an online link or maybe some further written material. Someone in that situation needs a person they can trust, an organisation they can trust, who they can contact. Yeah. What do you think would help rebalance that power dynamic, particularly with palm workers?
We think that palm workers should be able to change employers. Mobility, there's clearly a need for palm workers. There's clearly a need for people working in those industries, and allowing people to leave their employer and move from employer to employer without having to contact a department to get permission to leave. And we think that would sort of alleviate some of those concerns, where people actually have the freedom to move and feel like they have some of the
change
power.
the power dynamic.
Yeah, they would,
particularly if it was known amongst palm workers and was spread amongst palm workers. Yeah. So that's getting rid of condition 8611.
Yes, Senator Shoebridge, or at least significantly amending it, making it easier.
Yeah. One of the other findings you refer to is a national survey that found almost half of working holiday maker visa holders were being underpaid by their employer. Mm-hmm. What's happening there? Like, just national exploitation scam, is it?
I think a lot of the issues around the working holiday maker program is that in order to access your next working holiday visa, you need your employer to effectively sign off on the regional or specified work that you've done. In the region you're going to. And often we find people are being paid much lower than minimum wage in those areas, and being given doctored pay slips that don't reflect what they've actually done or the hours they've worked.
And if they seek to enforce their rights, the employer says, well, I'm not going to sign off.
Absolutely. So then they're not entitled to their next working holiday visa, which is the biggest focus that they have by engaging in that work in the first place.
So how do we fix that power dynamic? What's the...
Again, it would have to be a similar solution. No requirement for regional work on the Working Holiday Maker program. I think those sorts of, that sort of condition which bonds people to their employer and requires the employer to sign off on particular work, it lends itself to the ability for people to be exploited. So it would need to be...
They can go to the next employer if it's a regional area that is the shortage and they're on the list as a regional area for a particular skill, whatever.
Yeah, there's no list for working holiday visa in terms of employers, but in terms of types of work you can do, the regional works, they can do that, but it's often hard to find and often...
There's some changes recently.
For the working holiday program, in terms of the specified work has definitely changed over the years. I mean, it changed with COVID, it changed with various natural disasters and things along those lines. But the only change for working holiday visa holders where they're not required to do the specified work to get the next working holiday visa is for UK citizens. So UK citizens don't have to do the regional work anymore, or the specified work to get to their next working holiday visa, but all the other working holiday makers have to.
Which is a kind of perverse solution, because you would think UK citizens are probably the ones who are most aware of their rights, most able to actually contest, and yet they're the ones who have the greatest mobility in that space.
Yeah, I think our point, Senator, is really that this condition shouldn't exist for anyone. So I think even if people do have knowledge of their rights or their work rights, the knowledge of work rights is only part of the battle. The bigger part of the battle is the fact that people are so reliant on their employer to do the right thing to get access to the next visa that they really don't have any ground, like they don't have any
You're
leverage.
Looking at your bank account going to zero in Broken Hill and you're wondering, some academic knowledge about your rights is probably not going to help you, is it?
No, exactly. Especially if you want your next working holiday visa. We often talk to workers who just put up with the treatment because they want that piece of paper at the end that they can use to get their next visa.
So would the solution being the relief given to you? Relief given to UK citizens should be across the board for working holiday visas?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you. It brings us to the end, but I've just got one particular question which would be very good for the committee. In terms of different industries and whether it be, I don't want to name any of the industries, but would you have perhaps numbers in terms of so many complaints from these particular industries, whether it be agriculture, hospitality, whatever, and is there one that sticks out in your mind as one of the greater, just one that's right up there that for some reason is?
There is a great report that was done by Unions New South Wales on this issue, and it was mostly around sexual harassment, but they broke it down by industry. I don't have the figures off the top of my head, but I remember things in horticulture, but I would be able to provide a copy of that.
Just the industries and the complaints that have been received by your organisation in those particular industries.
It would align with the things that we see in our work.
Yeah, but it would be good to actually cite those figures. On that note, I thank you very much for your submission and for presenting to the committee today. Can I just say that valuable evidence for us, and obviously, even though we're looking at skilled migration and how to fill the gaps that Australia requires, it's important to know and to hear from organisations like yours about the trials and tribulations of many migrant workers in this country. There'll be a transcript sent to you of your evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcription if you think there's some errors. If you've been asked to provide additional information, it'd be great to get those figures if you could for us. The Secretariat will be in touch with a due date after the transcript is available. And on that note, I thank you very much. And if there's something else that we need, we may be in touch. And if there's something else you want to feed through, please do so. Thank you.
Chair, thank you, committee.
Chair, I'm going to have to step down. I've got to do a bit of work on GAP reform.
No worries.
Yep.
Thanks. Are you coming back or?
I'll be back.
Australia? Is it Clubs Australia? Yep. Next one. Oh, we've got Clubs Australia, Australian Restaurant and Cafe Association, and AHA. Excellent.
And accommodation.
You've got another one as well?
Yeah,
And accommodation. And Accommodation Australia. Oh no, they're already on there. There they are.
Yeah, I put them
Clubs, Australian Restaurants. Yep. Okay. Excellent. All ready to go? Terrific. I now welcome witnesses participating in a hospitality roundtable to give evidence. The witnesses participating to our inquiry today are from Clubs Australia, Australian Restaurant and Cafe Association, Australian Hotels Association, and Accommodation Australia. Now, for the Hansard record, would you please just state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start down this end, I think.
Thank you. Daniel Mitchell. I'm the Deputy CEO of Clubs Australia.
Thank you.
I'm Simon Sorday, the Director of Government Affairs at Clubs Australia.
Thank you.
Wes Lambert, CEO, Australian Restaurant and Cafe Association.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Chasinski. I sit on the board of the AHA in Victoria and also nationally, but I'm also Chief People Officer at Australian Venue Co.
Thank you.
Jenny Lambert, I'm the National Policy Director of Accommodation Australia and also representing the AHA here today.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. We thank you for your submissions to the inquiry. I'll now invite each organisation to make a very short speech, no more than 2 minutes. We do have your submissions, so we have seen them. So just make a very quick presentation of 2 minutes, and then we'll open up for a discussion. I think we get more out of a discussion with us asking questions because we've got your statements for most of you. On that note, we can start from whichever end you guys would like to. Who would like to go first?
Oh, okay.
Accommodation Australia? Yeah.
Starting at one end. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to make a brief statement. Some factors have changed since our submission, so I'll just draw attention to a couple of those factors. Firstly, discussions with the Australian Bureau of Statistics and Jobs and Skills Australia show that the way that they measure employment in our industry really undersells it, and so we've shifted to the labour account. And that shows that in the last 12 months, our industry, accommodation and food service or hospitality, has created more than 100,000 new jobs in the industry and employs over 1.2 million people. So our needs for labour and skills are growing and are significant. At the same time, the government support for our industry has dropped. We've certainly seen apprentices halve. We've seen the number of domestic students, so Australians studying cooking and chef qualifications at vocational colleges, half in the last 10 years. And we've certainly seen through the drop in apprenticeship incentives, the number of apprentices going through drop significantly. And that's going to be even worse because we've now seen the incentive paid to employers half from the 1st of January for cooks. And in fact, we've actually seen in the budget only last week that for large employers, that's going to be eliminated entirely for cooks and chefs. So the apprenticeship numbers are substantially falling, the number of people studying are falling, but yet our needs are urgent. And so we really need to fill those gaps that are created not just by those changes to apprenticeship incentives, but also by many years of emphasis on doing higher education over vocational education, doing STEM versus service industries like ours, and now it's all about construction and clean energy, and hospitality industry misses out on that prioritisation all the time. But yet everything's interconnected. Construction and clean energy workers need to be fed. Hospitals and aged care need cooks. So where priorities are in one area, really we need these qualifications. And so although we add enormous value, we feel that we're at the bottom of getting that support we need.
Can I ask you to just...
That's it. That's the main
Thank you very
point
much.
of view.
Next one is Ms. Jasinski from the AHA.
I guess I come to also represent a large employer today. So we employ approximately 9,500 people across Australia, over 250 venues. I guess even at scale, we're still a small share, I guess, of the overall pub and hospitality market in Australia. We've grown substantially over the last 10 years. We've still got aggressive growth plans into the future, and that's through redevelopment of hotels. So we're investing, I guess, in our footprint, but we're also expanding hospitality venues into new development areas as well. But critical to hospitality is those occupations, cooks, chefs and experienced managers. Domestic supply, we're finding, is not keeping pace with demand. At AVC, our own workforce reflects that reality. Currently, we're about 41% of our active workforce is on a visa of some sort, and in the kitchens, the dependency is much higher, so up around 75% in a lot of our kitchens. And that's the clearest possible sign that migration is not peripheral to hospitality. It's central to keeping kitchens open and our venues trading. The reliance on employer-sponsored visa system for genuinely skilled roles comes at a rising cost. For us, the cost is increasing by 100% next financial year. So that's based on our growth demand as well as those people that are currently employed with us seeking a visa sponsorship, which we would love to honour. These are not optional costs, they are a cost of doing business, and that's how we view it at the moment. The core skills income threshold of 76,000, soon to rise to around 79,000, can often act as a barrier to sponsoring key hospitality occupations. That temporary skilled visas are still experiencing significant processing delays, and that the Skilling Australia Fund levy has become a heavy burden without transparent or proportionate return to the hospitality industry via the training. From an employer perspective, that point is very important. AVC is paying significant amounts into the system through sponsorship costs and the SAF levy, while also carrying the cost of training, supervision, onboarding, career development opportunities within our own business. We currently have 35 apprentices in our workforce. That matters, we're proud of it, but it's clearly not enough to close the gap on its own. We're actively trying to attract and retain Australian workers and promote hospitality as a viable and respected career option. We have a dedicated training and development function internally that supports onboarding and tailored venue training and cookery pathways. Assisted funding, as Jenny mentioned, is now gone. We build internal progression through our own advanced program, which is designed to identify talent, assess skills gaps, provide structured development plans and assess readiness for future roles across our talent pipeline. That is a long-term strategy. It builds careers, creates mobility and helps more Australians progress into hospitality leadership, but it's still not solving Australia's talent shortage on its own.
Thank you.
I'd like to make one more broader point. Skilled migration is not just an economic input. Many of the people that come to us on temporary visas integrate really well. They build careers, they become permanent residents, and they also become Australian citizens. They work hard, they pay their tax, they help train others, and they become a part of our social fabric of our venues, one that we're really proud of, and our communities. That human contribution matters, and as much as the economic one. These career opportunities we are providing, we're very proud of. So I guess in closing, I just want to say, please do not view hospitality migration through housing or headline lens alone. In pubs and hospitality, migration is what keeps the doors open while we build the next generation of local talent. And for those that want fewer migrant chefs and cooks over time, then government must do more to build the domestic pipeline. Until then, it's essential that all parties commit to skilled migration, which remains essential to our industry.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lambert.
Right, I'm setting myself a timer, so I won't go over 3 minutes. So,
It's just that we wait
Chair,
for it all, and we want to hear from all of you, and we want to ask questions as well.
all good. Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Australian Restaurant and Cafe Association. And I want to disclose that I am a member of the Skilled Migration Committee of Matt Thistlethwaite. So I have access to some data that may be useful, some of the things that Jenny had mentioned. So ARCA represents a segment of more than 56,000 restaurants, cafe and hospitality venues across Australia, employing over 500,000 Australians. I want to be very clear from the outset that skilled migration is not a substitute for local jobs, nor is it a shortcut around workforce development. It is a critical economic enabler that helps Australian businesses stay open, continue employing Australians, and deliver the services communities rely upon. Hospitality is one of the most labor-intensive industries in the country. Unlike some sectors, you cannot automate service, leadership, culinary expertise, or customer experience at scale. And while we remain committed to training Australians, the reality is that our domestic pipeline alone is not currently meeting demand. We only finished 2,500 apprentices and trainees in 1 year to September in Cert 3 or Cert 4 in commercial cookery. So 2,500. 2,500.
Across the nation? Or?
Across the nation, Australians and permanent residents. So it's not meeting demand. The inquiry is important because skilled migration should not be viewed solely through a macro population lens. It should be understood through its direct productivity, employment, and community impacts. A qualified chef or manager or sommelier migrating to Australia does not displace a local worker. They often enable an entire venue to roster because they are able to train and pass on those skills to Australians. So ARCA is here to argue that the current system is not working well. It's too slow, too rigid, too administratively burdensome, and often disconnected from real-time labor market needs. Static occupation lists, inconsistent skills recognition, unpredictable processing times, and a one-size-fits-all sponsorship settings make workforce planning unnecessarily difficult for employers like ABC, and particularly SMEs. Our position is straightforward. Australia needs a smarter skilled migration framework, one that is faster, more responsive, regionally aware, integrity-driven, and better aligned with workforce shortages, housing capacity, and long-term productivity goals. So we appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry and look forward to assisting the committee as they need.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Clubs Australia. So Clubs Australia, we represent over 6,000 not-for-profit licensed clubs across Australia. We employ more than 140,000 people across the country. And migrant workers are actually critical to our operations, particularly in regional and remote areas where local supply is extremely limited. We recently conducted a survey of our members and found that 87% of our members have experienced some form of skills shortages, typically in and around chefs and cooks, but also a range of other roles. As was mentioned earlier here, there is a real shortage of local workers going through the apprenticeship scheme with, as was mentioned earlier, the number falling by over half over the last 10 years, which means that around two-thirds, slightly more than two-thirds of our members are actually currently using migrant workers on either an employer-sponsored or skilled migration visa. We also experience shortages in some quite unique areas as well that are very difficult to fill locally. Things that are unique to clubs such as sports, turf workers and managers, a very niche skill set to which as well the skilled migration system is essential and certainly not supplementary for us. We support a lot of the existing settings in the migration system, particularly the continuation of having those key hospitality roles on the skilled, core skilled occupation list. But there are challenges, particularly for our remote and regional clubs. the cost and administrative burden around the current migration system is high. Just to give a really simple example, Wagga RSL Club, regional club, has 11 cooks and chefs. 8 of those are on skilled migration visas. They have spent over $100,000 in recent times just on obtaining those visas through migration agents and the like, and so it is quite an expensive thing for a regional club. We feel that at times that money is detracting from their ability to offer amenity to the local community. The other probably final point that I would add and encourage the committee to think about, particularly when it comes to the broader hospitality sector, is the downstream effects of limited access to skilled workers, and that is hospitality venues, clubs in particular, really are the meeting point for the local community, with social cohesion being such an important issue at this time in Australia. The lack of chefs and cooks often means restaurants not open, gathering places not there, local sport not happening, and that opportunity for people to come together and socialise together, to bring people from different backgrounds, different generations together, is often missed. So I think it's really
Thank
important.
you very much. The committee's inquiries into skilled migration, how we can streamline it better, ensure that we're being able to fill the gaps that we've just heard about across the board. And certainly, the AHA, I've had discussions in my own home state where there's issues with finding kitchen staff, cooks, perhaps not on the skilled list, and it's becoming very difficult. The other one is thoroughbred racing, for example. Just the fact of bringing jockeys out that trainers are bringing out for a short period of time to fill some gaps, and having issues, and the role that you play, as we just heard from Mr. Mitchell, a pub or a club might be the only central point in a town, in a region, that gathers people, and so thank you for the work that you all do in that area. But I might just kick off in terms of the accommodation, AHA, Clubs Australia, the hospitality industry. In terms of your industry, what percentage is made up of migrant workers? If you, just off the top of your head, if you could, we might start off with Ms. Lambert.
Well, certainly our members are reporting that in accommodation places, if we take all migrant workers, including international students and working holiday makers,
what percentage?
In some of the big hotels, it could be up to 70% of their staff.
70%.
Certainly in
across
their housekeeping
the
areas.
Across the
Not
board?
across the board, it's much more likely about 30 or 40% across the whole of the industry. But in certain venues and in certain types of businesses and in certain types of occupations,
it could be 80%, 90%.
It could be much higher. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So within our company, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we're at about 41% at the moment, and that's all visa types. So that's working holiday makers through to employer-sponsored visas.
So 40 to 60%,
40 to
depending
60.
on where you are. We were recently in the grounds on George Street, and we asked the manager, are there any Australians working here? And she said, no, we do not have any.
We don't have specific figures, but traditionally clubs would be a lot lower than that. We do employ a lot more local people in our operations. However, we do need to fill those gaps, particularly in the kitchen areas of clubs.
In terms of planning, for example, how does skilled migration influence your forward planning? In terms, it could be a pub that wants to expand. Can you talk us through that a bit? That's one of the areas that.
So for us, coming out of COVID, we were sourcing skilled migrants offshore. Since the borders have opened back up and they're much more free-flowing, we are employing a lot of student visas. Obviously, they graduate, and it's a good chance to assess how they're working with us and how they're fitting with us, and so from there they often go on to a 482. So often before we're sponsoring them on a skilled visa, they've already been with us for a number of years.
Yeah, I think it's just,
Ms. Lambert.
I mean, if you're talking about planning, that flow through of pathways is critically important, whether it be working holiday makers who then become skilled enough to be sponsored into skilled roles, whether it be international students, going into skilled roles, and certainly temporaries going into permanent. So the changes the Labor government made when they came back in the last term to actually make sure that all temporary skilled migrants had a pathway to permanency were critically important, in that planning. But one of the things that upsets the planning is the constant shifting of lists.
Changes.
So, to not know whether an occupation is on or off the list from year to year creates a lot of issues. One of the most critical occupations for our industry, I'm sure for Mr. Lambers as well, is a restaurant manager role. It's currently not on the list, so you can't sponsor a restaurant manager in. That's created a lot of gaps in the industry. As our submission points out, to improve planning and to improve responsiveness, the best thing that could happen would be for us to revert to what the settings were prior to 2017, which is that all employer-sponsored skilled migration, both permanent and temporary, become available for all skilled occupations. So you don't have this coming on or off the list or upsetting of the planning. You have much greater certainty, but it's still skilled. They have to be a skilled occupation. It's not open slather, it's creating skills. And then make the independent migration a lot narrower. That's the way it used to be, so that people don't necessarily think that they can come and study here or come and be a working holiday maker and hope to get an independent place. You make that narrower, but you make employer-sponsored broader to all skilled occupations. If we could get to that, then that would help planning a great deal.
Thank you.
So planning
Mr.
is
Lambert.
really, for the future, is likely more migrants because of the facts. So 2,580 people completed to September 2025 in Cert 3 and Cert 4 in commercial cookery. It is little known, but in 2025, the number one most issued skilled visa in Australia was chefs. It was 9.33% of all skilled visas issued. Number 6 was, 9.33 of all skilled visas. So of the total number, 9.33% were chefs. That was number 1. Number 6 is cafe and restaurant managers, 2.47% of all skilled visas. And number 8 was cooks, that's 2.28. That means that just for this industry here, we accounted for 14% of all skilled visas in Australia. Not AI, not cyber, not construction, not healthcare, but yet, why don't we know where the SAF levy funds go? Why did apprenticeships get defunded? If we're the industry that's bringing in all the money, why are we at the last at the table when it comes to using that money? It doesn't really seem fair. We see that because the declining numbers, so for example, there was a trough in December 2020 of completions in TAFE. They were 297,700. They peaked during COVID in the mid 400s, and now we're back down to 297,000 Australians and permanent residents in free TAFE. So we can't rely on Australia to produce people to work in accommodation food service. So the plan is we have to keep planning for more international students, working holiday makers. We have to work the system as best as we can to ensure that we have a workforce at all.
Thank you.
To answer your question, Chair, kitchens are very labour employment intensive places, and just to take you to the perspective of an individual club, those jobs primarily are not being replaced with AI. I was at a hospitality venue recently where a robot was serving meals, but for the most part cooks and chefs and other kitchen workers are people, and they will be people into the future. Our venues manage their employment needs, primarily through the Australian industrial relations system. A lot of clubs enter into enterprise bargaining agreements, and particularly our regional venues have employees that have a long tenure. It's common for clubs to have an average median tenure of about 10 years, but clubs can't plan for the future if they can't have confidence that they can supplement their workforce with skilled migration visas when they need, because if they can't, that means that the kitchen closes earlier, and to Daniel's point earlier, it means that there are flow-on impacts throughout the business.
Thank you.
Chair, I might just add to that and say one of the really forward planning challenges around skilled migration visas, as well as particularly in regional communities, some of the skilled migrants do choose to move to more metropolitan communities, and there is certainly an opportunity, we think, to make sure that refilling that role with another skilled migrant isn't so administratively burdensome and costly. You can have a role that's been filled by a worker. That worker makes a choice, and we heard earlier that it's important that they can choose employers and not be bound to their employer, but then the employer gets penalised, typically in terms of them having to go through that whole process again. So we do support a role where particular roles may be approved and a sort of employer-led process where those roles are approved to have a skilled migrant involved, and we can reduce the burden moving forward.
Thank you. I might just go, we have on the line with us Miss Cassandra Fernando, who's got a question. Cassandra, Miss Fernando? No, it's disappeared. That's the case. I'll go to Ms. Lay next.
Thank you so much for, I know a few of you through a lot of our community engagement with my office, and a lot of what you've just shared there, Ms. Lambert, is quite, I'm very aware of in terms of the skill shortages in the food, hospitality industry, because obviously in the electorate of Fowler, we've got, you know, majority of our small business are in food, restaurants, hospitality. So how do we, and Mr. Lambert, you talk about the figures of the 297,000 figures that are in TAFE. It has been reduced, and that's the local, obviously local Australians have in terms of interest in that sector, and the government, as you've mentioned, has been, I've been calling for the government to not just focus on trades such as apprenticeship in construction, but across the board. How would you want to see the government address their focus, not just in construction or not just in STEM, but in the sector of food and hospitality? Because as you've said, you know, it's a large employer of not just local, but you know, but migrants and those in temporary visas as well. What do you suggest? How do we address that? Go to you, and then
yeah. I mean, certainly we would. We've been recommending for some time that the employer incentives for apprenticeships are not sufficient to get more people employed. Obviously, they were significantly higher during COVID. They've come back, but they've come back, and the numbers are worse than pre-COVID by far. We've really lost a lot of numbers, and now we've had further incentives reduced. So the number one thing for apprenticeships is looking at the incentive side and making sure that we can improve that. It's not just the federal government, state governments. We've seen a lot of them changing their mix of funding support for hospitality qualifications as well. So that halving of domestic students in hospitality, and particularly in cooks and chefs, which is not just apprenticeships, that's across the board, whether they're doing it in colleges directly or apprentices, that halving of the number of students in the last 10 years has been caused by this combination of funding loss. And there's prioritisation to certain industries, but not ours. And so we would certainly like to see those incentives brought back in to try and boost the numbers again. We've looked at a range of other things to try and boost the numbers, and obviously, you know, looking at the structure of the apprenticeship and all those other things. So the industry is not sitting back sitting back and doing nothing and hoping the government can fix it. We're looking at a range of different things to try and improve it. But that, plus also just putting a sense of priority on our industry back again, a sense that it is a worthwhile industry to be a part of. As a number of my colleagues have said today, it's not going to be so significantly AI affected that the industry, it's growing. We need more people, not less. The expectations of the community is high for high quality food and service. So the more prioritisation we can get back into our industry, the better.
I second what Jenny says. What I would say is it's all about signalling and messaging and action. We are a foundation industry. We're the 6th largest employer in Australia. 6th largest. We employ nearly 1 million people. Jobs and Skills website, government numbers, say it's 967,000 people working in the industry. Huge number. But yet we seem like we're last in the race of 19 industries when it comes to apprenticeship and traineeship. So what happens is when our kids go into their school counselor and say, tell me the pathways, nobody ever says, go be Jane Herdlicka. Go be Jane Herdlicka. She is our penultimate employee. Multi-million-dollar, runs a pub group. No school counselor is saying that. Now we say go be a doctor, a lawyer, STEM, AI, cyber. We don't have that pathway, even to the point where some operators don't even know that there's a Cert 3 of hospitality and a diploma of hospitality, which will teach you how to be a front of house manager in a hospitality business. Those have almost become so obscure that they don't even get taught barely at all, because we don't consider that to be a 6-figure or 7-figure pathway. We're actually doing it to ourselves. So the system keeps underfunding and unrecognizing accommodation food service, and then asks us why we rely so heavily on migrants. Well, you keep changing the settings and making us irrelevant and not signaling and messaging that we're important. We're going to have to keep having more skilled migrants and temporary migrants come and work in the industry.
Thank you.
I might just add to that. So I agree with everything that's been said before. I think also it was mentioned earlier as well around the Skilling Australia fund levy and having some more transparency and ensuring that there's a proportionate amount of our contribution that as an industry that goes to that comes back to our industry as support for developing local job pathways.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. I think I've got a few questions that can hopefully be dealt with in 1-word or 2-word answers. Just on the SAF levy, do you see any of that returning to your industry?
No, there's no transparency.
No transparency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The second sort of quick question. So we've heard a bit about the reliance on migrant workers in key areas such as chefs and cooks and restaurants and cafes. I'm interested in what's your view, driving the reliance on immigration in these sectors? And in particular, is there something that we're not doing that we should be doing to attract domestic students or domestic young people to help out in those sectors?
Well, apart from government funding, the other big thing that was highlighted by Mr. Lambert we fully support is the career development side. So doing more. I mean, the government has funded a website called Eager, which is something that we're trying to boost career, if you like, highlight on the industry. But there's more that needs to be done through the whole system, not just one website, but the whole signalling and messaging is we're not a priority. Yep. It's going to be clean energy. It's going to be construction. It's not us. And we say, well, why is that case? I mean, we're a huge $64 billion industry, and in fact, we're employing 1.2 million people, according to the ABS labour accounts, which is the more accurate one. So it's an enormously important industry, but it's just not given the priority. So more to promote career development, more can be done in terms of funding for apprenticeships, more can be done for training funding at both state and federal level, and just generally improving the migration setting. So all of those things.
I think promoting hospitality as a viable career option, which we just don't see a lot of, particularly when you compare it to places like Europe, where it is seen as a very viable industry, and hence why they have such great skills over there, particularly when you're looking at restaurant managers and hotel managers.
What about their nighttime economy? The state government can say that that's what they've introduced, the nighttime economy. Is that assisting at all in any way?
Well, strategically, from a tourism point of view, it obviously promotes the idea of tourism, but it's a question of how do you back that up by workforce development. So you can try and encourage demand by both locals, but demand means that you've got to put in more people, and that's why for the last 12 months we had 100,000 more jobs created, because we are seeing international tourism come back. We're seeing strategies like nighttime economy driving growth. And we definitely are seeing customer expectations in terms of service and food quality up. So everything is driving us to have better skills and doing more for the community and doing more for the tourists, but yet we just can't get the supply of people that we need to do that.
And I think the skew towards food is increasing as well. If we look at our
social media, it's driving food.
Yeah, and if you look at, I guess, the breakdown between beverage and food for us, people are wanting to go out and have experience-led nights out now. So it's less about beverage, more about a meal. So that pressure, I guess, on kitchens and quality of food is increasing.
And so I'm just going to move to the next part of my questions. So we've currently got about 130,000 fewer apprentices and trainees in training than about 4 years ago, and yet we've seen this $300 million cut from the budget for supporting employers of apprentices and trainees. Could you give me a one-word answer? What is the impact of that on your members? Maybe starting from the right, going to the left.
Enormously bad. That's 2 words. Sorry.
2 words?
I think for us, having employer-based apprentices is really key, like going and doing a certificate in a TAFE without that work experience. We won't employ somebody as a chef who doesn't have hands-on real experience. Yet if they've got that certificate, you have to pay them as a chef. So I think the way that the accredited training is provided to our industry is probably key as well, and just making sure that it's I guess prioritising employer-based skill development.
I think Clubs Australia. Did you want to add anything to that?
I would just add that that obviously there is a real cost associated with bringing an apprentice in and training them, and support for apprenticeships from government to employers to really help them develop those local workers is extremely important, and we would always like to see support from government in that area.
There's also the other side of that as well, in terms of discussions I've had with a few publicans around the place that still run those family pubs that service the neighbourhood, I suppose. And they say to me that, there's, they can bring a teppanyaki chef from Japan, for example, but obviously what they require is someone to fry a schnitzel and make some fish and chips, which you don't need those skills. And that's where they're finding a real shortage in terms of getting those high-end chefs. There's pathways for them, but for the everyday running of a busy pub that people just got the pub meals, I suppose call them pub meals, they're pretty good. That's where the difficulty is, because they can't get people in. They're saying they can't source local staff, but yet can't bring overseas staff because it's not a certified certificate vocation. Are you finding that across the...
Definitely. And one of the
because there are areas where they don't want to go that high end, they just want to stick to the schnitzels, fish and chips, and
your core skills income threshold has basically knocked out those cooks. So, I mean, 10 years ago in the migration system, you'd saw more cooks sponsored than chefs. It's completely the reverse now. And a big part of that is that most cooks, the market rate, if you like, for a cook, which is an award employee, whereas many chefs, certainly higher level chef, above chef de partie, non-award, they're starting to be managerial. Certainly getting people within that income threshold is a major barrier to sponsoring cooks. And as you say, they are hard to get. It's hard to find Australians who are willing to learn how to do bacon and eggs short order cook in the morning, or to do chicken snitties, popular in every pub. It's hard to find those people, and there's definitely a barrier there. So you're seeing the whole system, the whole sponsorship of migration being warped by some of those settings changing where the skills are.
Do you want to continue?
Yep. I've just got two last questions. So we heard from the earlier witness, which was the Immigration Advice and Rights Centre, that they are recommending to abolish the 48-hour per fortnight visa working condition for students. Do you have any data around how many hours that students would be working in your sector? How many hours above the 48?
We don't have any data. We would obviously not recommend that any of our members would employ people over the 48. We do know the extensive work that they do to try and make sure students don't work over their capped hours. And can I say that very clearly within our submissions, not just this one, but across board in migration, we do not recommend raising the cap on student numbers. It is really important to keep the integrity of the student visa in place. And although many of our members say to me, can't we advocate for the hours to go up? Because all of these students want to work more hours. And we go, well, every time they go up, the integrity of the system changes, and then the backlash is worse. Yeah. So from our point of view, as much as many employers would love to see those hours change, at the end of the day, it's trying to get the integrity of the student visa to be a student visa, and they're, of course, uncapped during semester breaks.
Yep. So this is where we just slightly agree, and I love Jennifer. We have the same last name way back in the day somewhere. No hospitality business works their employees more than 48 hours a fortnight because that's the law. However, there is a loophole. They can drive Uber after that, almost unlimited. So there is a problem because that is a loophole, because it's a business rather than actually a job. Now, the IR minister will say that they're not supposed to. However, there are no mechanisms in place to stop it. Second is where we slightly disagree.
They're not allowed to.
There's no mechanism. So where we slightly disagree is that TAFE students can work unlimited hours. So if you're an Australian resident, permanent resident or citizen who's going to TAFE, you can work as many hours as you want. So that setting is where it's a bit odd because, yes, an international student who's here to learn how to be a chef or a hospitality manager is limited to a very small number of hours to work and study so they can experience Australia. It's not the same for an onshore student. And so it creates that disparity that actually makes it more difficult and often leads to non-compliance.
Clubs SA, we'll add to that.
Look, it's not really an issue that we've discussed at length with our members. If it's okay with the committee, I wouldn't mind taking that one on notice and coming back.
Yep.
Excellent. And Deputy Chair.
The last question from me. So Clubs Australia, in your submission, and also in the Australian Restaurant and Cafe Association submission, referred to recruitment failing because of a lack of housing, and also the need to embed housing infrastructure capacity indicators directly into migration intake planning. One of the key things that has been recently identified is the need to ensure there's adequate housing for migrants and Australians, especially at a time of surging net overseas migration. Do you think it's rational to connect migration levels with the capacity of Australia to absorb those migrants to ensure that there is that best welcoming environment for them?
Good question.
Well, I don't know whether you wanted to start with the people that did advocate for it, but I mean, we definitely would not support the idea of linking migration to housing. I mean, obviously there are different types of migrants with different types of housing needs, and certainly the government action that has encouraged more higher education or education international students, to build more on-campus accommodation. Those things are directly relevant to what their needs are. but a student needs for housing is quite different than a family that's coming out on a skilled visa. And I think once you start trying to tie numbers of housing, in the number of migrants, then I think it becomes a very complex, connection that's very hard to make. There are very strong recommendations we've made in other areas of policy which can be dealt with in the housing side, for example, in the way that short-term rental accommodation is dealt with to try and release some of the long-term rentals available for housing. There are other housing solutions, but tying migrants to housing is a very complex thing.
We also house a lot of our workers, particularly visa workers, in our pubs. They're often in remote areas, and we have accommodation upstairs, so they get the benefit of actually most of the time zero rent and working for us regionally.
Yeah. I think it's important to take it in context, and the context is if there is available housing, don't use that as a reason to deny visas. So, for example, if you can prove that you have housing, or if there's an abundance in a particular regional area that has housing, that you're not saying, oh, well, we're going to deny a visa XYZ, but wait, we have housing. Why would you deny the visa for an overall reason? So it's the context. It's not necessarily tying to we need 12,000 visas because there's 12,000 houses. It's the reverse. It's a positive. If there is an abundance of housing in a particular area, don't limit the number of skilled migration visas to that area, because that's not a problem and shouldn't be headlined as a problem.
Another tick in the box towards that permanent, but towards
correct.
That.
Yeah. We do have a number of regional clubs who actually buy housing across the premise around their premises, just because it's difficult to attract chefs and cooks to their communities. Given on occasion the lack of housing, particularly on the New South Wales-Victoria border. A lot of our clubs will tell us that they buy multiple properties, so we think it's important. While I agree we absolutely don't want to link necessarily migrants and housing, but we do think it's important in some of those smaller communities that there is an integrated solution which we've put forward in our submission.
So that it should be informed by the level of housing, and then there's the ability to increase the amount of migrants where there is a lot of housing space, or where companies have the ability to house them, but then conversely, where there are areas where they're under pressure, we can look at alternatives.
Deputy Chair, I just say that should also work both ways. So where we know that there's going to be a demand for additional workers and migrant workers into the future, we should be, particularly in regional areas, planning our housing strategy around making sure that housing is being built to cater for those workers.
Thank you. It would be nearly impossible to measure Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth, the major cities, on what houses are available. This is more a positive migration setting.
In terms of the last sort of small period, there's been a bit of a debate on migration, and the perception in the community sometimes doesn't align with what the real needs are. In terms of that debate, you've already seen within the political sphere discussions about if you're not a citizen, no Medicare, maybe no child support, etc., etc. How do we get, in your view, the message that migrant workers are necessary for your industries? Should the government be doing more to promote, and of course, should industry be doing more to promote the necessity of migrant workers and skilled workers in your industries, but even more so in terms of the needs that are really required, not the lists that exist? How do we overcome that perception out there, which is starting to gravitate at the moment, and could be very negative towards your industries in terms of preventing numbers and making lists even shorter? Do we need to basically run a campaign as governments, agencies and industries to say, for example, our pub in remote is run by a manager who's from Sweden, a bar person who's from South America. Without these three people, it would shut and the community be left with nothing.
Yes.
And that would be a case in
certainly-
many remote areas for clubs. And
It certainly can be very frustrating, and these things come in cycles of, so, you can get annual surveys which show that support for migration is high, and then something happens like we've had, in terms of some of the recent reaction things that, turn the tide. I think the reality is to try and personalise the benefit of migration more. So your comment there about not so much individuals, but also just quite often everything's lumped in the same basket. Migration. It's like the argument of using net overseas migration as the measure, and you go, well, that's not really the measure of where migration is, and particularly skilled migration heads into the long term, is that role of temporary and permanent. So every migrant numbers just get lumped together. And I think the more we can actually sort of say, well, it's all very well to say reduce migration, but which part of migration are you going to reduce? Because if you reduce skilled migration, industries like ours would be devastated. Even if you reduce the international student numbers and working holiday maker numbers, all of them are so important to our workforce. So which other ones are left? Which migrants are you going to reduce? I think if we actually have that conversation that's deeper than just numbers, then I think we can get to the idea of saying, well, no, actually, all of those are valuable. I mean, the international students are some valuable export industry. We have a competitive advantage in Australia in international education. Why would we sacrifice that? Working holiday makers, they are wonderful tourists. They move around, they take the jobs in regional areas, so why would we sacrifice that? So I think the more we can personalise the value of each component rather than just say, the numbers last year were 300,000 and that was 50,000 more than the year before. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. I think that we need to have that conversation.
There's a dichotomy. So do you campaign for more Australian and permanent residents to go into the food trades so that we can build up our onshore capacity? Huge campaign. Or do you say, we're just going to forget that because it's failed, and now we need to focus on a campaign for migrants? It's a dichotomy.
I think you need both.
You need both, and the messaging needs to be relevant. The world needs to know that 14% of skilled migrants work in hospitality. That number has never been published.
Anyone else like to add?
I would just add that there certainly is an opportunity there, Chair. Just thinking about it now, the hospitality industry, really one of its key strengths is that it has been built on a migrant community over the many years. The diversity of the hospitality offering in Australia is testament to that. I think every Australian is absolutely proud of that. Every time you go overseas and you look around for a bit of a diverse food offering and you realise there isn't none, you reflect on just how wonderful the Australian hospitality industry is.
Would you like to add anything?
No, I was just going to say, and the quality of Australian food too.
And we are lucky. We are so lucky when you think about it. We don't think in terms of what we're going to eat tonight. We think which nation we're going to visit, which makes us just so special. My very last question, and I'm not sure if others have questions, is our committee has to come up with recommendations. Those recommendations will then go to, they'll be tabled in Parliament and onto the Minister. Minister can pick and choose some of those recommendations. He can take them on board, turn them into policy. If you had a magic wand and you asked for one recommendation that you'd really like to see in our report, what would it be? And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but just one short sort of, that would make a real difference to your industry that we can consider.
Me starting again. We would say revert the skilled migration settings back to the pre-2017. Focus on employer-sponsored migrants because jobs are guaranteed. The employment and economic outcomes for the migrants are much better off, and make sure that all skilled occupations available create flexibility, certainty, and give employers much better planning for the future for their workforce. That would be the one.
Thank you.
And I think along with that, you'd have to reconsider the CSIT because our industry is governed by the award, and yes, there'll be EBAs in place, but they are set against the award in effect. So we already have a system that regulates what people should be paid for the skill that they are bringing, and I think that the CSIT is a real it's increasing at a higher rate than what the employment has been as well. The percentage increase every year, so they're not connected.
So we would recommend that we replace the static occupation list with live workforce targeting that use quarterly updated dynamic skill shorted lists from Jobs and Skills, ABS, payroll tax and vacancy indicators, and also creating a trusted employer fast track program. If you're a trusted employer that has sponsored many people, you shouldn't have to wait 111 days, which is the current wait time on a skilled visa.
It's been raised with other witnesses that have appeared before us as well.
Yeah, well, we'd echo that around the trusted employer fast track, and particularly for regional areas where those skill shortages are so acute.
Excellent. Anything else?
No.
Thank you very much for appearing before us today. Really appreciate it. If we decide that we want to call you in again, or perhaps ask you to give us some information, we may do so. I know all of us have contact with the AHA, Clubs Australia, accommodation. They're obviously, as I said at the beginning of this, a very important industry, not just in terms of the economy, but in terms of community. And we see it, having been involved with a few footy clubs over the years, it's always the local pub that would sponsor us or club. Can I just say, once again, thank you for coming today. You'll be sent a transcript of all your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. And if you've been asked to provide any additional information, the Secretariat will be in touch with a due date after the transcript's available. And also, if there's anything else that you want to feed through that perhaps you didn't get the opportunity to do so today, please do so. On that note, thank you very much for appearing before us, and the committee will now take a break till 1. I know we're meant to be back at 1:10, but I reckon we can come back 5 minutes earlier because we're breaking 5 minutes earlier. 1:05.
Yes.
If the other witnesses are here, that is. But, yep, so 1:05 we'll be back. Excellent, thank you. I now welcome witnesses participating in a finance roundtable to give evidence. The witnesses participating today are from the CPA Australia, Financial Advice Association of Australia. And for the Hansard record, would you please just state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? We might start down this end.
Sure. My name is Anne Palmer and I'm the General Manager of Education at the Financial Advisor Association Australia.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Abood. I'm the CEO of the association, FAAA for short.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Eleanor Casapedes, Chief of Policy Standards and External Affairs at CPA Australia.
Excellent. Yasu Eleanor.
Gavin Ord, Business Investment Lead at CPA Australia.
Excellent, thank you. I'm Steve Georgianis, the Chair of the committee, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Leon Rebello. I'm the Federal Member for McPherson on the Gold Coast and the Deputy Chair.
I'm Di Lee, the Federal Member for Fowler in Western Sydney.
And we have on the phone, I think they'll be dialing in two other members, Miss Fernando and Louise Miller-Frost as well. I'm not sure if they're on the line. If they are, they can indicate that they are.
Excuse me, Chair, I believe there's one.
And on the phone, we also have via telephone, Mrs. Edwina Phillips, Head of Membership. Are you there, Miss Phillips?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So thank you very much for your submissions and thank you for appearing before the committee today. I'll now invite each organisation to make a very small opening statement of no more than a couple of minutes, and then we'll open up for Q&A and a discussion. We do have your submissions, so there's no need to repeat what's already been submitted. I think we get a better bang for our dollar if we have a discussion and a Q&A. So over to you. Where would you like to start, CPA or this end?
I'm happy to kick off if that
Yes,
suits. Thank you. And Chair and members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear today. It's very much appreciated. Our population is ageing, and in the next 5 years alone, about 750,000 Australians will retire. They will need financial advice to navigate our increasingly complex financial system and to achieve self-funded retirements that will reduce pressure on social services. Unfortunately, at the same time, Australia is facing a severe shortage of financial advisors. Our numbers have fallen to just over 15,100, which is about 50% down on our numbers 7 years ago. And at the same time, new entrants have been slow. We're averaging about 318 new advisors per year over the last 5 years. On the good side, over that period, the retention has been good. Close to 90% of those advisors who've entered are still with us, but obviously we need a lot more. Registration is requiring the completion of an approved degree and a professional year, and that process takes between 4 and 6 years typically to complete, which creates a very long training gap. And all of this means that millions of financial advisors who need financial advice are increasingly unable to access it, and that's where we think skilled migration can come in. This would provide a sustainable pathway to help us rebuild the advisor workforce while helping our profession as well to become more representative of Australia's diverse population. Less than 1% of our members currently speak a language other than English. We're recommending 2 targeted changes, and the first is that completion of the professional year be allocated 5 points towards the skilled migration points test. Secondly, we're asking that graduate visa eligibility requirements be amended so that the Australian regulated degrees completed with Australian universities, either onshore or offshore, and ideally online, are treated consistently. This would allow skilled migrants to arrive qualified, enter the professional year directly, and avoid prolonged low-skilled work while remaining onshore. We believe these reforms would make a meaningful difference to help ensure more Australians can retire independently and with confidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Ms. Peters.
Thank you so much. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of CPA Australia. CPA Australia is Australia's largest accounting body with 176,000 members in 100 countries and regions across the world. We're an approved assessing authority for delivering skills assessments to support applications for skilled accounting migration. Accountants play a critical role in supporting Australia's economy, lifting productivity and helping the community. They help allocate resources efficiently, support the effective operation of capital markets through audit, assist businesses to access finance, and help individuals, businesses and community organisations meet their tax and regulatory obligations. Skilled migration plays a critical role not only in addressing persistent workforce shortages, including in the accounting and audit professions, but also in lifting productivity and innovation across the economy by connecting Australian businesses with global expertise. Importantly, it complements rather than displaces the domestic workforce by filling gaps that cannot be met locally. Victoria University estimates that Australia will require a net increase of around 4,000 accountants each year over the next decade to meet demand, yet the current pipeline of domestic students studying accounting falls well short of this need. More broadly, the Future Skills Organisation estimates that the finance workforce will be around 25,000 workers short by 2030, and the number of finance workers is expected to fall by 25,000 by 2030. Taken together, these figures highlight that skilled migration is not a short-term fix, it is a long-term structural necessity. So in our view, migration policy firstly must remain skills-focused, with priority given to occupations in genuine shortage, including accounting and audit. And secondly, Australia needs to do more to support international graduates that are already here. These individuals are highly skilled, Australian trained and well positioned to contribute, yet many struggle to find roles that match their qualifications. In conclusion, skilled migration is indispensable to Australia's economic resilience and future prosperity. With the right policy settings, it can continue to strengthen our workforce, lift productivity and support a more dynamic and innovative economy. Thank you.
Thank you. I might kick off with a couple of questions, and I'll kick off first of all, both for the CPA and financial services. In terms of skilled migration and the system, how can we better recognise, I suppose, the skills that financial planners perhaps could bring from overseas and accountants as well? But the only thing that keeps on playing in my mind when I was reading the thing was the rules, regulations, the ASIC laws, very different from other countries from around the world. So you might have a financial planner or an accountant that's ready to go, knows the job, but how do we ensure that they are right up to scratch with that whole system that we have, which is, you know, it's a pretty complicated system in terms of transparency, in terms of ensuring that there's a million signatures before you sell a product to someone, or before you. It's mind-boggling, and I was thinking of that last night. In terms of, it's not just motor mechanic, we pull something out of the car and we put something back in. There's a lot of responsibility towards our regulations and rules in the financial sector, and again in the accounting sector. So that was, I can understand that you'd have someone ready to go, but how do we ensure that all those other boxes are ticked off? Because certainly as a financial planner or a CPA accountant, you have to go through those stringent rules well after you've got your degrees and your certificates, etc. There may be a way of streamlining all of that. So
yeah, I can have a crack at that to start with. So at the moment, that there's no recognition of offshore credentials. Essentially, if you want to enter financial advice in Australia, you must do an Australian degree.
From
and we're not
start to finish, correct?
That's right. And you also must do a professional year based on the Australian laws. So those requirements are quite stringent, and we haven't asked in this submission for that to change. Where we think there's opportunities to be more efficient is for Australian universities to teach those degrees offshore. We think the best opportunity is Australian financial planning firms are increasingly outsourcing some of the roles that are considered to be leader roles into financial advice, such as paraplanner, and client support officer. Those people are working offshore, but they're in Australian firms working in our system. So what we're looking to do is help the Australian universities
that have their financial planning qualifications, or?
Yeah, so the universities that offer those qualifications, what we're working with them on is offering that qualification offshore. So the same subject matter is taught to someone who might be a paraplanner in the Philippines as is taught to an associate advisor in Australia. That way they have the required qualifications and education to enter the professional year. But in addition, those people are already working in advice businesses. There's more than 2,000 of them in a number of countries offshore, and we think that's our best starting place. And if we're able to get some of these changes, we will work with those offshoring firms and those Australian businesses to ensure that there's a seamless transition between completing the degrees while they're offshore, but the Australian degree, and then coming onshore for the professional year.
So is the degree completed offshore, online, face-to-face? What sort of degrees? And who, obviously, educational
This isn't happening. Sorry, Mr. Chair. This isn't happening at the moment, but this is what we're working on. So, for example, Anne is working with 2 universities that have a campus in India. And there are offshore workers that are working in our businesses in India. And the idea is that that degree could be offered from that offshore campus. It would be wonderful if online were available as well, because that would certainly be much easier.
And what role could government play in that? I'm just thinking it'll be a decision by the university to see if it's viable. What role would we play in that?
I think it's looking at the visa structure. For example, the graduate visa at the moment is only eligible for students that have studied at an Australian university in Australia. So anybody who's studied at an Australian university offshore is ineligible for that visa. And because of the training gap, the professional year that we have, the training visa is also ineligible because that has to be met within 90 days, for example. So it's the rules around the visas for professions that have significant amount of education and training that needs to take place. That's how you could help us navigate this issue. We believe, and there's a large number of international students that do come to Australia to study, but then are unable to get the visas to stay. So if we could work with you to stop those gaps and make sure that those people stay, but also people arrive fully qualified in terms of an educational sense onshore and get into the profession more quickly, that would be a massive help.
And thank you. CPA?
Thank you. From the accounting profession's perspective, if you think of accountants like engineers or doctors, they operate across a wide range of roles in society. So, yes, we have regulated licenses and registrations like tax agents, financial planners, auditors, insolvency experts, and that requires a level of Australian experience as well as qualifications. However, our position is that accountants operate in business, in the public service as well. They operate as staff in advisory firms. For us, it's that pipeline, and from our members, we're hearing that the biggest gaps are both at the graduate level, but also in the area where 5 to 10 years experience, whether domestic or internationally, people are struggling to find professionally trained accountants. Accounting fundamentally is the international language of business, so Australia follows the International Financial Reporting Standards. US GAAP is not that much different. So the idea really is that you have a transportable set of global credentials that should enable you to contribute effectively in a role in whatever country. And what we're finding with Australia is that we would like more advisory people, but we want a pathway. So when people are looking to Australia to migrate to, that they have the employment and visa opportunities to gain the Australian experience. But fundamentally, a CFO or a business partner in a firm can land in Australia, learn the systems very quickly. And if we think about a connection across APAC as well as Europe, the opportunity to be able to bring global skills and experience into the Australian business community is a benefit in our view.
And also for the benefit of a lot of our own companies who are operating in London, in New York, who want to bring...
That's right. There's so much global trade. And yes, Australia has highly complex tax and corporations law, but also when you are interacting overseas, facilitating that. And we also recognise our demographic of membership. The average is a female in her 40s from a background that is non-English speaking. They are often first-generation Australians, and there are large diasporas in Australia that are very entrepreneurial, but they are not necessarily familiar. So having a pipeline, again, the domestic supply is insufficient, but having a pipeline of skilled migrants, particularly from those communities, that can help support and grow those communities is also very important.
Thank you. Mr. Ord, would you like to add anything?
I'd just add, as Eleanor said, that accounting is an international language. So it depends on what role the accountant's going into. If they're heading into a large organisation, they don't necessarily need to understand Australian tax or corporations law. But if they're heading into a tax practice in Western Sydney, then they'll need to understand Australian tax, which, as Eleanor said, is very complex and is becoming more complex, not less complex.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I understand accounting is one of the most popular courses studied by international students, but it's also one of the most frequently used categories of skilled visas. What's, in your opinion, driving the reliance on immigration in Australia's financial sectors?
We like to see it as Australia is the country of opportunity. And that accountants are fundamental to the operation of business. So when you think about the economy and the portability of the skills, so we have many career pathways. We see our members study accounting. They may go into advice, they might go into finance, but they also end up going into business more generally, starting up their own businesses, operating as salespeople, becoming marketing people. So accounting is a fundamental skill set that is beneficial and in demand. What we're finding, though, is that while they may study commerce, the numbers are actually insufficient. So while it is in demand, there remains this gap, and that demand really is around finding people who fit with Australian business, who find the opportunities, and that there's that matching. I also wanted to recognise with our regulatory environment, there are prerequisites, but they aren't as onerous as in the financial planning sector. So for many people, commerce or accounting majors are a starting point in their career. And what we find, though, is that many of the international students return back home. So they take the high-quality Australian professional education that we provide to them, but we actually lose that when they would like to stay.
What's driving our reliance on internationals in order to fill that skill shortage? Is there a reason that we're not getting as many Australians going through that process?
Australian students have a lot of options, and when you look at where people are going, a lot of it is into healthcare and other kinds of professions. I think that the domestic supply of graduates is something that we're tackling as well. So CPA Australia does a lot of on-campus activities. We work to promote the profession as an attractive career path. And again, like we said, it's not about displacing, it's about complementing. So Australian domestic students have a lot of options, and at the moment we also see them going into areas like IT as well.
Can I also add to that is that we're also working in high schools to attract people into the profession, and that's where a lot of the initial decisions are made. Also, we're seeing overall the number of people doing commerce is actually in decline overall, not just accounting. Domestically, one factor is the cost of doing that course. So it's much higher than STEM courses, and that's having a material impact in the decisions that students are making or where to study.
For financial advice, it's a little different. I think awareness is an issue for us because we're a new profession. We've effectively been a profession since 2019. So while we're investing a lot right now, and Anne and her team are spending a lot of time going to careers days and talking to career counsellors and so on, awareness that this is a profession is still low domestically. So that's one factor. Another factor is, I think I briefly mentioned, that a lot of the roles that tend to lead to you becoming a financial planner, like a paraplanner or an associate advisor or a CSO, increasingly those roles are becoming offshored. So that's part of the trend that we're looking at, is to say, well, these people have incredible knowledge and skills that are very relevant to our population. But at the moment, one anecdote we were told that is, if you're a Filipina who's worked as a paraplanner for 5 years and wants to come to Australia, it's easier to get a visa to work in a cafe than it is for them to get a role in a financial planning firm. And that's just a waste. It's inefficient. So our challenge is both much bigger and much smaller than the accountants, because there are far fewer of us. Our new entrants per year is tiny. And if we are even able to get 500 people a year, that would be transformational for us in terms of turning us around as a profession so that we could be in net growth. So whether that's an advantage or not, I don't know. We are also investing in advertising campaigns onshore. We have a career changer campaign running at the moment. So we are making inroads domestically, but I think awareness and evaporation of feeder roles are probably the two key issues for us.
I would agree. I have nothing else to add. Perfect summary.
Yeah. Thank you for appearing here. Just to your point, Mr. Ord, just because I was going to ask the question, why do you think entrance into the profession has declined sharply since 2018? You touched upon that doing the course is expensive is one reason. What are other reasons that you think there's been a decline? And I think this is CPA more than you guys, because you've been since 2019.
I think one of our challenges is perceptions of the profession. Some people believe that AI will take the role of accountants. The facts are that's not true, but we have to challenge that perception. We also have marketing campaigns to challenge those perceptions. So I think that's part of it. And also just the attractiveness of other occupations seems to have risen. Accounting remains still a very well remunerated profession and a challenging profession, and a course that we keep promoting. But I think there's a few challenges that we're trying to address, and a lot of it's around perception. I know Eleanor is probably a little bit more involved in some of those decisions than I am.
I mean, in my community in Fowler, I can tell you, I think so many young people are becoming accountants, doctors, lawyers. So those are the kind of three main professions. So I don't know if there's shortages of accountants in my electorate. But to your, do you think AI will impact the accounting sphere?
AI is a fantastic opportunity, and what we've observed over centuries is that the accounting profession are often the early adopters of technology. Our view is that it actually helps with the perceptions. So accountants are not bookkeepers, they're not debit and credit people, they are not, that's not where the value is in repetitive processes. So by utilising AI to actually just replace some of those less attractive elements of the profession, what it actually allows accountants to do is to be the professional judges of decisions. And AI actually enables the absorption of more information, more analysis, more insight. And what we're very much promoting is that you need to have professionally educated, highly skilled, qualified, ethical people making judgments on the technology, on the outputs. And so for us, it's really around who are the custodians. And as we see AI deployed across business, things like assurance, so auditing the systems, making sure that the controls are in place. We see many of our skilled professionals go into control, like IT control roles, governance roles. All of those skills are absolutely critical for society in terms of how AI is actually used and deployed. So for us, it's a really positive thing. And what we're seeing is that accountants are actually being really innovative, creating new tools, new technologies that can help businesses. And again, when you look offshore, at accounting professionals, what they are creating and what they are, the value add and the kinds of products that they're creating, that's something that's Australia can benefit from. And so more broadly than skilled migration, it's around how do we attract talent to Australian shores that can actually build these sorts of entrepreneurial innovations and actually use the technology in Australia really effectively.
Just one more question. The course, you're saying it's expensive to do the course. Is that for local students? Are you talking about doing the course for people overseas doing the course to get in?
It's for the local students I'm talking about. So when
Is this part of the arts degree, or what kind of degree?
When the government changed how they did HECS or HELP, commerce degrees became more expensive and STEM degrees became cheaper.
So that's part of the JRG, the Jobs Ready Graduate?
Yes, that was from the previous government, yes.
Yep. So I'm trying to reverse that, or I've asked the government to reverse that bill. So I just want to clarify if that is linked to that JRG package.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure if we have Ms. Fernando on the line. Ms. Fernando? No. I might have a couple of questions as well. In terms of overseas students who are studying either commerce, accounting here in Australia and doing their financial planning, what impediments exist for them to perhaps gain a permanent visa or a work visa at the end of their studies?
Sure. Okay. That's a very interesting question, actually. We've just obtained some legal advice.
Because I think we have many international students doing commerce and accounting, and I suspect it'd be very similar.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the numbers of how many are studying.
Yes, for us, we are losing people as they've qualified. They're having to go home.
Yeah.
It's the visa issues we understand.
Yeah. So some of the education courses have a high proportion of international students, but they do have difficulty obtaining a visa in time. And that's because there are a number of different visa pathways, but none of them actually work with the requirements to become a financial advisor. So for some of the visas, for one of the visas, there's a 90-day requirement to be qualified, which we can't meet with our professional year program. For the student graduate visas that we talked about, there's that nuance about training onshore. A graduate diploma, for example, doesn't meet the 92-day requirement. So there's a number of nuances that we would love to work with the government on to ensure that we retain these students. They want to stay. We actually have a number of members that reach out who've employed these students to work for the firms while they're here, and they've reached out to us to say, my graduate has been declined a visa. How do I keep them? We have a number of case studies around that. So almost every visa option has an issue. The points visa in the IT and the engineering profession, the professional year has an additional 5 points, and we have a mandated legislative requirement for a professional year. So in terms of the skills points, we'd like that to be recognised. But really, there's a lot of nuances. We've had legal advice on it, and we would love to spend more time working the various bodies on how to unpack this. Did you want to add anything, Sarah?
Yeah, look, I think that gap between I've got my qualification, but I now need to do my professional year, that's where we have our biggest issue. Visas are the biggest issue, but our profession is also a micro business segment. We are made up of over 6,000 very small businesses generally that average 2.5 advisors per business. So they're also not as well equipped to engage on the visas. I think it's probably in large part because we're a new profession. The visa system and our professional requirements just don't sync. And I think that there is work that we could do so that we're smoothing out that path and allowing people who've got the qualifications and got a job to actually get a training visa or whatever visa is most appropriate to allow them to complete that professional year. At the moment, that's our biggest gap onshore.
Thank you. Ms. Peters.
Before I hand over to Edwina, our Head of Membership, perhaps our overall observation is certainty and consistency. So really when you think about applying to either stay in Australia or coming into Australia, understanding what those visa requirements are and having a clarity of a pathway through, especially when you're starting your degree rather than nearing completion, because these are significant investments that these students are making. That is a critical factor. So changing priorities, sometimes, you know, there's the potential that the lists change. Those sorts of things can be quite disruptive. As an assessing authority, Edwina handles our applications, so I will hand over to Edwina.
Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Eleanor. It's a great question, and as part of some work and part of our initiatives that we're doing at the moment is to really try to capture those post-assessment outcomes. So really trying to get a further understanding of where are applicants now after their assessment, have they obtained visas, are they employed, and if so, are they actually employed within the accounting profession, so that we can gain those insights to influence decisions on the ground for us in terms of our outreach initiatives and to support them and connect them with our ecosystem within the profession.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Settlement Services International's data outlines that accounting professionals are one of the most underutilised in Australia. So taken together, we've got a lot of international students who study accounting and they're eligible for temporary graduate visas. And you've got plenty of skilled migrants arriving because of their accounting skills, but yet many accounting professionals are viewed as being underutilised. Where are the gaps that we're missing in the financial sector?
So we worked with Monash University recently to have a look at that issue, and they use a very large data set over quite a long period of time, and it actually paints a little bit of a different picture to what you said. So I think that data points to accountants being, as you said, one of the least likely to end up in an accounting role. The data that Monash University has produced shows that's actually quite different. It's almost double the number end up in accounting roles, and we're happy to share that research with the committee if you're interested.
That would be useful, thank you.
So it is different to what the data produced by the department says. I also would say that accounting is a very transferable and very valuable skill, and the businesses value that skill in all sorts of ways, not just in accounting roles. So someone may come here as an accountant, but they end up in a business analyst role or a non-accounting role, but that finance skill, the accounting skill they bring is the reason why employers employ them into that role. And the other thing is they often open their own small business and apply that accounting skill in a different role. So they do come here, they do use that accounting skill, but not necessarily in an accounting role.
And does the CPA work with universities to develop curriculum in the accounting space?
Yes. We work very closely with universities. We have embedded subjects and accreditation. So very much foundational. So your undergraduate is a pathway into the CPA program. So we work with universities to embed our course content and to get credits. And then once you work in the master's space, we are actually working at the master's degree level to have equivalency and recognition in that space. So again, what we believe is that by working together with universities, it allows the international students to gain access and move towards full CPA accreditation as quickly as possible. What we emphasise as well is that fundamental to us is ethics and professional judgment, all of those components. So we make sure that those are also embedded.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess an advice, the situation is different. We have title protection, so you can't refer to yourself as a financial advisor or a financial planner unless you're licensed and registered. And I guess it's one of the unexpected or unintended benefits of having an extremely inflexible degree pathway to advice is that people who do that degree, that's the role that you're training for. And it is very inflexible, but on the good side, people who do study it tend to end up in the profession. So it's definitely a different challenge to the accountants.
Thank you.
Ms. Lee?
No, Chair.
And I don't think Ms. Fernando's online yet. I have one final question for both organisations. As a committee, we have to come up with good recommendations. They'll be tabled in the Parliament, and then the Minister will respond to those recommendations. They may develop into policy, regulations, etc. If you had a magic wand, and I've asked this of every witness that's appeared before us, if you could come up with one regulation that would make a real difference to this area for your industry, and I know you've spoken a bit about the offshore education system in your case, but in the Australian accountants CPA as well, I'd like to know something that would make a real difference for your industry in the area of filling skilled positions with migrant overseas workers. What would it be that we could change that would make the difference? Oh, that's a very broad question.
It's like choosing a favourite child because we love them all, but I think the 5 points for the professional year would be the one change that would make the most immediate difference to us, that would help international students onshore as well as potential offshore students. But yeah, that's a hard one. And do you disagree?
That one, I'm going to have to pick a second one, I'm sorry, but it's enabling the offshore training so that when people arrive, they can go straight into employment in the area that they've trained, as opposed to losing them in low-skilled work while that onshore training takes place. And that's a benefit to our Australian university system as well, because it increases their offshore revenue. So I want to...
We'll have to have an arm wrestle offline, I think.
Thank you.
For accounting, it really is around ensuring that skilled professionals remain a priority in the migration settings for Australia, ensuring that there is certainty over a period of years as students undertake their degrees here, and how the government can assist in facilitating the connection between employers and accounting professionals to help them stay in Australia and contribute to the economy.
Thank you very much. That brings us to an end of your session today. Thank you for presenting, and thank you for your submissions, and thank you for your views and ideas and things that we can take on board. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to correct or make corrections to if there's any transcription errors that you feel may have been made. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, the Secretariat will be in touch with a due date after the transcript's available. If there's anything else that we may think of, we may ask you to either present again or to ask for some information, and vice versa. If there's something that you didn't raise today that you think you missed, please feel free to get in touch with the committee. Once again, thank you for submitting and appearing before us. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
You going? Yep. Excellent. We've got our next group here.
Do a public hearing in Fowler. Do a public hearing in.
We now have the Refugee Council of Australia. Cassandra's still not on. I'll text her, she said she's coming on. Terrific. Could we start? We're a little bit early, but we could start on them. Yep. They're all here. So.
Might even be able to get out early.
Keep it going. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you.
I now welcome witnesses from the Refugee Council of Australia and Mr. Ozian from from their member organisation, community construction, to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state just your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? We might start on this side.
Yep, sure. My name is Hidayat Usyan. I am the founder and CEO of Community Construction.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shaheen White. I'm from the Refugee Council of Australia, Senior Policy Officer.
And hi, I'm Louise Olive, a Senior Policy Advisor at the Refugee Council of Australia.
Thank you and welcome to our public hearing, and thank you for your submission. I'll now ask you to make an opening statement of just a few minutes, and then we'll have a discussion and a Q&A. Oh, sorry, there is some wording that I have to read before we start. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And on that note, thank you for your submission. I'll ask you to make a short opening statement before we go to questions.
Thank you, and I'll just change to my reading glasses. So thank you to the committee for inviting us here today. The Refugee Council of Australia is the national peak body for people from refugee and asylum seeking backgrounds and the organisations and individuals that support them. And we appreciate the committee hearing from organisations like ours about the value of skilled migration to Australia. As we laid out in our submission, while skilled migration may not be a key focus of the Refugee Council and our constituents, how Australia understands and values this program does have implications for refugees whose skills and potential are often overlooked. Refugees and people seeking asylum are often left out of conversations about skilled migration, when in reality many refugees arrive with years of professional experience and a strong motivation to work and build a career in Australia. They are already contributing across industries, filling critical gaps, starting businesses and strengthening local economies. So in our opening statement, we want to make 3 points. First is to remind the committee that to consider how skilled migration fits within Australia's broader migration strategy and the benefits of maintaining different streams, skilled, humanitarian and family reunion, with different objectives in mind. This is important when thinking about what Australia values and our future population and skills needs, because there are overlaps. The humanitarian program should always be about providing safety to those fleeing persecution, violence and wars, but it is also a program that brings people to this country that have skills, capacities and a remarkable drive to rebuild their lives. Since the Second World War, more than 1 million refugees have come to Australia and transformed our society in ways that are distinct and valuable. They've brought, and this is in our submission, they've brought diverse and niche skill sets, transnational networks that are different from traditionally migrant source populations. And an example of the Vietnamese community is a really illustrative one about that. And they also have a propensity to apply the determination, skills, hard work, and an appetite for calculated risks that have seen people through really difficult times to economic pursuits, which is why we see strong entrepreneurial tendencies in communities. And Hidayat, who we've really wanted to bring here with us today, can speak more to this as an entrepreneur who helps refugees to hone their skills and contributes in the construction industry in particular. Our second point, it is evident that Australia needs people with skills, talents and who want to invest long term in our country. It's also evident that there's work yet to be done to fully realise the skills, talents and potential within refugee communities. We note that 2/3 of refugee and humanitarian entrants arrive in Australia under the age of 30. 42% are children, that's almost half are children. This is a young cohort, and these are young people whose futures lay ahead of them and are in Australia. And it's a reminder to invest in education and training that is strongly correlated to the future of work and to make sure that it is accessible and inclusive to these young people. But refugee and humanitarian entrants also include people who arrive here with skills, qualifications and experiences that are relevant to our workforce needs. They were nurses, dentists, etc., etc. I'm sure you've heard this before their lives were disrupted by war and conflict. And some of our qualifications and skills recognition processes really fail to meet that recognition and how people can regain their careers. We know from countless stories and research that humanitarian entrants experience significant de-skilling after arriving in Australia and often never regain their former careers. And while we acknowledge that refugee and humanitarian entrants may take longer to transition to full economic participation, because many have to learn English and possibly train or retrain if there has been a significant disruption in their careers, they are also strongly motivated and aspirational. And so the serious setbacks, frustrations and structural barriers refugees and people seeking asylum face entering the labour market are things we are happy to speak more about. We certainly believe more can be done to support refugees in their transition to work in Australia. And on this, we recommend a reform of skills and qualification recognition, investment in targeted bridging programs, and a commitment to incorporating findings from the National Anti-Racism Framework to remove systemic barriers to participation in Australian workplaces. And we're happy to provide examples and also to acknowledge in the federal budget that many of these recommendations have been addressed to some degree. And so finally, our third point, there are over 42.5 million refugees in the world right now, and conflicts do not seem to be going away. This year, less than 70,000 refugees globally are expected to have access to resettlement, so to have a chance to move permanently to a safe country where they have full rights. Much more needs to be done to open up existing migration pathways for refugees, including those based on a person's skills and capacity for work. And we won't spend much time on this because we can see from your schedule you're about to hear from Talent Beyond Boundaries and UNSW's Cowdell Centre in the next session. But just to reiterate that the Refugee Council strongly recommends that our humanitarian program be complemented by a skilled migration program that is protection sensitive. And to this end, the Refugee Labour Agreement pilot should be made a permanent feature of the skilled migration program. It should so because it enables highly skilled refugees access to a regular migration pathway based on a job offer from an Australian employer. It's demonstrated through its piloting phase its effectiveness at unlocking the wealth of talent within displaced populations overseas, and it's one way that refugees can rebuild their lives in safety, get their careers back on track and contribute. We just end by returning to the question of value that's at the centre of this inquiry, and a reminder that our migration programs are not only about economic participation, but part of our nation building story. It is the social, cultural and civic contributions of refugees and other migrants, often not captured in statistics, that enrich this nation. So we're happy to answer questions from the committee.
Thank you very much for that. In your submission, you speak about the disparity between skilled migration and migration. Do you want to elaborate a bit more on that? I know you touched a bit on it, but just explain to us how could streamlining both assist to fill some of those labour gaps that we have, both skilled and unskilled?
The unskilled labour gaps, you mean? Through the...
Both. You talk about a disparity,
yeah.
The difference between skilled
yes.
Migration
yeah.
and migration in the
humanitarian program.
Yeah. How can we streamline that to better serve our needs for migration, yeah. skilled migration, jobs where there is shortages, yeah. etc.?
I mean, from a Refugee Council perspective, maybe I'll start, and is that, you know...
And we'll get Mr. Osaya as well. No,
absolutely, we will get him, but just from our policy perspective, yeah. we would say that the humanitarian program serves multiple functions and not just about the skills shortage, and so keeping them separate is...
But because we're...
Yeah, you're interested in
skills shortage.
Yeah,
good to sort of.
Yeah, but obviously, how do we support people who come through this program to fill labour shortages in areas? And that's difficult because if you're not selecting people based on their skills, you know, that takes maybe some thinking about where people live, what opportunities they have, and what bridging type initiatives there are for people to find work that is meaningful and that either draws on the skills they have or, as we said, the education and training that can lead them to fill shortages in the future if they're younger people. So I think programs like EPRI, which is the Employment Pathways for Refugee Initiative, is a really great example of how these sorts of targeted initiatives can help to identify where are the critical skills gap. Here's a population who really want to work. What sort of programs that recognise the particular you know, the barriers and challenges that people face to help them to get into that work. And maybe Hidayat's example of community construction is a really good example of that type of initiative.
Yep. I just want to give a very brief introduction about my social enterprise. Community construction is a social enterprise which I established 10 years ago due to a loss of barrier for refugee in the construction industry. So when I finished my university in 2016, I was working in Western Sydney. I realized that thousands of refugees, they are struggling to find sustainable job in Australia due to language barrier and lack of network. Some of them, those who get job, they have been exploited in the workforce because they couldn't speak English and they couldn't defend their rights. And they asked me, you are one of us, you came as a refugee, can you help us to find a safe space where we can work and contribute to the Australian economy? So that's why I established this social enterprise to provide a safe space for refugees to flourish and also contribute. In the last 10 years, I have helped over 120 people to find job in the construction industry. I train them, and then they work in the construction industry. So we haven't received any funding from government. It's a very self-funded organization. We contract the project at the same time training and employing refugee. Some of my staff, which they came on a humanitarian visa, they have been working in construction for many years, but when they came to Australia, there was no system to recognize their skills. So they were working as a labor. And then I provide a safe space for them to work on that area, and then gradually they upskill and then they get the recognition. So out of this 120 people, 5 of them, they set up their own company now. They're working as a contractor, and they're making huge contribution in the construction industry in Australia.
Yeah,
Mr. White.
Yeah, so I just wanted to build on what Hidayat and Louise have said. The EPRI program, which is, I think, $7.7 million of funding, that's provided to 20 social enterprises and community organisations. They're not refugee specific, some of them are, but that is one area where the government could further invest in, because it's a 1-year extension, and providing perhaps a longer contract or making programs like that permanent would be really beneficial in terms of streamlining it. The focus with the EPRI is more towards people with skills in trades. They provide forklift licenses, white cards for entering construction sites, CV building, volunteer work, paid placements. And then there's other social enterprises such as Career Seekers, which I used to formerly, just disclosing, I used to work for Career Seekers as an employment advisor, and they provide internships, paid internships, through matching refugee interns with corporate organisations in Australia to get them back into their professional field. So there's a diverse array of skills, all varying from manufacturing, nursing, healthcare, business, that I think social enterprises, with the help of government at both state and federal funding, can better facilitate.
Thank you. Deputy Chair's got some questions, and I'll go to Senator Shoebridge, who's joined us.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for appearing before us today. In your submission, you've spoken about, or you've said that the economic value of skilled migration is not a key focus for you. I was hoping you'd be able to explain a bit about what you mean by that.
Well, I guess the Refugee Council's purpose is around refugees, and so our focus on the skilled migration program, the intersect is really one around the ways in which the skilled migration program can be accessed by refugees, which is really what this pilot has shown, is that, you know, we're selecting people based on their skills. Well, there are refugees overseas who have those skills but have not had access to, you know, to even, you know, start an application for a skilled migration visa. You need to provide a passport. You know, you can't even get through the first step if you're a refugee. So that's one intersect. And then the other is that people here are often, because we have a humanitarian program which is about protection and providing safety to people who are fleeing conflict, we sometimes forget that that these are people who are also just people who have.
If they could provide a skill, even better.
Yeah, so it's just that we don't want people to be selected based on their skill, because this is about life-saving support to people who are in need of like safety. So we don't want to be there selecting someone because they're a plumber, that we need plumbers. But we also recognise that once people are here, they want to work and they have skills that are relevant. So how do we? It's not an immediate. Do you know what I mean? It's not an immediate fit. So I guess we're not looking specifically at skilled visas as the Refugee Council, except for in those sort of how do we intersect between accessibility to skilled visas for refugees, which we think is fundamentally an exciting prospect, actually, because we know that there are so few protection-based solutions for refugees internationally. So this is another option to provide safety and safety with dignity for people who have the right skills. We don't want that to be the only thing, but something that is certainly valuable. Does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah,
Maybe.
no, I think that does. I guess a follow-up question to that would be, do you think, you know, without a doubt, migration's sort of a hotbed issue at the moment. Do you think that in order to get back some of that public confidence that we've probably had in the past that we don't necessarily have right now, do you think more of a focus on the economics of it would sometimes be appropriate?
I don't know if any of you want to answer that. I mean, this is a delicate thing for us to think about, because again, if we're thinking about a female-headed household in Kenya where the woman is facing domestic violence and no protection, you don't want her to come to Australia based on the economic contribution she's going to make. She's going to make that anyway by raising her children here and hopefully finding work. So I think we have lots of research that shows the economic contributions that refugees make, and that's really important to show that people do that. And maybe in our submission we tried to bring forth some of the distinct contributions that refugees make, such as around the entrepreneurship, but also this idea that people come from non-traditional diversity actually gives us this amazing strength. And you know, if we're only looking at, okay, we need dentists, where are the dentists, whatever. But actually, the fact is we have a lot of Syrian dentists here right now who are not working as dentists. I've spent a lot of time with those people, and it's extraordinarily frustrating for them. But imagine if those dentists were working as dentists now, with their Arabic language skills, with their extremely advanced dentistry in having worked in like major hospitals in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia and other countries. Like there's a wealth of expertise there we might not get from dentists who've come from, you know what I mean? It brings this sort of sense of contribution that I think we don't have a good feel for, really, when we talk about economic contribution of refugees to this country. I think we need better data maybe on that. I don't know, Shaheen, if you...
Yeah, I think that was really well said, Lou. And just to further elaborate, I guess from the Refugee Council's perspective is that, you know, we don't want to see people be reduced to economic commodities, and that protection is the primary, the integral part of the humanitarian program. And with protection, when people are able to arrive in Australia with safety, with stability, they're able to feel, be able to fulfill those hopes and aspirations to be able to work in safety, try and aspire to economic and financial independence, which they may not have had in their where they came from, as well as being able to educate and be able to be part of a community. So I think that there's a monumental shift there that comes with protection and having adequate settlement services that are provided to support them along the way. I'm not sure if Hidayat, if you wanted to add anything.
Thank you. The other question I've got is, so the government's announced it will focus on onshore applicants in its migration program. Is that something you were consulted on, and what are your views on it?
We were not consulted on, this is for the skilled migration program? No. And I mean, my understanding, and again, this is not our area of expertise, but that so many of the onshore applicants has been a major problem. And maybe speaking to to research that UNSW done, and full disclosure, I've been involved in that research, so that's why I'm speaking to it, is that, you know, when we've talked to people in regional areas in particular, there's so much frustration that there's so many temporary workers here that aren't able to get that safety and security. Again, it's not based on protection, but it's based on the sense of when you have a foundation of safety and a sense of a long-term future, then you can start to think differently about your situation. So we weren't consulted on that, you know, process of onshore, the focus of the skilled migration being on people who are already onshore, but it seems to me that the same principle we would think about at the Refugee Council around temporariness versus a permanency would apply. You know, it's something valuable in having people feel they can commit long-term to a country and a place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sherbridge.
Oh, thanks all for your work. Why don't we go to you put those 2 case studies of Syrian dentists, highly qualified, obviously incredibly capable at fixing people's teeth, which is kind of what we want dentists to do. Clearly they've got language skills that would reach out to parts of our community. Both of them sort of hitting brick walls after like 10 years of trying. What do you think the solution to that is?
Yeah, that was an interesting one that we became involved in because it seemed there were quite a number of people in that situation, and not being an expert in dentistry or accreditation of dentists in Australia, I spent a lot of time talking to those dentists about the process of accreditation. And it was astounding to me that how difficult that process is for people who desperately tried everything to regain their careers. The cost, the system doesn't seem to be set up for people like them. Mm-hmm. And, you know, even arriving and having, you know, each time they went for these accreditation, it was like $18,000. And, you know, if you've just arrived as a refugee having spent 10 years in displacement, you don't have the savings to start looking at paying $18,000 to get accredited as a dentist.
Definitely not 3 times once you've failed twice. Well, so I see the problems, but I'm just wondering what you see as a solution.
Yeah, so I guess I think we're joining what others have said around the accreditation process, and there needs to be oversight of those processes that are industry-led, because it seems like, you know, the 2 ways to become in regulated industries is to become to work is to either study in Australia, get your full qualification, retrain, or have an industry, in that case, an industry accreditation of your skills. There has to be oversight of those processes to make sure they're fair and they're doing the job. From what I understood of that process, so again, in the federal budget, I believe there is some consideration of oversight now of regulatory processes, but we were stuck with what to suggest to these dentists. Who do they go to complain about this process, to seek an alternative remedy? You know, they've tried applying for the different schemes that are available. So I would say oversight of the recognition, skills recognition processes, bridging.
I mean, the federal budget announcement is really about largely trades. It's not about dentists. It's not about accountants. It's largely about trades. I think overwhelmingly towards trades. So I suppose I come back to the dentists.
Yeah.
What do we do?
I mean, the idea of an ombudsman is one that Canada has tried. I don't know if that is something that is. My understanding was this oversight was going to be about accreditation processes. No.
All about TAFE.
All about TAFE. Okay.
And
I stand corrected, but I mean, there needs to be an
trade
ombudsman.
assessment, 75 million out of the 85 million.
I mean, it seems to me that the complexity of this system requires some sort of checks and balances of the systems that work in industry. So, you know, an ombudsman type role. The other thing is, there used to be pathway programs, bridging programs for dentists, you know, so universities would offer a 1-year course to bridge the full degree, and somebody who has a degree from another overseas, but maybe there's gaps in their knowledge. Doesn't exist anymore. So why doesn't it exist? There needs to be those bridging systems for you know
the profession, if it's self-regulating,
yes,
has minimal interest in opening up.
Yeah.
Lifting up the drawbridge.
Yes.
To let others in. So are you suggesting that the Commonwealth should take a role in oversight in some of those professional organisations? I'm more than happy for you to take this on notice rather than us try and explore it. Take it on notice and actually come back after you have sort of have a consideration of it, because the case studies are pretty compelling.
Yeah.
But, what's the response to it?
I mean, in that particular case, because this is the problem with this, is that every industry has got a different system and a different accreditation and a different pathways. So in that particular case, we suggested 3 things. An ombudsman needs to look at these processes, and so someone can complain to somebody if the process isn't, and that is a government role, I would say. The second one was to have supervisory practice type pathways for professions. So that is a why is there not a, the dental industry has a supervisory pathway into dentistry for overseas trained dentists.
Because they like protecting the guild.
They do like protecting, but who else could? Yeah, that's true. Look, we can take it on notice, but I also,
it's interesting when when you go into a profession. I remember when I, as you're a lawyer, you're working your way through. You loathe all the barriers until you get past them, and suddenly they seem very important.
But I mean, I take your point 100% around the dent. I mean, that's the conclusion I came to, is that there's gatekeeping to stop people from coming into this industry. So you need somebody else there with a gate, right? Rather than having one gate.
Yeah.
In terms of, sorry for butting in, just on that same topic, there are industries, and we'd all be aware of some of them who are very strong in not allowing anyone into their industry, but there are others as well. For example, in terms of a lot of the technical trades, there's been some great bridging courses that have come up, and I've seen people go through them where they've come from overseas, either as refugees or as just migrants, to be able to bridge, to do a bridging course and go on and become a mechanic, for example, or because they had a mechanic certificate before they got here. But I think we need more streamlining in more industries in that area to allow someone who's come over as a refugee, perhaps had studied, for example, a quick thing that comes to mind, in Afghanistan and some of the bases, we were actually training, when I say we, the Australian Armed Forces were training plumbers, electricians, etc. Some of those people have now found their way over here, and even though they were trained under Australian, the Australian auspices, aren't recognised, so they have to go and do these bridging courses. But certainly if we could, I think that's what
and critical industries.
And perhaps the Commonwealth being willing to fund some institutions, universities and others, to provide those bridging courses.
Correct. Yes.
To get rid of the blockage.
Exactly. I agree.
Could I ask about the Skilled Refugee Labour Agreement pilot? SLAP, however you pronounce it. But it's coming to an end, I think, in June. It's capped at 500 places. First of all, should it continue? Is it good? Should it be uncapped? Take us through SLAP.
Yes, it should definitely continue. As I think we said at the start, I think it's proven effectiveness and unblocking refugees from being able to, migrate on skilled visas. It should just be a permanent part of the skilled migration. It's not an additional, it's just consideration within the skilled migration program for how to reduce some of those barriers, to level the playing field, I guess, for refugees. Absolutely think it should continue. It shouldn't be even limited to that 500 places. It should just be as there is employers who, it's demand driven, right? If employers want somebody who, is happens to be a refugee, then that employer should be able to employ that person if that's who they want. You know, it's so having a number is not necessarily going to help. You've got a skilled migration program with a certain number of places, so I think refugees should have access to those places.
And you know, this has been a great scheme where it's brought a whole lot of incredible skills and people with the skills and a fundamental commitment to Australia, who see Australia not only giving them a place to exercise their skills and help people, but also a place of refuge at the same time. Real commitment to this country, but we don't see it celebrated. Like there's almost no Commonwealth publicity about the scheme. None of these individuals you'll see being promoted for the work they're doing, the success they are. Do you think that's part of it as well? Telling the good stories, particularly here about refugees doing great work?
Amazing. Yes, and I think Hedayat's company has also been an employer through this scheme. So even, I mean, no, he's actually employed people from overseas through this scheme. So even for you to talk about some of those people might...
Yeah, but is Home Affairs knocking on your door and saying, hey, can we help you promote this? This is great.
No, not really.
Yeah.
So I sponsored 2 candidates through Talent Beyond Boundary, and they are fantastic. So one of them, he was an engineer in Afghanistan for many years, and one of them, he was a construction worker as a painter. So when I sponsored them through this program, now they're working full-time in my organization, and they're making huge contribution to the industry. So they bring a lot of new skills and diversity to the Australian construction industry here. So I would definitely highly recommend to continue this program. There's a lot of really good response from refugee community, like those people who have businesses in Australia. They want to support this program because they have a lot of passion and connection with those people. So they want to use this platform to bring those skilled workers in their businesses as well.
And, you know, I think that's a real credit to the refugee community here who are looking to, you know, they're not pulling the ladder up behind them. They're actually trying to help others gain access as well. But I suppose I'm coming back to this point, that if the government actually promoted and spent money promoting these good success stories, well, we might see the broader business community, not just the refugee community, but the broader business community buying into the scheme. And then hear some really positive narratives about refugees out in the community. I come back to this. Do you think there's a role for Home Affairs, for the Commonwealth Government, to actually devote some resources to telling these good stories?
And maybe just something that we could say about that maybe you won't hear from Talent Beyond Boundaries is also the government hasn't put any resources into funding the infrastructure behind that to promote the program. So yes, what I'm talking about is to let businesses know that this exists, to celebrate it requires, you know,
requires a campaign and
and so it is a great program, and why don't people know about it? It's just been sort of quietly going along, but I mean there's an opportunity there, and maybe from a refugee council perspective, the double benefit of that is that maybe this deficit framing of refugees being somehow a burden to the Australian community can be challenged, because we know that not just those people coming on these skilled visas, but people here, like the dentists we talked about, exceptionally skilled people, but also just hardworking, motivated people who want to get on with their lives in safety. Like that's an amazing asset for, and something we should be really proud of in Australia. So the fact that it's been so much of a deficit framing for so long is really problematic for the social cohesion we're looking for in this country.
And I think just on that point, there's no doubt that refugees have contributed so much. I look at my electorate. I have a suburb called Kilburn, which was a dead suburb 20 years ago. There wasn't a single shop. There was just shutters everywhere. We've had the Afghan community that have moved in from 2013 onwards, and it's become one of the most vibrant places in South Australia. The contribution, the economic vibrancy, all of that has just given the entire suburb of Kilburn, Blair Athol, Upper Prospect, this vibrancy that just it's 20-fold in the economic benefits and to the well-being of the entire community in that area. a lot of those people that I meet with and speak with say exactly the same thing. They want to bring people over. For example, we've got a fantastic butcher, Afghani butcher. They cannot find butchers here, no matter how hard they try. They get apprentices, they leave, etc. And I think we should be looking at areas where there's already a community. That person coming will be supported by that community. What are your views on those types of migration programs? And they used to exist in this country many years ago in the 50s, 60s, right through to the 70s, where you could sponsor a particular person out, not necessarily a family member, but sponsor someone out to migrate to this country. And I think we've gone away from that area where we had we'd work out our numbers, what was required to keep our economy going, grow our population, etc., and bring people out. Whereas now we've complicated it so much with 1 million different visas, and yet we still have the same needs that we had in the 50s in terms of labour workforce back then. Now it's skilled workforce, and not much has changed in terms of actually being able to fill our issues in terms of the problems that we face, but also at the same time assisting and helping people who are seeking refuge or a better life. Anyway, that was my little rant, but just some views on that the way that we do migration, and the positives and future benefits of particular community groups bringing people over.
I just wanted to add to that point just around the positive contributions. So we've been speaking a lot about social cohesion, and just the empirical data is very important in terms of the economic contributions, but it's those civic, cultural contributions that are not as measurable, and I think really elevating that and raising public awareness around that. I know in my previous experience as an employment advisor, when I had interns who were working on engineering projects, particularly at Rozelle Interchange, and one of the first things that they would say is apart from, even before saying, yes, I've got a stable income, I'm working with people, they would say, I'm contributing to my community. And I think that's enormous in terms of a sense of belonging and building that camaraderie. So it's the productivity and the motivations within those work sites that I attended was quite enormous. There could be better targeted programs. I know that Afghans have contributed significantly in Shepparton and rural areas as well.
And when you're talking about community sponsored places, we know that social networks are extraordinarily powerful, effective, clever, resilient. And so, at the moment, we would say at the Refugee Council, we can do more in terms of not just the resettlement program, but community sponsorship as something that communities can do. We need more visa places, but again, I think part of that is looking beyond the this deficit framing of refugees coming here and being a cost, and seeing, well, communities actually thrive when you can reunite families, for example. There's a different dynamic that happens when people are able to bring somebody, and in terms of the work and the economic participation, we know that people get jobs through their networks. It's what happens for people born in Australia, and so there is absolutely merit to this idea of community sponsored as another sort of dimension of Australia's humanitarian program. Of course, we want to see the humanitarian program slightly bigger because we want resettlement to remain a protection focused, not based on your family members, but based on your need for protection. But the community sponsorship is worked in the past, it can work in the future, and there's some reform work that needs to be done there.
And it should be additional.
Additional to the humanitarian resettlement intake, yes.
Thank you very much. Well, that brings us to an end of our session. Thank you for your submission, for appearing before us with your evidence, and certainly if there's anything else that we may think of asking you, we may be in touch again, and vice versa. If there's something you didn't raise today that you feel should be raised, feel free to contact us. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any errors in the transcription. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, the Secretariat will be in touch with a due date after the transcript is available. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is here. If they're ready to submit, we might as well. Yep. Senator Shoebridge, you're okay for our next. Instead of taking a break, we'll go straight on to the next. Happy to.
They all do that.
I believe they are.
It's Caldor Community.
This is the last one. There's one more after this.
International Refugee. Sorry?
We haven't actually suspended.
No, we haven't suspended yet. Welcome and thank you. I now welcome witnesses from the following organisations to give evidence. Caldor Centre for International Refugee Law, Talent Beyond Boundaries, who are in person, and I believe we have one via telephone, or not? No. Okay. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? We might start down this end.
My name is Fadi Shalouhi, and I am on the board of Talent Beyond Boundaries. I am also one of their successful candidates of the program.
Thank you.
My name is Gemma Bailey. I'm the Australian Director at Talent Beyond Boundaries.
John Cameron. I'm the founder of Talent Beyond Boundaries and on the global board of Talent Beyond Boundaries.
I'm Dr. Claire Higgins. I'm a Senior Research Fellow at the Caldor Centre at UNSW Sydney.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Thank you for your submissions and for appearing today before the inquiry. And I now will invite each organisation to make a short opening statement, no more than 2 minutes if you can, and then we'll open up for a brief discussion and Q&A. We have the submissions, so there's no need to repeat what's already been submitted. If there is something new and you wish to table it for us to take it as evidence, we're quite happy also to take something in writing as evidence. But if we could open up for a discussion would be much more beneficial for the committee. I think asking questions and hearing your answers. I can hand over to maybe Caldor first. Excellent. Ms. Bailey.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. So Talent Beyond Boundaries' mission is to open up skilled migration pathways and the value of skilled migration for refugees and forcibly displaced people. In Australia, we work with the government to identify and break down structural barriers that have traditionally stopped refugees from accessing skilled migration. And we also work directly with employers to help them identify and recruit displaced talent. Today, as you know, we'll be speaking specifically to the Skilled Refugee Labour Agreement pilot, which we co-designed and implement with the Department of Home Affairs. And the pilot has shown that opening skilled migration pathways unlocks a really impressive talent pool of talent for Australian employers, while also providing a really profound humanitarian benefit for refugees who can migrate on the basis of their skills and rebuild their lives and their careers. And importantly, I do want to acknowledge the long-standing cross-party leadership and support for the pilot across successive governments. The committee's central question is the value of skilled migration to Australia, and there are 3 key points that will frame our evidence today. Firstly, skilled migration is foundational to Australia, and there is immense value in ensuring the settings do not exclude displaced talent. Our mission is rooted in the conviction that displacement does not diminish a person's professional expertise, and as such, individuals should have equitable access within the existing employer-sponsored visa streams, in addition to the humanitarian resettlement pathways. Secondly, now is the time to transition the success of the skilled refugee pilot into an ongoing employer-led pathway for displaced talent. Since the pilot was launched in 2021, the results have demonstrated committed buy-in from a really diverse range of employers, as well as strong retention and employment outcomes and settlement outcomes. Over 170 employers have made job offers through the pilot, with particular success in regional Australia and in critical skills shortage areas. And finally, Australia is recognised as a global leader on refugee labour mobility, and with the pilot due to end on the 30th of June, we're really well placed to build on that leadership, drawing lessons from the pilot and from comparable work overseas to embed an employer-led program with best practice settings to strengthen employer participation and to set the conditions for sustainability and for growth. I'll hand over to John Cameron briefly.
I'll just give you a little bit of history. I started TBB, as we all call it, because Talent Beyond Boundaries is a bit of a mouthful. I started TBB 10 years ago because, having spent my whole career in business chasing talent wherever I could find it for my own business, I didn't think it made sense that refugees who had marketable skills were blocked from competing in the global jobs market just because they were refugees. Why should I, as an employer, not be able to hire the best person for the job just because they're a refugee located outside Australia? So I decided to try and hire a refugee, this is 10 years ago, with the skills I needed, and see what barriers I came up against. A barrier like that couldn't make any sense, much sense, so it should be possible to argue for its removal. And that's the TBB was born. A few years later, with cross-party political support, union support, and support from the Department of Home Affairs, people like Fadi, who you'll be hearing from shortly, started arriving in Australia. And this was a global first. Other countries followed, and TBB is now a truly global organisation. So I'll just finish by saying a little bit about Australia. We're a remote country with a relatively small population. And we've always had to look beyond our borders and compete internationally. And that's tough, but we've been good at it. To continue to compete effectively, Australia needs a world-class education system and a world-class immigration system. Our immigration system should not exclude talent based on their refugee status or any other irrelevant factor. The TBB pilot has shown how to fix that, and it's time to move beyond a pilot and make that fix permanent. So now I'm going to pass to Fadi. Fadi's a great example of the kind of talent that Australia needs. He happens to be a refugee, a stateless person, and he wouldn't be here without Talent Beyond Boundaries or skilled migration.
Excellent. Mr. Kalui.
Thank you, John. Chair, distinguished member of this committee, thank you for this.
Can I ask you to speak up a little bit, just
Sorry.
so we can make sure we don't miss anything that you're saying?
Of course, apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Fadi Shalouhi, and for 30 years of my life I was stateless, which meant I had no passport, no country, and no place to call home. 30 also happens to be the number of Tier 1 Australian companies that I have had the honor and privilege of helping to grow and improve as a strategy and management consultant with Accenture since arriving here on a skill shortage visa through Talent Beyond Boundaries. From MBN to Optus to Dulux to Telstra, and the list goes on. And 30 is the number of years I intend to keep giving back to this economy and to this country, because Australia is the only country in the world that ever gave me the right to call it home. I take enormous pride and I feel profound gratitude in every single day I get to work here, contribute here, and belong here. Because this program doesn't just fill skill gaps, it gives people like myself the chance to keep their dignity, to hold on to their pride, to contribute, not from a place of desperation, but from a place of purpose and gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to add anything very quickly before we open up?
Yes, I'd like to make our opening statement. Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the committee for this opportunity. The Caldor Centre at UNSW Sydney is the world's leading research centre dedicated to the study of international refugee law, and we're here today because we're leading an Australian Research Council funded project looking at the potential of the Skilled Refugee Labour Agreement pilot to address the needs of small businesses in regional Australia, and in turn the needs of displaced people to find safety and rebuild their lives and careers. And our research is supported under this ARC linkage grant by our two partner organisations. Talent Beyond Boundaries is one and the Regional Australia Institute is the other. We have published some of this research today, which I'll briefly touch on, in a policy brief by the Caldor Centre, and we found in fieldwork across the country that small businesses in regional areas face distinct challenges, costs and risks when recruiting under existing migration settings, and refugees who arrive through the pilot can face challenges due to a lack of formal settlement support in regional areas. But we also found that the Skilled Refugee Labour Agreement pilot is viewed as having strong potential in the regions by employers, refugees and community stakeholders across the country. And so our recommendations are that the pilot be made permanent within Australia's skilled migration program, that the Australian government explore ways to offset the costs for small businesses to hire through that pathway, particularly small businesses in regional Australia, that the government explore hire to train or train to hire models within that pathway, which the Refugee Council of Australia touched on in their submission earlier, and that the Australian government ensure the ongoing involvement of an intermediary organisation or organisations to aid that recruitment pathway and support candidates and employers before and after arrival, and that the government consider how those policy settings can be adjusted to help candidates arriving under the labour mobility pathway to access settlement support and family reunion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Bailey, is there anything you wanted to add? No, excellent. I'm going to kick off with more of I'd like to hear a bit more from Mr. Kalui. How was the connection made with Kildare, and what was the steps that took place before you found yourself settled with work, etc.?
Of course, I made contact with Talent Beyond Boundaries when I was in Lebanon, my country of birth, and that was when I was exploring overseas opportunities for resettlement and potentially seek some help. The process that Talent Beyond Boundaries followed at the time was first to interview me and figure out what is my skill set, where do I add value, whether it is my education, my experience, my linguistic skills, and then match me with potential employers through a wide variety of channels, not just exclusive to Australia. So I had a series of interviews. I was interviewed by McKinsey in Canada, Accenture in Australia, South 32 in Australia as well. And after a proper interview process, I received a job offer, which I signed. And then the employer, alongside Talent Beyond Boundaries, worked together in collaboration to figure out a pathway to get me here. I was more on the difficult side of cases, given my stateless nature. But eventually, we figured out a way to get me on a skill shortage visa here in 2019, where I joined Accenture in Sydney as a strategy consultant. There was a very clear pathway to permanent residency and later on citizenship, of course. And throughout my stay, I had support from both my employer, Accenture at the time, and Talent Beyond Boundaries in terms of settlement, in terms of assimilation, in terms of figure out the lay of the land, so to speak. So it's been a very seamless experience, and I have been supported since day one.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have two questions. The first is to you, Ms. Higgins, Dr. Higgins. We're obviously seeing a shifting world order and a move away from a rules-based traditional world order. In terms of your study of international refugee law, what are the implications of that, and how does Australia compare or what's Australia's role as this world order shifting?
Australia's taken a very strong role in promoting labour mobility, as Mr. Cameron said, on the international stage, and has pledged to increase Australia's suite of complementary pathways, so the number of complementary pathways that are complementary to the resettlement program, to 10,000 places. And so labour mobility is one complementary pathway, and there are others such as community sponsorship and study pathways as well. And study is currently being piloted and community sponsorship is in place. And so Australia has a really strong leading role to promote the growth of these pathways, and it's working with other countries, and I think has developed a very good reputation on this front.
Thank you. The second question I'll ask, which is one that I put to the previous panel, the government's announced it will focus on onshore applicants in its migration program. Is this something that you've been consulted on, and what were your views on it?
Sorry, I was not consulted on that, so I'll pass over to...
We weren't consulted on it because the premise of our program is really about opening up skilled migration to refugees offshore. So it's looking at as the question before went to, the dynamic at the moment where there's over 110 million refugees and displaced people globally and a very small number of resettlement places. And so it's in the interest of trying to find those other pathways and corridors in. So our program is specifically targeted at refugees offshore, not those onshore.
Thank you. I think that's all from me.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks everyone for all your work. Fadi, you've probably seen other people in your employer, in Accenture, sort of coming in without the support that you got with TBB, perhaps from a more traditional skills migration stream. I'm not asking you to share anyone's personal details, but do you want to reflect on perhaps the support you got with TBB as against, other people who come in without that kind of support?
Yes, of course. So Accenture being an international company, especially before COVID, it was very easy for people from other branches and countries such as Holland or France to come and work on a project for 8 months or so. And I guess the difference is, given that my stay is more permanent, I got more support, not just from Accenture, also from Talent Beyond Boundaries. So I got an understanding of the Australian way of life. I got an understanding how to use a train and use a bank account, because being stateless, I didn't have access to all of that. So given my, I would say, very exceptional circumstances, I got more support, and that really helped me hit the ground running, especially around understanding how things work, understanding how to get access to very basic services. And I think the fact that I was on a streamlined channel to get permanent residency within 2 years was extremely helpful, because that was almost the first cushion I had in terms of legitimacy and being able to really legally call this place home. So I guess that was the biggest difference, the circumstance in which I came.
Yeah, and some of those things can seem kind of trivial to outsiders, but going to Melbourne and trying to get a Myki card to work, trying to get a bank account set up, work out how to rent a property. How important is that kind of support to bedding down? Exceptionally important.
And we know the nature of consulting, right? We have our KPIs, we need to be chargeable and billable every single second of the day. So having someone in the background helping me assimilate, help me understand how things work, I could really focus on my deliverables, focus on my output, and actually basically prove Accenture right and putting their faith in Talent Beyond Boundaries and in me. So having that support was critical for my early success in Australia professionally.
And either you, Ms. Bailey, or Mr. Cameron, in terms of TBB, what's the support that you get to provide that kind of wraparound, whether it's for Fadi or others? Where are you getting the resources for that?
Yeah, so just quickly on the settlement point as well, just because it might be useful for the committee to understand. So because our candidates come in as skilled migrants rather than through the humanitarian stream, they don't have access to the humanitarian support programs. And so we have kind of had to be creative in our responses and work with employers one-on-one to ensure those settlement services are provided, and that's done in a kind of variety of ways, sometimes fee-for-service models with a settlement service agency, sometimes incredible, local community support groups stepping up and doing that work, and sometimes employers who are really invested. So the settlement journey looks different and is such an important part of retention and successful settlement and onboarding, and we really we really want to invest in making sure that that retention and the settlement outcomes are strong. In terms of the resources, Talent Beyond Boundaries, we're largely philanthropically funded. I think many of the complementary pathways, or at least for Talent Beyond Boundaries, we don't receive funding from the Department of Home Affairs. So we rely on generous philanthropists and employers who really back and believe in the work that we do.
So I have a foundation, Cameron Foundation, which I set up about 20 years ago when I sold my software company, and made a bit of money. So I funded Talent Beyond Boundaries wholly when starting up for the first few years. But since then, we've had some wonderful other supporters, Benelong, Minderoo, who all believe in what we were doing. I should say that I want to call out the settlement agencies. I know that we've had a lot of support from our settlement agencies. I think Australia punches well above its, none of us are perfect, but we punch well above our weight in the settlement space. I think, particularly having seen settlement in other countries, and we get to compare as TBB, and the likes of AIMS and SSI and other Australian settlement agencies have been big supporters of us, even though they weren't getting funded for our people because they were coming in on skilled visas. They did it off their own bat because they believed. So I think we're fortunate in Australia with our settlement agencies. To your question, Senator Shoebridge, also about the difference between somebody like Fadi and somebody else coming in. One of our mantras in TBB has always been level the playing field. That's what we're all about. We're not about playing favourites, making it easier for refugees, but we're definitely not about making it harder. We believe refugees have a right to compete on a level playing field, and they don't start on a level playing field. They have a whole bunch of extra problems and barriers and integration issues, and we are there to try and make those disappear, or for the candidate, but also for the employer. We want to make it for an employer just like hire a normal international hire, no different. So levelling the playing field is kind of a TBB mantra.
Yeah, but there's one thing that refugees bring to the table for an employer and for a country is once you level the playing field, once job and stability is provided, there's a commitment to the country, isn't there, Fadi?
Oh, yes.
Do you want to explain that?
Of course. And again, just speaking on my personal experience, I spent 30 years of my life in my country of birth. I didn't even have a birth certificate, not even a last name. And within 6 months of landing here, I managed to legally lease my first apartment. I managed to get a driver's license, and within 2 years permanent residency, and 4 years of citizenship, my first ever passport. So I do have an immense sense of loyalty and gratitude that I really cannot put into words. I'm married, I have a daughter, and everything that I will ever achieve, I owe to this opportunity and this door that was open to me, and to this beautiful country that allowed me to call a place home. So, and I think I speak on behalf of every successful candidate. There is nothing that could really describe how grateful we are. And don't get me wrong, it's not just about gratitude. As I mentioned, we get to keep our dignity. I mean, I've spent 5 years to get a master's in financial engineering, and then I have 8 years of experience. I'm able to use that now to earn a living, to provide for my family. And that's all I ever wanted. And that's everything every skilled migrant wants, a chance to use their skill set to earn a living.
Thanks, Fadi. Could I just have one question?
One more, and then I've got a question. Thank you.
Hearing these powerful anecdotes, but also seeing the work that TBB does, from Caldor's point of view, what would a permanent program that sort of matched refugees' skills to our skills needs, what would it look like?
So for us, our research was very much focused on the regions, on rural and regional Australia, and on small to medium-sized employers. And so their needs, we were looking at their barriers as to what prevented them from being able to hire readily through the program. And that included their barriers in hiring internationally generally. And so for us, a permanent refugee labour mobility pathway would offset those costs for small businesses, particularly in regional Australia. So we can really help address skill shortages in the regions through this program and bring people into local communities who are willing and enthusiastic to become part of a community, and communities want these people. They want newcomers. They're ready to welcome them. They have local support networks available, and employers are crying out for people. The people that we spoke to are desperate for staff, and so for us, a permanent pathway would really seek to offset some of those costs that employers face in participating in a great program like this.
All right.
Thank you. My question mainly for Mr. Cameron, but anyone else can jump in as well. In terms of when you spoke earlier in your presentation, you told us we're one of the first in the world to be able to source skilled migration from refugee groups, etc. And the question is, I suppose, what lessons can we draw, as Australia draw from other comparable programs that are focusing on linking the skilled migration closely to the workforce, but also refugees to the workforce? Are there comparable models or somewhere that we can look at that perhaps does something a bit different and better than we are, that we can model ourselves on?
It's a great question, and it has been a privilege of I spend a fair bit of my time in the UK as well. The UK is one of our other early sites, and Canada was an early site for us as well. And now we've got a project with the IOM in the European Union. So, but just to go back to, I think that the big one for me about this approach, because it's such a toxic area, the refugee space. It always has been, still is, unfortunately, polarises opinion. The thing that's very special about this, and I have seen it across Australia, the UK and Canada in particular in the early days, is it cuts through that toxic, rather ideological debate, because we come down to individuals like Fadi, and when you come down to looking at individuals as individuals, and looking as businesses, employer-led, and businesses trying to run a business by employing people who have the skills they need, that cuts through all the politics. So as I said at the beginning, we've had great support in Australia from the beginning, from the Greens, from the Labor Party, from the Liberal Party, and for the union movement as well. In Canada, at the time we were bringing this up, we had Justin Trudeau, but who was very much, very liberal. But in the UK, we got our system up and fully supported by Boris Johnson, and the minister there was again a very hardline, someone who you might think would be anti-refugee, but she got, Priti Patel was her name, but she got the idea because it was about economics, it was about the economy, it was about individuals, and that resonated. So I think the really special thing, comparing the different, they're all very different, right? There's lots of differences, and to do with the visa processes and politically and all the rest of it. But the thing that's common across the one is this is something that actually everybody can engage with. The person who gave us our very first pilot here in Australia was Peter Dutton. So it just it's a model that really works. It's a model that cuts across the toxic debate around refugees and migration, because I think it's employer-led and it's talking about individuals, not sort of random numbers.
Takes me would you like to
I was just going to jump
add to that? Yes, Miss Bailey.
Just going back to the question on lessons potentially from overseas, I think it's worth noting that I think in lots of ways the Australian pilot really is world leading in terms of refugees arrive, they have permanent residency, there's a generous occupation list, generous concessions. A lot of the settings are really world leading. I think some of the lessons we can draw from overseas. Italy in particular is having a lot of success around really investing in train to hire projects. So how can we be training larger cohorts offshore to meet critical skills needs in Australia? I think there's some lessons in there, and I know the department are already investing in some of that work as well in the Asia Pacific. I think there's a couple of things in Canada that I just wanted to draw out as well, because they had a very successful program called the EMPP. A couple of the differences there is that settlement, the candidates still have access to settlement support under the Canadian program, which I think is a real benefit. And the other feature of the Canadian program is that there was a loans model, both a government-sponsored loans model, the immigration loan program, and a private loans model called windmill financing. And so one of the biggest barriers that we have in Australia is that employers really need to make skilled migration is not a cheap solution. And there is a financial impost, and it's getting employers to commit to make that financial investment in a candidate that they haven't met yet is quite a challenge. And so some of these loans programs, I think, would really help unlock some of those cost barriers that employers face, because at the moment we're asking employers to carry all of the cost.
Can I just add one comment on that? Australia really is leading this, has led it from the very first people who came into Australia. Australia has led this from the beginning. This is very important. This is important beyond Australia, because I can guarantee if our pilot becomes permanent here, it will be the first in the world, and it will be copied. And that means the implications for skilled refugees goes beyond Australia. So the eyes of the world are on us here, and given half a chance, I think we can really move the dial.
In terms of, you mentioned earlier the debate that's taking place, or from time to time it becomes toxic, and political parties fall into this sort of whirlwind of playing a political football with, very unfortunate, with refugees. In terms of practicality, and you pointed out Peter Dutton, the Conservatives in the UK, because it is practical and it actually works and it benefits the economy. In terms of getting those stories out, governments can do one thing, but it's usually, oh yeah, you're the government, so what else are you going to say? So the message doesn't resonate as well as it does from different groups. Do you think that there should be some support for groups that are working in these programs, such as yourselves and others, to be able to promote the Fardis of this world in terms of the benefit to the economy, the benefit to the community, and the outcomes which are so positive for the nation, to counteract this whirlwind of debate that is very dangerous for a nation like Australia, I think. Just some views on that would...
Well, I think one of the things I've learned is politicians behind closed doors, when they have two faces, the public face, and you guys are all politicians, right? But I as somebody coming from a bit outside and perhaps with a sceptical view of politicians, I've on the whole been had a positive view of my being on the inside, and seeing that stuff just quietly sometimes gets done and it doesn't hit the headlines. And the problem is sometimes, but some politicians may not want to be public about certain things, right? In fact, we have typically shied publicity. I think we don't shy the stories like, someone like Fardi Loana, who couldn't make it here, is a wonderful example of a regional success story. We want to show those people. I think you have to be careful about getting into the media, because then you do get sucked into the whole toxic tit for tat. But I've been impressed by most of the politicians of all colours that I've, not all of them, but generally I think people are, and particularly if you give them something like Talent Beyond Boundaries model, which is something they can see it's practical and they can get behind it. I think I'm positive about it. So I think, yeah, I don't know we can change. How do you change that? I think that's a bigger question. How do you change that toxic social media? I don't have a solution to that, but I can say that if you get behind the doors and you talk face to face rationally with a politician, no matter what they're a human being at the end of the day, and you start talking to them about human problems and business problems, I think you can make a lot of progress, and I think we've proven that.
When you present the solution.
You present the solution, yeah.
My very last question before I go on to my colleagues. In terms of the challenges that businesses may face with a skilled refugee compared to a standard skilled migration pathway. What are the difficulties? There must be some difficulties in there for the employer as well to overcome.
They need more support, and David, Senator Shoebridge was sort of referring to that, and Fadi too. You know, that you can't ignore the fact that from a skills level, they're just like anyone else, right? No, why wouldn't they be, right? But they do come. They can come with trauma. They can come with. They come with no money, right? They come with whatever the clothes they're standing up in, right? So hence the financial. It's not just on the employer side. It's the candidates. So the refugee side. They're not like a normal. Skilled migrant in that sense, who might come with, you know, their savings in the bank. Typically, our people come with nothing. So there are lots of issues there that we try and hide from the employer, because we think the employer at the end of the day is doing a lot. They are taking any international hire as a risk. It's expensive. It's slow. You know, you want to get it right. So we don't want to put anything more on the employers. I think the idea is to surround the employers and the candidates with support from like our settlement agencies, other parties, community sponsorship. We can partner up with them. Isolation's a big problem. No friends, no contact. They're totally different worlds. Struggling with a foreign language that's not your own. There are a lot of problems. And so I think we just need to, our job is to try and make those problems go away, so that just leaves the pure economic left, which is, here is a business who's trying to do business, trying to make a profit, and here's somebody they need in order to do that. These two, we need to join those two together, and that's to the benefit of everybody. And our job is to make all that other noise go away.
Thank you. Anyone else like to add?
I'd just like to add that that's why one of our recommendations is that if this pilot is to be made permanent, and we very much recommend that it should be, the government should consider how policy settings can enable skilled refugees to access aspects of humanitarian settlement support and family reunion and a financial safety net if needed for those occasions where some may need more support than others.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
I've just got one. Are you aware, so one of the things I think sometimes governments and politicians can do is we can try and reinvent the wheel many times. Are you aware of any efforts that have been undertaken previously in Australia to better recognise skills of migrants, and in particular refugees, that we could look to revisit? Is there anything that comes to mind?
No, and that was a bit of a shock to me. I mean, I got into this as I was a philanthropist by that time. 10 years ago, I was halfway into our philanthropy. And when I became aware of the skills that were going to waste in refugee locations, my natural inclination was, oh, well, that's a great way of getting people out, right? An additional way of getting people out over and above humanitarian resettlement. I'm going to find out, there must be somebody doing that. I'm going to find out who they are, and I'll give them some money. And actually, my co-founders, the Cohens in the US, had exactly the same experience, and we were shocked to discover nobody was doing it. Just literally had been talked about. Oh, maybe we could do, but no one was actually doing it. And so, naively, perhaps, we decided to give it a crack ourselves. But no, the answer is nothing.
Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Well, it's the 19th of May, I think. This pilot program ends in, 40 days, 42 days or something? What happens if it doesn't continue?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's the deadline is the 30th of June. If we reach there and there isn't an ongoing program or a transitional arrangement, then it will effectively, we won't be able to endorse and put forward any more applications. And so for the kind of momentum of the program, it takes a long time to build support and to build trust, and we're asking employers to build this, skilled refugees into their recruitment pipelines, and so that needs momentum behind it. And so we'd really love to make sure that there's an ongoing program and a permanent program that builds on these successes. That's ready to go from the 1st of July.
What we'll do is we'll focus on the UK and Canada and Europe. And I'll be gutted because it all started here in Australia, and it'll be a huge missed opportunity.
Is there any ongoing communications between either the Minister and TBB, or the Department and TBB? Don't step outside of where you feel comfortable if they're at a sensitive point, but can you let us know?
Yeah, I mean, we work really closely and really productively with the department and with the relevant ministers. So I think this program really speaks for itself. I think it's really a no-brainer that it should continue, and I really hope that, and I think that the department and that various ministers see the worth in the program, and because it's not just us advocating for it, it's the employers that we've worked with, it's Qantas, it's Iris, it's Arnott's, from the larger employers in Australia to smaller regional employers to Hediat, who you heard from before. So there really is an incredible diversity of actors who really want to see the pilot continue.
But a decision sooner rather than later, days rather than weeks, we're talking, would be, I assume, important so as you can keep things on track with employers. And
so I mean, what all of you can do, and I'm not sure of who's. I think I recognise you, Senator Shoebridge from the Greens, but I think if to get some, I think cross-party support has got us to where it is today. People are shy away from anything to do with migration and refugees at the moment because it's a bit of a hot topic. But I think to simply say that they're across that this is something that to get behind this and say, look, we've all had a part in this. It's a good thing for Australia. Let's agree on this. We're not gonna pick a fight on this, because I think that sort of de-risks it from the current government, who's the one currently in the driving seat. That de-risks it from their point of view if they know that they're not going to get crossfire from elsewhere.
Yeah, and I suppose just showing that the end result is a positive in terms of filling positions that we require so desperately at the moment. So it can only be a positive.
Yeah, I think we're pretty confident because we think it is a no-brainer. Yeah. And it's just, with the budget.
Don't underestimate the capability of politics to do stupid things. So every pressure that people around this table, people in the community can put to try and get that, well, as a permanent program rather than just a rolling over pilot. Make it a permanent program. That's what we should be looking for, isn't it?
But don't make it a political football. Just say it's a quiet, this is good, let's just do it. I don't want to, the last thing we want to see is this to be come up as something that we argue over.
But it can't go quietly
over this, eh?
It can't go quietly into the night.
No, and we
No.
really do.
It needs advocacy.
Yeah, it needs advocacy, and we really do see it as a triple win. It's a win for refugees who are, have incredible skills and experience to bring to Australia. It's a win for employers who are desperate for talent, and it's a win for the Australian economy and community. And I think
you've certainly given us the benefits of it, which will be on the Hansard record for everyone to read and hear. Those that are listening today, and those that will be reading our report and reading the Hansard,
And the chair's promised to call the Minister this afternoon.
no doubt someone from the Minister's office is listening.
On that note, if there's any further questions.
Just one question.
Final one from Mr. Senator Shoebridge.
Additionality is critical here.
Yeah.
This can't come from the refugee intake. This is skills intake and be seen as skilled. That's a red line, isn't it?
Total red line, and you know what we've discovered again. So with red line, with particularly with some of the politicians when we've introduced it into an area, where we thought, okay, this perhaps aren't traditionally friends of refugees, but they get this. We've said right at the beginning, the red line here is it has to be additional, because if it's not additional, there is no point to what we're doing. If all we're doing is just hiring skilled refugees, trading good refugees versus bad refugees in that sort of crazy mindset, then it's you take away. If you cross that red line, we can't operate in your country because there's no point to what we do. In fact, what we do is amoral. It's immoral because we're trading skilled refugees versus humanitarian. That is our total red line. And when we've put that right up front at the beginning of conversations, they get it. They say, yeah, we can't, I get it. And it hasn't been a problem. And in fact, when Priti Patel in the UK got up in the House of Lords and announced that they were the Talent Beyond Boundaries, she, who was a hardliner on refugees, she actually said, this is going to be additional to what we do for settlement. So I think if they it's just about being open and transparent and honest and saying, if you cross that line, you take away our whole reason for existing.
Thanks, Mr.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming today and presenting to us and for the submissions and telling us your story as well, Mr. Hawley. And thank you for the work that you do in this space. It's important, and like you said, as a nation like Australia, where we've been a country of migration from the first, obviously our Indigenous population has been here 60,000 years, our settlers, waves of migration, every single wave contributing to everything that we know that's Australia today. So very important. So thank you very much. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors if you feel there's any that have been made. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, the Secretariat will be in touch with a due date after the transcript's available. If we may call on you again, or may just call you for further information, and vice versa. If there's something that you didn't raise today, and for whatever reason, and you feel like you need to raise it, please get in touch with the Secretariat. On that note, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, can we just switch on? Excellent. We're ready to go. Okay. Excellent. It was good that you were in a bit early because we are ahead of time, so we might as well carry on.
Get to my plane in time.
I now welcome witnesses from Settlement Services International, including the Activate Australia Skills Program, to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we might start with Mr. Chilcott.
My name is Brad Chilcott, and I work with SSI as a strategic advisor.
And I'm Dane Moores, Chief of Advocacy and Public Affairs at Settlement Services International and Campaign Director of Activate Australia Skills.
And I'm Trey Nguyen, so Settlement Services International's Social Policy Lead.
Excellent. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Thank you for your submissions to the inquiry. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement of no more than a few minutes before we proceed to a discussion and a informal Q&A So over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Chair and members, for having us today. This afternoon we'll be giving evidence on behalf of both Settlement Services International and the Activate Australia's Skills campaign. So SSI is a national not-for-profit organisation that supports around 50,000 people each year, most of whom are refugees, migrants and families from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. SSI convenes the Activate Australia's Skills campaign, which is a coalition of over 130 organisations, including unions, businesses, industry groups and community organisations, all calling for urgent reform of Australia's skills recognition system. We'd like to open with a simple point, that Australia is not getting the full value from its skilled migration program. Skilled migration is critical for Australia's economy and prosperity, but our current system is failing to make the most of the talent we attract. Research commissioned by SSI and conducted by Deloitte Access Economics found that almost half of permanent migrants in this country are working below their level of skill and qualification. And this equates to 620,000 people. Important for our discussion today is the fact that 2/3 of underutilised migrants came through the skilled migration program, meaning we are selecting people for their valuable skills, inviting them to our country, and then systematically holding them back from using those very skills once they arrive. And this is not an individual failing, it's a structural problem rooted in Australia's fragmented, costly and confusing system for recognising overseas skills and qualifications. A migrant who arrives in Australia on a skilled visa has already completed a skills assessment to secure their spot in the skilled migration program. But once they arrive here, skilled migrants face a separate and completely disconnected process to recognise their skills to work in licensed professions like teaching, engineering, trades and nursing. And this separate process, is full of barriers that are unrelated to people's skills. Excessive fees, outdated paperwork requirements, slow and confusing processes with a lack of transparency and a lack of information. The patchwork of bodies responsible for these assessments operate largely with no oversight or accountability and with little incentive to supply adequate talent to address Australia's workforce needs. There's also no single source of information on skills recognition, leaving migrants to navigate a complex maze of processes on their own. And the result is a system that wastes talent on an industrial scale, deepens workforce shortages, and undermines the productivity benefits that skilled migration is intended to deliver. But the flip side of this is that there's a tremendous economic opportunity if we get skills recognition right. Each underutilised migrant in Australia who's able to work in their licensed profession boosts productivity by $43,000 each year. We know from our modelling that if permanent migrants worked at their skill level at the same rate as Australian-born workers, then $9 billion would be added to Australia's economy annually. So the Activate Australia Skills campaign has put forward 4 solutions to unlock this opportunity. These include national governance, including a skills recognition commissioner to oversee the system and drive continual improvement. We're also calling for skills recognition to be more accessible through a national skills recognition portal, targeted financial support to help cover the costs, and through a navigation service to support migrants through the process and into their professions as soon as possible once they arrive. The federal budget last week started this process of reform with a $85 million investment to improve skills recognition for migrant trade workers and a commitment to consult on our proposed solution for a skills migration commissioner. And this is welcome. It's welcome national leadership on an issue that has been a drag on productivity for decades. But there is more to do. Our message is that we already know what works from models in Canada and Germany. That's why we're calling on the government to move from consultation to commitment and establish the commissioner by the end of the year. Because if we get this right, everyone wins, as we heard earlier as well. Businesses will be able to fill skills shortages and boost productivity. Communities will be able to access better services with shorter waiting lists. And more skilled migrants will be able to fully contribute by working in their trained professions. Ultimately, reforming skills recognition is one of the clearest and most practical ways to maximise the value of Australia's skilled migration program for the economy and for society. I'll pause there, just noting our submission covers other aspects that may interest the committee, including international best practice in terms of skills recognition and regional settlement as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Brad or Mr. Newman?
Oh yes, look, I'm happy to give like a 2-3 minute overview with respect to SSI's experience in regional settlement, if that's okay.
Okay.
So while migration has helped offset population decline in regional Australia, a stronger regional migration policy is needed for sustainable growth and to improve retention of all newcomers, including skilled migrants. Regional communities need to be supported by government to develop locally led approaches to attract and retain newcomers by actively promoting the benefits of regional migration, including supporting newcomers to relocate from major cities after initial settlement. The review of the migration system, conducted by former Treasury Secretary Martin Parkinson, calls for a planned, place-based approach with greater state and territory involvement, supported by stronger intergovernmental collaboration on data sharing and assessing skills shortages. Place-based approaches offer the best prospects for attracting and retaining newcomers because they bring together all tiers of government, employers and communities, enabling tailored local solutions and reducing fragmentation. Newcomers may also face different pathways in accessing universal services, and regional service capability to engage newcomers can be a barrier. Services often require cultural responsiveness training in planning, design and delivery, and so therefore governments must invest in tailored and holistic support for newcomers by scaling up programs to help them find work that's aligned to their skills and experience and build community connections. The provision of employment support should be targeted to partners as well as primary visa holders, as it's not just the individual skilled migrant that attends or joins the community, but usually their entire family, which have their own individual needs and strengths that must be acknowledged and incorporated into the communities they're joining. Ongoing monitoring of community attitudes alongside early assessment of settlement capacity is important, as positive interactions build social cohesion over time. So in closing, SSI can later refer to a few Canadian initiatives, as well as SSI's experience supporting refugee settlement in Armidale in regional New South Wales, alongside its work and stay social enterprise, to show how all newcomers, including skilled migrants, are more likely to successfully settle and stay in regional Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. I might kick off with a couple of just quick questions, unless Mr. Chilcott, have you got anything to add?
Thank you, Chair. I just thought it was worth mentioning our list of 130 plus organisations includes some unlikely allies traditionally of, I guess, what would be seen as, you know, a lefty, let's bring more people here kind of group, where we have, for example, the Minerals Council has been speaking to us lately about how desperately they need skilled workers to be entering the workforce. Master Builders Association are a part of our alliance, and they talk about what 2.4 houses each year could be built by every skilled migrant that has their qualifications recognised and can enter the industry. And if you even think about Mr. Taylor's policy of linking skilled migration to how many houses are built, well, we need some skilled migrants to build some houses. The industry is crying out for those skilled migrants to enter the workforce and to accelerate the building of houses that Australians desperately need. IAG, the insurance company, has recently joined the alliance. Their interest, one of their keen interests in this, is that when Australians lose their houses in natural disasters or are displaced from their housing for a period of time, the insurance needs to put them in a rental property or a hotel or wherever it might be. And they, you know, from the insurance company's perspective, they want to reduce that time, and they need workers in the industry to have their skills recognised so that they can more quickly build or repair those houses. But even more importantly, from the perspective of the person impacted by natural disasters, they're out of their house and are waiting for a house to be built. For so many diverse reasons that appeal to so many diverse organisations on the political spectrum, this is just a no-brainer to get this right. So that's maybe my opening statement, but we can come back to more specifics from here.
In your submission in section C on page 7, I think it is, currently you're talking about 620,000 permanent migrants, 44% in Australia working below their level of skill or qualification, 2/3 of whom came through the skilled migration program. In your view, why is this and what can we do? And I know you touched a bit on it, but just for the Hansard record, what can we do as governments, as agencies, all of us together, to streamline that, to bring up the productivity so they're working in their qualified roles, which then contributes to the skills that we need, the skills that we have shortages on, and then we can build these houses that Mr. Chilcott was talking about.
Yeah, exactly. The numbers you're talking to are significant, and they point to
huge numbers. Yeah,
a structural problem.
Yeah,
there's something fundamentally wrong with the system because 620,000 people are working below their skill level when they have skills and qualifications we desperately need. We're talking about 50,000 engineers, 20,000 teachers, 16,000 nurses. And these are the professions we need to work right now to ease the pressure on our hospitals and our classrooms, to take us into through the green transition. So there is a big problem here. We know what the problem is. The problem is Australia's costly and confusing system for recognising overseas skills and qualifications. It's completely disconnected from our migration system. There's no oversight of the bodies that conduct this. And we know from evidence and practices being implemented right now in places like Germany and Canada that when governments step in to provide that oversight, to provide the right incentives and the right guardrails for skills recognition that meets industry needs, then there can be a transformative change, and they're seeing the productivity benefits right now. Said earlier, $9 billion is on the table. That's significant. If we get this right, our economy grows, productivity improves, and everyone gets to access better services with shorter waiting lists.
Right. I mean, our submission has all of those policies outlined in lots of detail, but for the sake of the Hansard, if you want to think about it from the perspective of one of those skilled migrants that is around 350,000 out of the 600, they've done all of the work already to prove that they are an engineer, a dentist, a doctor, whatever. That's why they're in Australia. And they land in our country and we say, yes, we gave you a visa because you're an engineer. Now you have to prove again that you're an engineer for employment purposes. That proving, depending on industry, can be different in every state. And in fact, if you live just across the border in Queensland and want to, drive 15 minutes south of the airport to New South Wales and still be an electrician, you can't because of the lack of harmonisation across state borders. So what we're looking at in our proposal of what can we do about this, as you asked, Chair, is looking at world's best practice. How have countries that are getting it right, how have they done that? Germany, for example, has an online portal that a migrant, both if they've already arrived in Germany or if they know they're going and have the visa, can plug in what city they're going to land in, live in when they arrive, their occupation, and it will essentially pump out a step-by-step guide to being recognised for employment purposes in Germany. Then when they land in Germany, the German government has funded something in the order of 160 in-person hubs. Is that correct, approximately?
60 recognition advice centres, but other fairness centres as well.
Yeah. And a couple of €100 million they've invested in those. So firstly, you have a printout of step-by-step how to get recognised in the state that you live in. Second, you have a physical building you can walk into and say, I just can't work this out.
It's like a one-stop shop.
Yeah.
Basically.
I just can't work this out. Help me fill out this form. Help me get this translated. Is this a reputable recognition of prior learning organisation I can go and get my certificate from, and then some employment support into applying for a job. The point behind the German model is if we are going to have migrants skilled migrants here. Let's get them working so that we can all benefit from that. Canada then, which is where the other key kind of oversight piece of our model comes from. Each province, starting with Ontario and then growing into other provinces as the model was proved to work, has either a fairness commissioner, some call it a labour mobility commissioner, whose job it is to oversee all of the recognition bodies across all industries now. Ontario started with just the trades and other licensed professions and then added health and other professional occupations later. The way they have oversight of them, to try and put it simply for the sake of time, is identifying barriers to efficient, affordable and fair recognition of skills and qualifications. Then the Commissioner can make recommendations to government around how to remove those barriers and put increasing levels of, you could say, pressure on those industry bodies to remove those barriers, not including quality. And I need to stress that all the way through. It's not about making it easier to be a doctor or easier to be a dentist by reducing quality. It's around removing unnecessary barriers to efficiency, fairness and affordability. One of the ways they do that that's key is every industry recognition body once a year answers a bunch of survey questions, and this sounds very simple, but survey questions around recognition processes, how many people succeed, why they fail, what the costs are, etc. And then the Commissioner ranks them in four categories of risk. The risk being undersupply of the workforce the state needs for serving the population in that area. Are you going to give us enough dentists? Are you going to give us enough GPs? Are you going to give us enough people to build houses? And then industries don't want to be in the highest category of risk. And then they definitely, in the Canadian system, don't want to be asked to pay for an audit themselves into their recognition practices. And so industries start to self-improve their recognition practices because of the activity of the Commissioner and then the advice it provides to government, which government can also start to legislate or regulate in terms of that advice. So those kind of constitute the recommendations we're making to be replicated in Australia with an Australian lens on it, recognising our context.
Thank you. I might go to Senator Shoebridge first this time.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for all the work you do. We've had so much evidence about people with incredibly useful skills being unable to actually use those skills, to help Australians' quality of life, to help employers, to do essential work in the community. One of your proposed solutions is a national governance system, and either an ombudsman or a commissioner. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so it's essentially taking that concept that Brad just spoke about in Canada, where if you have the government step in, provide that national governance and oversight, you get the right incentives in the system for these bodies to review and remove unnecessary barriers. The proposed Skills Recognition Commissioner would have powers under our model to have oversight of all bodies involved in skills recognition, from those who do skills recognition for migration purposes, the 39 bodies involved in that, through to the bodies involved in trades recognition across all licensed professions. In all, it's probably over 70 bodies. And that's really important, because what we need is to get this whole system working, not just construction, although that's where the focus is at the moment. We need to get this whole system working to get the most value from Australia's skilled migration program. And when you get those incentives right, there's a real difference. In Canada, some of these provinces have almost doubled recognition rates, not by touching standards, but by just injecting accountability and transparency into the system and getting those incentives right. So that the powers we're recommending that the Commissioner have is that it would be able to collect, analyse and publish data on assessment timelines, costs and recognition rates, because we don't even know that to start with. It would also monitor and report on systemic risks, inconsistencies and emerging issues in each of those professions, hold the relevant bodies accountable for meeting government-mandated recognition standards and timeframes. It would review assessment and recognition decisions for reasonableness and fairness, and ensure that transparency and accountability that is desperately needed in this system. Right now, many of these bodies have no oversight or accountability. They set their own fees, their own assessment timelines, and that's clearly not working. It's not delivering the workforce Australia needs, and that's why we need the government to step in and provide that oversight.
Over lunch, I made the mistake of going onto the dental board to have a look at the pathway to get your credentials acknowledged. And I don't mean to be particularly mean to dentists. I could probably go to a variety of different professions. But, I mean, if this is a pathway, I don't know who manages to walk it. It's got landmines and further links and external accreditation tests you need to do. Like, is that an unusual thing that we see for the dentists here? Or is this kind of what we see different professions in particular putting these fences in the way?
Yeah, it's not at all unique to the Dentistry Council. We know, firstly, with costs, that it's incredibly expensive across multiple professions. $8,000, I recall, for dentistry to go through the process, but $51,000 for a GP, up to $10,000 for construction-related trades. In addition to that, it takes so much time. It can take months, if not years. For GPs, it can take up to 2.5 years, during which you're locked out of your profession. These are challenges and barriers across so many professions, and that's because of this lack of oversight and accountability. We know, as another example, in physiotherapy, there's arbitrary barriers like having to conduct your assessment, your clinical exam, in one city in the whole of Australia twice a year. These are just barriers that inhibit people from being able to demonstrate their skills and work in their professions.
I mean, there are reasons why we have professions ensure the maintenance of standards. Obviously, you want independent standards. There's a place for professions to do it. But we should also recognise self-interest here, shouldn't we? That the professions have a self-interest in limiting access into their profession, because that's how you retain high incomes. It's how you retain, busy practices. Like, there's clearly self-interest here that we need to confront, isn't there?
That's where the Commissioner could say.
Yeah, the problem here is that, that's one way to look at it. The other aspect of this is there's no national oversight and accountability, and therefore bodies are left to set standards in however they see fit, not standards, but processes and barriers as much as they see fit.
So apart from data gathering, may well be that professions think, okay, I'll gather the data, but how do we make them change their practices? How do we make it sort of a more public interest minded rather than a guild mind here?
Well, one of the reasons for the Commissioner is really that, say, for example, at the moment, and I'm trying to answer your question, but tell you some other things as well at the same time. One of the great things at the moment, our Treasurer is interested in addressing skills recognition barriers for productivity reasons. Our Skills Minister is interested in this at the moment. There's generally support across party lines for all of this, but we need a governance system in place when that isn't the case. So we need a Commissioner who is able to look from visa to job at the barriers people are facing 10 years from now, not just today when construction is the issue, not just another year when we're fast-tracking GPs, but at any time to continually improve the system so that we don't keep having this kind of ridiculous migration debate that's around tweaking the numbers, 10,000 here and there. It's about how we're using our migration system for the benefit of all Australians.
And the test should be about standards. For electricians, it should be about ensuring standards are met for public safety. For dentists, it should be about being a competent dentist. But a lot of these barriers that you see here don't appear to be about public safety or standards.
Yeah, and so we hope that the Commissioner, whatever the name is in the end, who's overseeing the system, can have the power to compel not just data and analyse it, but say, for example, an industry is charging $100,000 to get recognised. The Commissioner can find out that in actual practice that is only costing $10,000 and someone's making some bank out of that. And so how to, or as you say, protecting the intake for other reasons.
Well, they say never bet against self-interest, because at least you know it's trying.
That's right.
So, but I think we should recognise, though, this wouldn't come without resistance. And I would imagine there'd be very large pools of resistance in these different parts of the economy to this. How do we overcome that resistance?
There's always inertia in any system, but we have actively engaged many of these professional associations who are actually supportive of the campaign and the proposals we're putting forward. Organisations like the Australian Computer Society, which does skills recognition in IT, having very productive, good conversations with Engineers Australia and many others. Obviously, it's not all professional associations, and there will be some potentially who might not think that they need oversight or accountability. But that's where we have to have this discussion and this debate. Right now, the system's not working, and that's very clear.
So the Commissioner, you'd see the Commissioner's role, I suppose, and just to Senator Shoebridge's point, you have a industry group there that ticks off on who gets accredited. You want to make sure that that particular, whatever it is, health profession or industry group is ticking off on the credentials, the safety, that they have they're dealing with people's health, so obviously they have to be above board. But the moment that it's identified that there is a undercover keeping people out, they'd be able to step in and say, that's the way I see it anyway. And that would be the way you'd want it to.
Yeah. You shouldn't have to turn up to Moree between 3 and 5 p.m. in order to get your documents in.
And it's important to note that these things don't always just happen through self-interest. They do as well. I'm not denying that fact. But in Canada, to use an example, to not throw anyone under the bus here, they've got an optometrist shortage in Ontario. When the Commissioner looked into it, they discovered that only one tertiary facility in the whole of Ontario offered optometry, and it was in some place that wasn't easy to get to. And so it wasn't by design that the government or the potentially the professional body, decided we're not going to train any more optometrists in Canada. But the Commissioner was able to identify that as an issue and start to work with government and the industry to change the training scenario. In Australia, to get your skills recognised as a nurse, you need to go to Adelaide. And you should come to Adelaide, it's the best city in the country, but it's a barrier that stops people from having their skills and qualifications recognised because of cost and distance and family, etc. And so it's these kind of things that a Commissioner would continually raise with government, advocate publicly about, and that government can choose to respond to regulate or legislate those things.
There shouldn't be those kinds of penalties in the system for nurses. Shouldn't have to go to Adelaide.
Hey, easy.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you very
Revelo.
Thank you very much.
She's been waiting patiently.
So SSI's submission refers to Canada's approach, and it's been brought up a few times in relation to regional migration programs. One of the major changes Canada's made in recent years is to connect migration levels with population to ensure that there's sufficient capacity to absorb migration, including in relation to the housing lens. As we've pointed out today, one of the key issues that's been recently brought up in Australian politics is the need to ensure that there's adequate housing for migrants and Australians at a time of this net overseas migration. Do you think it's rational to connect migration levels with the capacity of Australia to absorb those migrants, while perhaps focusing on upskilling domestic capacity to build and engage in the construction sector?
I might comment overall on housing migration, then we hand over to Tree in terms of Canada specifically. But just a couple of points, I think, because it's really important in this debate to ground the migration and housing discussion in some facts. I'd say firstly, reiterating Brad's point earlier, that migration is itself a solution to the housing crisis. We know part of the reason why we can't build as many houses as fast as we can is because we have a lack of workforce here. And a skilled migrant workforce is incredibly important to deliver on the Housing Accord targets. And Master Builders Australia has done the analysis that each migrant with a trade-related qualification contributes to building 2.4 houses each year. I'd also say that another aspect of the housing and migration debate is that when you look at COVID, during which Australia's net migration shrunk by 100,000, housing still went up 20%. There's obviously other factors here apart from migration driving our housing issues. And from our own research at SSI, we know that migrants are actually hardest hit by the housing crisis, feeling that the pain of the lack of rental more than any other group. So I just put those facts to consider when we're talking about housing and migration. In regard to the specifics of Canada's settlement strategy, I might hand over to Tree.
Sure. No, thanks, Dane. I'll just sort of bounce around a bit in terms of elaborating in this aspect. So our submission detailed that Deloitte Access Economics found that there are about 18,400 permanent migrants already in Australia with building and construction-related qualifications who are working below their skill level. And on average, each skilled trade person builds about 2.4 houses each year. So then, by that logic, I would think we would then, if you had to tie migration numbers to skilled migration, then you would reverse it in the sense that, well, if one qualified person in that area builds 2.4 houses, we would take on a lot more then, like by that logic. Turning to Canada in particular, I would sort of say that we haven't looked into that, so we'd have to take that on notice to comment further. However, I would refer to earlier discussion with and I forget their name, but the person representing Hazaran refugees, who talked about their experience with Hazaran refugees who are skilled in construction, who they come to the community, they support the building of homes, and then, you know, as they're trying to build roots and save on their savings and so on, they happen to find themselves in, let's say, many of them living in the same household, and so then they're actually optimizing the housing, like the usage of housing, as opposed to, say, the likes of Airbnb and so on, and you know, not to say that there shouldn't be a role for Airbnb, but there's challenges of that. So I guess we've got to kind of look at what we're really trading off by tying migration to housing directly.
Yeah,
I think I'll just I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you. And
actually, forgive me. One additional point, and that is I can elaborate on this later, and that is SSI's work and stay social enterprise, which through its stay model in supporting skilled migrants to settle in the regions, in SSI's experience, in some cases, the local council provides accommodation for these skilled workers. So it sort of depends on where you want to put, like, you know, housing is an issue across Australia, but then there are certain pockets where you actually have the capacity to provide housing immediately for skilled migrants. And then they will have that construction dividend that I've just referred to before.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Deputy Chair, I think it's important to remember at the core of our of this campaign and our reforms is that if a skilled migrant comes to, if a migrant comes to Australia on any visa with skills or qualifications, we should expedite them into the workforce as quick as we can. So it is not really a debate around how many are coming. It's around, like, how are we making sure that those migrants get to do the thing that they actually want to do when they're here from their perspective, and that they're fully utilised for the benefit of our economy, life experience, you know, reducing waiting lists on housing, allied health, etc. So it's of course a important conversation for all of us to have around, you know, how many people can our country sustain. But definitely when is it 2/3 of industries are saying they're in shortage of workforce at the moment, that's also an important part of that equation. How do we get our industry the workforce that it needs? We can do that by recognising the migrant skills that we're bringing into this country more efficiently, more fairly and more affordably.
Yeah, and I think a few of you have actually said that, you know, we can look at migration as a solution to the housing crisis. I think, you know, the challenge we've got, and, you know, you've spoken about the 2.4 houses per migrant in the construction sector. It's that the number of migrants that we have in the construction sector are quite low. It's under sort of 6.5%. So maybe would I take from that you suggesting that we should be looking at rebalancing what our skills are that are required, and the types of, I guess, the types of sectors that we're prioritising, the levels at which we're prioritising them in favour of, you know, those in housing and construction at the moment.
I think we should always be tweaking the, you know, desired skilled migration list as needed for our economy and society. But what we're saying is, yes, those numbers are low in the construction industry at the moment, but there's heaps of them that are their skills and qualifications unrecognised living here right now.
And is there any sort of way we can, I mean, are there, in your experiences, are we getting people into Australia through our migration program that aren't filling skill shortages? And is there an opportunity, I guess, to transfer those into skilled migration?
Do you mean people that aren't already here?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that.
I think you're referring to people who are here?
No. So in our migration system that's coming in, so we've got skilled and we've got non-skilled as well. We've got other types of migration.
Oh, sure.
Do you think we should? Is there room to reduce those in favour of, say, or to reshift the balance in favour of the skills? You know, the 2/3 of industries that we target more for skills and less for other things and other types of visas.
I mean, I guess the point of this campaign and reforms is however many migrants that come to Australia on whatever visa they're in, how can we recognise their skills affordably, efficiently and fairly and get them into the work that they're able to do? So this is actually not a campaign around the size of the migration program or what visas should exist. It's around, if we're going to bring people here on any visa, how about we recognise their skills fairly, efficiently and affordably and get them into work?
Yeah, and I guess part of the challenge at the moment with the migration debate is making sure we have the public confidence in our migration system, and so that discussion does become important. But I will go to a second question. The CEO, I think it's Violet, and Dr. Martin Parkinson recently delivered a joint address to the National Press Club, and Dr. Parkinson, it's fair to say, expressed his concern about the progress of the government on the implementation of the migration strategy. Is that also SSI's view?
As it relates to skills recognition, yes, we're really happy with what happened on budget day was that the Treasurer and the government recognised the need for reform in this area. And we welcome the $85 million they put towards starting some of that reform. As you've heard from us today already, there's a lot more things on our list that we think would continue to make the skills and qualifications recognition system more efficient, affordable and fair. So we think it was an excellent first step, and recognising the need and the benefit to Australians is massively important, and the government's done that, but there's definitely more to do.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
Senator Shoebridge.
Just to be clear, maybe I misheard the Deputy Chair, but it's my understanding about a quarter, 25% of the construction workforce is made up of people who've migrated to Australia, and I think the 6.4% figure is about 6.4% of any year's annual intake find themselves going directly working in the construction sector. I think they're very different numbers, is my understanding. I'm relying on the Grattan Institute and the Housing Institute of Australia for those figures, so thank you for them. But the idea that you can divorce migration and skills that come through migration from the housing sector, I mean, that if we just stopped skills coming in through migration, the impact on the housing sector, the building houses we all need, would be quite catastrophic, wouldn't it?
I mean, the short answer is yes, we need the skills.
Yeah.
Part of our answer, though, throughout this campaign from the beginning is that a lot of them are already here. We just need to get them efficiently through the system and recognised.
And I suppose this isn't a debate about numbers. This is a debate about how we can ensure when people are in this country that we can maximise their personal work and their personal satisfaction through doing work for which they're trained, and the benefits we get from that.
Yeah, as we have said from the beginning, sorry, Trey, it is everybody wins. The migrant wins because they have a better job, better income, they're doing what they actually want to do, their children have access to potentially better education and better opportunities, which happens when you're in a job that has social mobility as part of its makeup. The industry wins because it has the workers that it needs. The economy wins because the productivity gains, and all of the Australians who are waiting for healthcare, waiting for housing, waiting for all of the other services that there are waiting lists for win as well. This is, a completely win-win-win-win for everyone scenario when we bring a person here. That's right.
Continuously. We've seen them not just now while there's a bit of a debate going on, but historically in Australia, the economic models and the economic benefit per refugee, per migrant, tenfold in terms of everything from the economy to our social makeup as well.
And obviously we benefit. If someone spent 15 years getting a prestigious engineering degree from Pakistan, smashed the exams, been a professional skilled engineer in Pakistan and then comes here, we don't want that person driving Ubers. We want that person helping us build bridges and, large-scale construction workers. Mr. Nguyen, what if you had one thing you could say to this committee to help make that happen, any of you? We've got the Ombudsman, we've got the Commissioner. Is it also partly politics, getting the politics right here?
I think you need the will to look at this as a system from visa to job, decide that somebody needs to take charge of that as a system, not as tiny fragments here and there tinkering at the edges, and make the political decision to address that, to make it fair, efficient and affordable for everyone. We can't keep having bits and pieces of the political and departmental infrastructure operating in silos, and we can't keep having the migrant population here in Australia today and coming in the future. First of all, arriving and discovering that for the purposes of a job, they're not the thing that they were to get the visa to get here, which makes them miss out, and the whole pipeline of what follows, industry, business, Australians needing their skills and services, all of us miss out. So yes, it's political determination to fix that system.
If I may, Chair, I'll also add on to what you're saying, Brad, that essentially if these solutions are taken up by political leaders and it's implemented, then that would actually increase confidence in the skilled migration program, because we have almost half that aren't working to the full utilisation of their skills and qualifications. And considering that around 70% of the migration program is skilled, it's a big gap that we need to close, which can be done through our proposed solutions.
For the credibility of the system too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's exactly what this inquiry is doing. I want to come up with the best possible recommendations that we can put to the Parliament to be able to ensure that we're getting the best benefit that we can out of our migrants. On that note, thank you very much for coming today. Appreciate your submission, your recommendations to many of the terms of reference that we have, to the work that you do, and we thank you for appearing before us with your valuable information. If there's something else that we may require, we may get back to you and ask you to perhaps submit again or appear or give us some information. Vice versa, if there's something that for whatever reason wasn't brought up today and you may want to raise it at a later date, again, let us know. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcription errors if you feel that there's any errors. And if you've been asked to provide any additional information, the Secretariat will be in touch with due date after the transcript is available. That concludes our hearing for today, but before we just switch off, I'd like to thank all our witnesses who appeared today, the public who appeared in and out of the gallery, Hansard for their accurate work and ensuring that every word is documented. We thank them. To the Secretariat, to Kate, thank you for organising today, and to our Assistant Secretariat over on the far side, and to my fellow members of the committee, thank you for appearing today. And we also had some earlier on the phone, Ms Cassandra Fernando, and of course Ms Daly was here earlier as well. On that note, I declare the public meeting closed, and we'll reconvene in Canberra, I think.